Hi guys, welcome to Novum and welcome finally to the complete guide to Hereditary. This is a video I've been excited to make for a while. I know I've had a lot of people commenting asking when it's coming, so apologies about the wait. I'm so excited to share this with you guys, and I can say conclusively that you will find answers here, even to big questions that have plagued fans and gone unanswered since the film's release. I know it's a long video, I know it's a lot of listening to me talk, but please trust me when I say there's big stuff in here that you will not find anywhere else online or in print. There's Easter eggs and hidden meaning that up until this point have gone completely unnoticed or unexplained, and I think every major mystery regarding the film will be solved by the end of this video. There's going to be quite a few tangents where I talk you through exactly how I went about that, which hopefully you'll find interesting, but either way unnecessary to proving the answers right. There's also a lot of misinformation online about this film that, sadly, a lot of the explainer articles, guide videos, and so on have regurgitated, believing their previous source to be right. So there's a lot of myths to be bust and corrections to be made as well. So if you've seen me do one of these before and thought, wow, that guy is trying too hard, well, get ready because we are going to the next level on this one. If you're wondering why it's been 8 months since I posted, the answer is I've been writing my debut novel and starting on the road to getting it published. I'm really excited for people to be able to read it, and as soon as I can confirm where and how you'll be able to buy it, I'll put out a video announcing it. Real quick before we get started, if you're here just for specific answers, then have a skim through the chapter index and you should find what you're looking for. With all that being said, let's hail Paimon'd and get started with Section 1, Foundations. It's become somewhat looked down upon to open your film with expositional text, and to be fair to the critics, I'd say we have set a low bar in recent years. Let's just use the most egregious example, the Rise of Skywalker's expositing of how Palpatine is just alive now. It's lazy, it devalues the material, and nostalgia aside, opening your movie with big yellow letters flying through space can be viewed as a bit jarring. When I finally sat down to watch The Eternals, I was confronted with 5 minutes of homework before I was allowed to see the opening scene. Hereditary still opens its movie with expositional text, but in a very different way, and it's crucial that we look at that right away because it serves as a key to understanding the brilliance of this film. That is to say, the film takes an existing and well-used trope, something that would usually be seen as cliché, but plays it out so elegantly that instead of feeling rehashed, it feels perfected. There are going to be many points during this where we'll look at stuff just like this, an existing trope, likely something overused, especially in horror, but in every single sense, it will be refined and presented perfectly. This isn't a film that simply reuses tropes, it's a film that uses them so well it retires them forever. In fact, I want to say this up front right away. In all of these companion videos, I try to unpack what a film is ultimately doing and saying. In Alien, it's a mishmashed reflection of 1970s cultural anxieties made crystalline in one brilliant horror motif. In The Lighthouse, it's psychosexual degeneration, The Green Knight, the battle between goodness and greatness, and the power of myth. But what about Hereditary? Well, as we're going to look at, and as the title would suggest, there's a large focus put on family and grief and trauma, the breakdown of the family unit, and the idea of us passing things to those who come after us. Not just illness and genetics, but pain, abuse, psychological harm, behaviors and characteristics, and grandchildren being occult vessels for one of the Lords of Hell. You know, family stuff. And while all that seemingly remains the film's thematic focus, I think it's also fair to say it's quite concerned with constructing the perfect horror movie. That's a big statement, and just to be clear, I think Alien, by a narrow margin, is a better movie. It is as close as is possible to my favourite movie of all time, but paradoxically, Hereditary is the perfect horror movie. And I think as we go through, it's going to become quite clear that this may have been an intention going in. Perhaps not as brashly as I've put it, but certainly something close. And even more so than usual, we'll be paying attention to how exactly the film goes about this, and that starts right here with the first frame, this subversion of opening text by use of the obituary. So, looking at it for the first time, I think the initial takeaway is how subtly the visuals are employed here. Floating text usually lacks context, it simply is there. Yellow letters flying through space. Some filmmakers like to try and get clever with this in an effort to circumvent the dissonance. James Gunn is a primary example. Justice Squad 2, Harley Quinn's Boogaloo had expositional text formed from objects in the environment that the characters are walking through, which to me is even more jarring. But nothing so garish for Hereditary. Just using subtle aesthetic clues, the context of the font and the formatting, the film lets you know exactly what you're looking at. exactly what you're reading from. It's an obituary in a newspaper column. Without you having to read a single word, the film has elegantly delivered you exposition through context, despite it following the same trope of just presenting floating text. Just through one subtle design decision, they have taken a tired trope and rebuilt it into something that feels refreshing and intelligent. From choice of wording to the newspaper column structure and the typeface, it's all immediately recognizable. It's poignant, it's weighty. Chances are you have had someone in your life appear as one of these before. And that's the film not just trying to remind you of the impact of death, but more specifically death within the family. It could have been delivered via an actual newspaper page, but I think aesthetically and practically that would not have had the same effect at all. Instead, this newspaper layout, white on black, is encouraging you to look closer at what's occurring, but staying very flat and realist about what it shows you. It encourages the viewer to focus and take it in, and in doing so, they introduce the audience to a lot of convenient exposition without it ever feeling forced. Rather than having information thrust upon you without explanation, you're presented with a document you recognize just from visual context, and you make the decision to pull relevant information from it. Most simply, we have all the main character names and their familial relations. This is exposition that usually has to be delivered at the start of every movie and often appears via quite clunky dialogue. It also tells us that Annie has lost a lot of people around her. It mentions her father's passing and her brother's. This is doubly foreshadowing that her losses and grief may be too much for her to bear, that she's no stranger to death, but also very softly introducing the notion that there's something dangerous and ever-present lurking in her past and in her family. Now, as we come to find out, this is something very sinister indeed, but with a title like Hereditary, it's a pretty clear lineation to there being some disease or condition passed genetically that's killing them off, especially given the obituary's mentioning of a prolonged illness. As I mentioned, this film is very much about how death affects a family, and a huge aspect of that is the breakdown of communication and just silent grief that overwhelms them. Silence is an extremely powerful tool here, especially during the first act of the film. If we had the mother explaining to the family about the fact their grandma had been suffering with an illness, it would feel out of place and forced. They should be aware of what's happening in their own family, and talking about it in front of the audience would give us the opposite impression of this breakdown of communication and the somber, realist tone the film is going for. Instead, through the use of the obituary, we get a lot of essential information delivered to us. Really, it sets the tone for the whole movie. It's understated, efficiently and elegantly executed, and most importantly, it takes a tired and existing trope and makes it feel new again. I've touched on it already, so before we go any further, let's look at why the film is called Hereditary. Firstly, here in the obituary, we see the broadest understanding of the title, that there's something malignant within the family, presumably disease, that is the driving negative force in the film. And really, no matter which explanation we choose to go with from there, all of that remains true. But clearly there's more going on there, and the film plays on this theme a great deal. So to make things simple, we can break this negativity, this malignance, down into three main themes. The first being the supernatural, the literal, face value explanation of the movie's events. Paimon'd, the demon at the heart of the film, is through some unknown means, presumably the past invocations of Ellen's cult, bound or otherwise involved with Annie's bloodline. He cannot simply enter any vessel. This hereditary bloodline is essential to him being able to inhabit a body. When and how that came to be isn't made 100% clear, but we do have some information on it, and from that we can glean a couple of opposing theories. Either Ellen was born into it, and something specific has existed within her and Annie's bloodline for a very long time, which would certainly fit with the hereditary theme, or alternatively, this is a decision Ellen has made, and through the actions taken by her and the cult, they have sought Paimon'd out and in some way bound or promised him to their bloodline, which admittedly fits better with what we know about Paimon'd and still has the hereditary aspect of passing down from Ellen to her descendants. Now, we'll look at Ellen in much greater detail, but for now just know that it doesn't really affect the movie, so choose whichever you prefer. But for my own speculation, I come down hard on it being the latter. Ellen feels like an orchestrator, someone who has developed a keen respect from the cult members, likely even the cult's creator, and seemingly the driving force behind its plans pre-mortem. Not only that, but if this had been something she'd been born into, something that had been taught to her by her mother, you would think she would have been much better at grooming Annie into it, or at the very least communicated her actual plans to her. It seems that if this was some long-running familial tradition, then Ellen would have been far more open about it to her descendants. Instead, she was secretive, she sacrificed, she gambled with their lives in the short term in the hopes that they would forgive her once they understood the extremely long-term benefits of her being Paimon'd's queen in hell. That seems to me very much like a decision she's made and a risk she's taken, not some long-standing plan that's been present for centuries and for some unknown reason is only finally possible now. But no matter which you prefer for your headcanon, the outcome remains the same. Paimon'd can only be resurrected via Annie's bloodline. This curse, this sacrifice, this invocation, whatever you want to call it, it is hereditary to them. We're going to discuss this all in much greater detail when we get to Ellen and Paimon'd later on, so for now let's move on to the second understanding of this hereditary malignance. Now, while the supernatural explanations are all well and good and are 100% real and at play in the movie, it's also crucial to remember that beyond the film initially toying with the bait and switch that Annie is going crazy, there are real-world parallels that the supernatural elements are metaphorical for. And these are what the meaning of the film is ultimately concerned with. Broadly speaking, they are illness or disease, as we see hinted at in the obituary, and is later made clear in Ellen's case to be suspected dissociative identity disorder followed by dementia. Now, obviously that could be symptomatic of her relationship with Paimon'd that's been recognised as DID and dementia. He is into literally inhabiting bodies, and we see a definite blurring between suspected mental illness and the actions of Paimon'd throughout the film. Now, in terms of anxieties the film is building on, hereditary physical conditions are absolutely a part of it. We see that right away in the obituary, but ultimately I think the film is far more specifically concerned with mental illness. Every single member of Annie's bloodline that is mentioned in the film has issues with their mental health, and mental illness absolutely can be something hereditary, something that runs in the family. Now, again, within the context of the movie, this is almost certainly due to Paimon'd and the cult's intrusions. But again, subtextually, we're talking about the very real threat of hereditary mental illness and mental illness in general. And hand in hand with all of that is this third theme of what we'll refer to as inherited behaviours, essentially abuse, specifically cyclic abuse, playing out across generations, and other inherited negative traits such as deceit, cruelty, and emotional distancing. We can use Annie as a quick example of what I'm getting at with all of this. Let's start with Annie's feeling, really the reality, that her life isn't her own, which seemingly began with her mother forcing her and maybe even watching her procreate, and manifests as her subsequent depression and desire to rid herself of children and the guilt that follows that. Yes, it's supernaturally influenced within the film, but it's also very clearly drawing parallels to a woman forced into a life she didn't want or wasn't ready for due to familial expectations and even societal expectations stood in for here by the will of the cult. Her desire to rid herself of children is very similar to the intrusive thoughts some sufferers of postpartum depression experience, and is even reminiscent of some female killers responsible for infanticide. Even her sleepwalking, her jumbled explanations of trying to save her children, it's all very purposefully in line with extreme examples of anxiety and depression and motherhood in crisis. And that's not just to make first-time viewers feel certain that Annie is going insane. It's playing into the overarching theme of hereditary issues, behaviours, traumas impacting a family. Depression can be inherited. Desires can be inherited and forced on the next generation, just like a father insisting his son support the same football team, or in this case, a mother pressuring her daughter into having children. In the lore of the film, the supernatural stuff is extremely interesting and well put forward, but it's everything working behind the scenes that brings it all together. The meaning here is much deeper. It serves as a warning to pay close mind to what you pass along to those that come after you. That things we do and say often outlast us in the hearts and minds of those around us, and that it's our responsibility to stay clear of evil and never allow ourselves to let it reproduce via us. And it's difficult to talk about, but this is a key point here. A prime example of this hereditary or inherited behaviour, and something I think the film is talking about quite clearly that I haven't seen anyone discuss yet, is abuse. And specifically the difficult notion that abuse over time can turn people that were abused when they were young into abusers themselves. And I think within Annie's familial unit, we see this happening. In an extremely obvious sense, Ellen invites this evil into their home, and subsequently, violence is enacted upon the descending generations of her family. And while that's almost certainly allegorical for the things we've discussed, it's still rooted within the supernatural. So a better example might be the emotional distance we see the characters display. We know where this is rooted, Ellen's distant and difficult relationship with Annie, and we see Annie repeat these same mistakes with her children, struggling to connect and communicate, And beyond that, we see Peter and Charlie as two pretty maladjusted children that absolutely have difficulty communicating and strained relationships with their mother. Just like everything else, it's hereditary, and it's here to demonstrate how negative traits and behaviours can infect a family unit. So really, the best answer as to what the title means is all of the above. The supernatural bond of Paimon'd with their bloodline as an exploration of disease, abuse, and mental illness. The film is about hereditary problems plaguing a family, and these are all prime examples that are explored within the film. But if we really need to nail it down to one thing, then mental illness is absolutely the best fit and the main focus. But just to clarify, that does not mean it was all a dream. It's important to remember that while the film is hyper-concerned with mental illness, and Annie absolutely can be considered mentally unsound, she's not imagining the events of the film. It's not a dream or a hallucination. The supernatural elements are metaphorical stand-ins for mental health issues, trauma, abuse, and sickness within the family unit, but they are absolutely happening within the context of the film. And really, as well as those being the different meanings we can draw from the title, they are also the three main themes of the film: the literal supernatural resurrection of Paimon'd and his tying to the bloodline, but also inherited ideas, behaviours, and genetics causing things like illness and mental health issues. All things that are bestowed upon us without our consent, predetermined factors that can influence and even rule our lives. The tragedy of fate, as we'll see alluded to later. And none of these are comfortable topics, but such is the strength of a good horror movie. It manages to roll our anxieties up into something we can digest and understand without ever having to face them in their bleak reality. But to do it as fluently and as perfectly as is achieved here is an extremely rare thing indeed. Let's look now at the opening shot, and to follow up on a pretty perfect delivery of exploratory opening text, we have an absolutely mind-blowing opening sequence that really plays with the notion of setting the stage. We begin with this still shot of the treehouse and the foreshadowing of the ending sequence of ascension and rebirth that will take place there. From here, the camera moves slowly across a workshop, again delivering exposition without throwing it awkwardly into dialogue. It's very clear that someone here builds dollhouses, so we get round their obvious creepiness really before they're fully introduced. A route the film also takes with introducing Charlie's peanut allergy to the audience. Instead of dodging the issue and building tension first, the film instead just saturates you with them right away. That may sound simple, but it's something a lot of films and television shows get wrong. The dollhouse is a played out trope in horror. It kind of jars you as soon as you see one and you go, oh right, yeah, creepy dollhouse. But, as with so many other tropes here, Hereditary understands. It understands the trends and techniques of horror. It just isn't deterred, and rather than being diminished by it being a pre-existing trope, it actually lays out such a perfect example of it that really it should be retired forever. While the film doesn't try to do too much with the dollhouses plot-wise, they serve as this constant subtextual reminder of what's actually happening, and beyond being a perfectly delivered metaphor, they actually hold the key to a lot of the film's secrets. As with everything else, it's subtle, it's elegant, and it trusts the audience to understand. We see the camera focus in on a particular dollhouse, which we come to learn is representative of the family's actual house. As the camera moves into the bedroom of the dollhouse, we see it very craftily become the actual bedroom of the house with human characters walking around in it. And this extremely clever editing effortlessly kicks off this creepy notion of our family being puppets or toys for the unseen puppet masters that are actually controlling events, pawns in a grander scheme that they are entirely unaware of. It also sets up the idea that what's happening within these dioramas is influential on the events of the real world, and it gives the whole film a disconcerting sense of unreality, as we are questioning what's real right from the offset, just as Annie does through much of the movie. It also specifically draws focus to the importance of the son, Peter, moving as it does from treehouse to his bedroom, again foreshadowing his ascension in the former and his sort of pawn or puppet status in the latter. Even the fixed frame keeping the whole room in shot and Gabriel Byrne's movement here all work in conjunction to present the feeling that we're observing little toys in a dollhouse, something the movie is going to put a lot of effort into achieving. So as you might have guessed, there's a lot more going on in that shot. Let's rewind and look at all of it in more detail because there is so much going on here, so much so that we can actually figure out exactly why this film is obsessed with making its characters seem this way just with this information. Perhaps the most immediately noticeable thing is the intense and odd soundtrack. Right from the opening obituary, all the way through the first act and other later sections of the film, The soundtrack is a constant unnerving tone, swelling and declining in a roller coaster game of tension building. And it's perhaps most noticeable during this opening shot, which, if you were in the cinema for, was especially apparent. As the camera slowly approaches the room, we're met with a rising collection of sounds, which we can call Paimond's approach. We've got these rising and ominous tones that come to define the soundtrack. Cymbals and trumpets, horns and skittish strings are all used throughout the film. We've got the clopping of hooves, the nasal expulsion of a fast-moving beast, and right at the end, the chittering whine of a buzzing fly. Now, the hooves and beastly exhalation immediately call to mind some cloven-hoofed minotaur-like demonic figure, which is right on the money and presumably what you're supposed to call to mind at this point. But later in the movie, we'll see a depiction of Paimon riding a camel, which is probably the more accurate answer. In fact, in depictions outside of Hereditary, Paimon is usually seen riding this camel. This is largely due to the fact that, as with many demons, Paimon finds his etymological roots as a jinn in Arabic literature, and the camel is a remnant of his Middle Eastern origins. The deep horn noises are also in reference to Paimond's deeper lore. He is traditionally shown as being preceded by men playing loud music, usually trumpets, horns, and cymbals, and again these instruments pretty much define the film's entire soundtrack, with particular prominence anytime Paimon is approaching or being reborn or some other critical event in his narrative. As for the fly noise, you may have noticed the fly buzzing around the windowsill already, and throughout the movie we'll get a lot more on this fly theme. Now, flies are naturally associated with dead bodies and decay, so we've got this feeling of death and pestilence following Paimon. But we also know he can possess things, and much later in the movie, when he's possessing Annie, we'll see her lithely skitter across the wall just like a fly might. So there's certainly a link between Paimon and the fly, sometimes thematic, sometimes literal, which we're going to explore in detail. But for now, with that in mind, this opening scene takes on a very different meaning. We can see the treehouse as being representative of hell. It's where Charlie, or Paimon'd, is most at home. It's the location the cult choose for Peter's ascension / Paimond's full resurrection. We even see a demonic red glow emanate from it while Annie is using a space heater. Now, given clues later in the movie, we can actually take a stab and say this could even be representative of Pandemonium, the supposed infernal capital city of hell that Paimon may ordinarily call home. We see a slow zoom out from the treehouse, perhaps alluding to Paimond's summoning by the cult or his slow encroachment and influence in the beginning, and as the camera follows Paimond's approach from Pandemonium, we see the fly set off moving. You can see this as a literal possession, but for me all of this is very figurative at this point. The fly is seemingly just a metaphorical signifier or stand-in for Paimond's approach. We then see the camera pan past several dioramas which are representative of different points in Annie's life. Given we see the fly and the treehouse prior to this timeline of Annie's life, I think it's a fair bet Paimond's involvement came just before or during her very early childhood. We know from what we see later in the movie that whether consciously or subconsciously, Annie uses her dioramas as a method of replaying and contextualizing her trauma. So it's pretty clear that none of these are going to be happy memories. It's also clear that they're playing out chronologically, as we know the end point of this camera pan ends with the present, the right now. It zooms in on our actual characters preparing for a funeral, and the movie picks up from that point. So if it starts in the past and ends with the now, then really what we're looking at here is a chronology, a timeline of traumatic events in Annie's life. And now we're starting to get into the good stuff. All right, that timeline begins with a closed room marked Keep Out, which just screams childhood trauma to me. I've seen quite a few people on Reddit and YouTube confused by this, but to me the answer is pretty clear. We find out later that Annie's father, having difficulty dealing with his wife's supposed mental health issues, began struggling himself, eventually shutting himself away and starving himself to death, and likely the only place he'd be able to shut himself away, hiding from people in his own home, would be his bedroom. We also know that Annie's brother hung himself in his mother's bedroom, which would have been his mother's and father's bedroom, but his father was already dead by that point. I think it stands to reason that this room is that location. The place Annie lost 2 of her family members to the machinations of her mother and the cult, the Keep Out sign likely an element of her father's efforts at isolation. I think the extremely old-fashioned and frankly foul wallpaper is also an indicator this was a house Annie grew up in. It's similar to patterns and geometries favoured by the cult and esotericism in general, as we see in photos of Annie's mother, in the decor of Joan's house, and in Joan's clothing. Really anywhere you see triangles and other geometric shapes in this movie, due to their extreme prevalence in esotericism and magic through history, just think cult involvement. I think it's also fair to say this wallpaper softly alludes to fingers poking through the triangular prison or cage bars, which is a very good fit for Annie's father, isolated and unwilling to eat in fear of the malicious plans of the cult. When I wrote everything I just read about it into the script for this video, that was all it was, just a very good guess. But I've had to come back and edit in this sentence because I can now confirm this is 100% Ellen's bedroom. More on that in a moment. The next diorama I was pretty sure about, but couldn't confirm until I found an obscure mention of it in an interview with the diorama's creator. Obviously, it's a school setting, it's not Peter's classroom, and it isn't a good fit for Charlie's either. But Charlie's class does have one notable thing about it, which isn't really dwelled upon, but that it's almost certainly intended to be a special needs classroom. We see a couple of other kids with recognizable disabilities. The overall age range is a little beyond what we'd expect for a realistic classroom scene in a movie. The teacher is deliberately passive in getting Charlie to engage with her work, and in the original script, we do actually see this confirmed that it's a special needs classroom. It makes sense that for two intelligent, overachieving parents like Annie and Steve, this would be an especially troubling thing to deal with. And when combined with anxieties over having let Ellen be too involved with Charlie's upbringing, this was almost certainly a source of trauma for Annie. And this diorama is actually representative of Charlie's preschool, presumably where she was when Annie first had it officially explained to her that Charlie was different and perhaps suffering from learning difficulties. It could be alluding to some other traumatic episode at Charlie's preschool. She does have big set your kid's hair on fire energy, but I think her receiving some kind of diagnosis here is the best guess. As with many things here, the ambiguity is likely intentional, but always with enough context to still be off-putting. And when we see it later, it'll become clear the doorway has bars on it, which again alludes to something sinister, but could also be a product of a special needs playgroup where it may have become a necessity. The next diorama is the hospice, where Ellen was a patient. We'll see this in much better detail later on, and I think it's pretty self-explanatory as to why watching her abusive mother die from a prolonged illness would be a source of trauma for Annie anyway. And then right before the final diorama of the Graham household, we see blueprints, plans stuck to the wall, driving home this idea that Annie's entire life has been secretly manipulated by the cult and the plans they have in store for Peter as well, given they're stuck right next to his bedroom, and that's where Paimon'd's focus is heading. And while we are just in Annie's workshop here in a literal sense, if we understand the destination diorama as the now, the tangible world the Graham family is existing in, and the treehouse as hell, or pandemonium to be more specific, then this in-between space of the workshop can be viewed as the world outside of the family's awareness, the plans of the cult, the unseen rituals going on around them, essentially the spiritual unseen, which is why Paimon'd can easily navigate it. This is the blurring or in-between space between hell and reality. And it's a busy, chaotic workshop with signs of crafting and planning in abundance, signs of all the cult's machinations. On the wall we see two paintings, a strange blue figure representing Paimon'd, and a woman in gold with her head cut out of frame, clearly representing the soon-to-be decapitated Ellen, who has been promised gold and wealth beyond her dreams. They're king and queen, presiding over this workshop, this in-between space where Paimon'd and the cult were able to interact. It's here that Ellen appears as a ghost, standing right in front of these blueprints, or plans. So again, literally this idea of an in-between space where even beyond death, Ellen can somehow still manifest. And as Paimon'd rides through it, building up speed and fervour as the camera zooms in and we hear this insane fly buzzing through the score, the camera, really Paimon'd, becomes a literal fly-on-the-wall camera angle in Peter's room, staring right at the spot we'll see Annie crawl across like a fly when she's possessed by Paimon'd. And keep this in mind because this is something else we'll look at in detail later on. There is a blurring of the line between director, or the lens of the film, let's say, and Paimon'd. And here we see the camera, not for the only time, seemingly move through the fourth wall of the bedroom. Just as we come to understand that Paimon'd can move through walls later on when he's possessing Annie. Right from the start, it's blurring the line between the demonic powers at work and the lens of the film. This opening shot not only gives you the entire plot of Annie's life leading up to the film, it also demonstrates the relationships of the main groups of the film, just from visual and audio context, as well as foreshadowing all the major events to come. building an insane amount of tension and being a practical and technical masterpiece. It is completely perfect. Just before I move on, it's worth pointing out that there are several key differences between the Graham household and the miniature. I've seen a couple of YouTube videos that pointed this out, people asking on Reddit, but they don't match perfectly in interior or exterior. Now, knowing a little bit about the production, I knew the interior shots were filmed on a set that was changing pre and mid filming. Steve Newburn, the guy in charge of the miniature production, was quite open about this during interviews. It simply wasn't possible to get a 100% match because of how quickly and last minute things were changing on set. So in terms of interior differences, we can put it down to alterations during filming. But presumably, the exterior of the house was fixed prior to the diorama being built. And so as to why that would be different, I just couldn't figure it out. In the same interview with Steve Newburn, he'd mentioned taking 400 exterior shots and being meticulous about getting it right. I just couldn't figure it out, and that doesn't make for a very good complete guide video, so I actually reached out to Steve directly, and as it turns out, he's a bloody lovely guy and sent me a full explainer right back. I'm going to put his explanation up on screen so that you can pause and read it for yourself if you like, because I'm sure it'll be fascinating to many of you. But to answer this question about the exterior specifically, initially they had planned to shoot in interior locations and then changed to a set. During production, the changes to the interior sets were so thorough that when it came time to make this diorama, Steve realized that the interior sets and house exterior weren't going to match at all. It wasn't possible to fit the interior sets in the exterior of the house because the changes had been so extensive. Ultimately, with the interiors being far more relevant to the story, the exterior of the house miniature was adjusted to work to the interior. As Steve points out, much of the front facade is left off the diorama, and in terms of the actual building, you never see any interior-exterior shots that will cause you to question this incongruity. And I was going to leave it there because I really didn't want to bother the guy too much, but fortunately for us, again, he's bloody lovely, so I did get to ask him a follow-up about the keep-out room, and while he was hazy on the details, he did confirm this was Ellen's room. So he was actually able to solve two mysteries for us, and I think really set us a strong precedent moving forward. I'd just like to thank Steve for that again, and I strongly encourage you guys to go check out their website. They do some amazing work, and will absolutely have provided material for a bunch of films you love, and a bunch of impressive stuff you likely won't have seen before too. We should also touch on Peter's bedroom and Steve's brief interaction with Peter, as it is still part of this opening shot. There's not much of note in Peter's room, it's actually quite sparse, which likely made the technicalities of the shot a little bit easier, but it does also lend itself to this idea of being a room in a dollhouse, which aren't traditionally over-furnished. We see Peter's telescope obscured by clothing, one of many allusions to Peter not being able to see what's coming, of his lack of awareness to the spiritual or celestial machinations occurring around him. Right from Steve's knock at the door, we notice a distance between the family members, a practiced knock used after many arguments over demands for privacy from a teenage son. Steve is dutifully respectful of Peter while still being authoritarian, and while his character may become an obstacle to Annie, he is by far and away the more caring parent, the closest thing the film has to a well-adjusted character that acts sensibly. This is, of course, because he is exterior to Annie's bloodline, and for the most part, untainted by Paimon'd and much of the film's insanity. But even so, given the context of it being the morning of his mother-in-law's funeral, Steve is more than a little distant with his son here. He shakes him awake and throws the suit onto the bed before heading to walk out. It's not exactly abusive, but it's also not Father of the Year material. And this immediate distance between the family is compounded by the question, do you know if your sister slept in her room last night? To the first-time viewer, this may seem like paternal care being muddied by the exhaustion of grief, but it's actually serving as foreshadowing for this malignance within the family by softly demonstrating this distance and this absence of care and affection. Peter replies that he doesn't know, and we see a moment of realization from Steve that no one knows where their youngest daughter slept last night, and I want to point out again just how tropey and cliche this could be if done wrong. One of the first lines of dialogue is, "Hey, do you know where your sister is?" Which would be a pretty jarring intro for even the schlockiest of horror movies, but just like every other potentially cliche or overused motif we see in this movie, it's done better. It hits home and it works perfectly without alerting the viewer to the real game that's being played here. During the camera pan across the workshop, we hear a muffled male voice, and while I'm almost positive it is Steve checking if his family are funeral ready, it's worth noting that at many points during the movie, we will hear the activity of cult members in and around the house. This could be them talking, or even chanting, but in all likelihood it is Gabriel Byrne here, and it's just encouraging you to listen closely, while also making you less suspicious of other off-camera sounds you may hear. It's also got that sense of muffled voices coming from the other side, which again supports the workshop here as being a symbolic stand-in for this in-between place. Sort of how the physical realm may appear to observing spirits, and we'll see that same idea played with again later on. Following Steve's realization that he's a terrible parent, we see him head outside to the treehouse to check on Charlie. It's perhaps intentionally covered by the tree here, but the treehouse has a pattern on it resembling the Rune of Life, which is a fitting place for it given that this is the location of Paimon'd's eventual resurrection. I'm not sure how intentional that is, but given everything else the film does, it wouldn't surprise me at all if it was. The camera pans down and we see Annie sat alone in the car, not helping her children get ready, seemingly frustrated at her daughter's decision to sleep in the treehouse again, or her husband's lack of awareness regarding it. Now, on first viewing, it's tempting to see this as grief. It's Annie that's lost her mother after all, so she has every right to sit in the car blindsided and angry. Quickly, though, we realise that this isn't simply grief. It's more evidence of this malignance within the family, this distance, this lack of communication and lack of affection. And that's never more apparent than it is in Annie's relationship with her children. It's apt then that as we meet this character, she's frustrated with her children, distant from them, and isolated emotionally. Here the car serves as a motif for her isolation, for the separation and barriers between them. The persistent and ominous hum that's played throughout the first few minutes of the movie briefly dulls to silence as the camera moves into Annie's isolated space. The sound is there to create tension and a feeling of intense dread, but its absence is also used to heighten this feeling of Annie's isolation by removing it just as you've adjusted to it. It's then brought back rapidly as we cut to the treehouse and we meet Charlie, bringing back the tension and ramping the dread back up so we know all is not quite right with her. Because I think it's fair to say the film wants us to be more than a little bit creeped out by Charlie right from the offset. As Steve comes up to check on her, he looks the wrong way and gets an extremely passive jump scare as he turns to see her. Right away, Charlie is being subliminally built as being off, in the wrong place, doing and saying the wrong things. It's all designed to give us a feeling of discomfort surrounding Charlie, with slight shades of Damien from the Omen films. Now, I didn't want to include this, but given that it's maybe the #1 Google question about Charlie, I should point out that Millie Shapiro, the actress that plays her, suffers from cleidocranial dysplasia. It's a rare medical condition that affects the development of the teeth, collarbones, and facial structure. Now, to be clear, in the Hereditary script, it does not specify that Charlie has any kind of facial deformity, and Millie Shapiro auditioned for the role after reading the script and feeling like the part was perfect for her. Now, while that may be the case, it's also fair to say that her appearance does increase this feeling of otherness in Charlie, and when viewing the movie for the first time, one can't help but make the association of her being somehow in a less than suitable vessel for Paimon'd, his demonic nature somehow causing Charlie's deformation within the context of the film. The script does mention that Charlie is androgynous, for example, and we know this is reflective of Paimon'd traditionally being male, with a feminine visage to him. And again, this idea that he's been born into the wrong body, he's seeking a male vessel, not a female one. It's even alluded to in the name Charlie, which can be used as a name for both males and females. In fact, Charlie gets her name from Annie's brother Charles, who killed himself, further alluding to this androgyny and the link between them having both been selected hosts for Paimon'd. Now, I have seen some critics express discomfort at this, essentially protesting Shapiro's appearance in the movie given the context of her character. But I think it's fair to say she was very aware of what the role entailed going in, and seemingly her parents, and the director, Ari Aster, all worked extremely closely together with a keen understanding of what they were building. In fact, Shapiro even posted a tongue-in-cheek video on social media pointing to her being aware of how the film would make her look ahead of time. So I think it's safe to say any concerns for her representation aren't shared by the actress. Plus, I've also seen critics condemn this film for literally demonizing transgender people because of Paimon'd's desire to swap bodies due to a gender bias. And let's just say that criticism is not going to be a part of this guide. There certainly is a form of transsexualism occurring, but I do not think this was built from or remotely to do with the demonizing of transgender people, and much more to do with the theme of women's bodies being literal sacrificial vessels for men. Now, I understand Millie Shapiro has had a difficult time with audience reactions in the years following the film's release, but to argue the film's case for a moment, I think the problem lies with disabled and deformed representation in general being lacking on screen, and I think it's fair to say that despite arguably using her deformity as a device to drive audience discomfort, ultimately it does a good job of not being exploitative to her in any way, It's not dwelled upon, it's not ridiculed or made fun of. Really, it's just one building block to her otherness. Everything else is down to the incredible script and the incredible performance, her reluctance to talk, her clicking, her playing around with dead animals. All of that is what makes Charlie a little bit terrifying. Really, I'd think of it as good casting, but yes, if that was a question you had, it is a genuine condition the actress has, and a conscious decision by the filmmakers to go in that direction by hiring her. But certainly not a prerequisite for the role of Charlie. They put out a casting call for suitable child actors, Millie Shapiro loved the part, she auditioned for it, and was clearly the best suited for the role. Back to Charlie in the treehouse, and as with most of the movie, the scene is littered with Easter eggs. We see this makeshift workbench set up on crates marked Herakles, which will have significance to Peter later on. This is actually foreshadowing, which may be a first for me. If you're paying very close attention on your first watch, you may notice Charlie quickly close the shoebox to prevent Steve from seeing inside. As we find out later, this is where she keeps normal kid stuff like severed bird heads that she might not want her dad to see. Even Charlie's outfit choices can tell us a great deal. Not only does Charlie hide the contents of her shoebox, but we also see her seemingly hide her hands away in her sleeves. Now, she may have something in her hands she's hiding. Again, she likes playing with animal body parts, but I think it could be these rings she's made herself out of little blue plastic or thread. If you're interested, do please check out her Etsy. Now, as to what these rings mean exactly, it's a bit of a mystery online. I think the most common suggestion is a wedding ring, symbolising Paimon'd's marriage to Ellen, and I think that's absolutely one part of it, but I don't think that's the whole answer. It's actually something a little more complex, tying a lot of thematic elements together. We'll look shortly at colour coding in the film, but for now know that pretty much anything blue in the film is Paimon'd or Paimon'd related. We've already seen the blue painting of Paimon'd, and there's much more to come. So we've got that general thematic link, we've got the homemade arts and crafts aesthetic that defines Charlie's artistic creations, essentially Paimon'd's subconscious manifesting visions of events to come. And rings in general, and especially in occultism, often represent binding, like Ellen is bound to Paimon'd, and like Paimon'd is bound to the physical vessel of Charlie, and bound to Ellen's bloodline in terms of other possession opportunities. It's unclear because Charlie is constantly hiding her hands in her sleeves, but the number of rings may change, and the fingers they're on certainly seems to. But this shot gives us really clear evidence that there is, at least at this point, 3 rings, and there are 3 generations of women in Annie's family that Paimon'd requires as a sacrifice. We're going to look at this in much greater detail, but for now just understand Ellen, Annie, and Charlie as a trinity. A lot like the Holy Trinity, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. If we see these 3 rings as representative of a trinity, these 3 sacrifices that have been requested, these 3 promises, which is another thing rings represent, then it starts to make a lot more sense. The rings represent the binding, this promise of the 3 trinity members' lives, or more specifically heads, to Paimon'd. 2 seem to be frayed, representing Annie and the original Charlie's unwilling sacrifice, and 1 is tied neatly with a little knot that gives it the shape of an engagement ring, representing Ellen's willing union with Paimon'd. But that's not everything. Charlie is also wearing pajamas with constellations on them, and again this is a purposeful decision to allude to her subconscious desires as Paimon'd. As we'll look at later, it's likely within the film's lore that Paimon'd is a fallen angel, and even though the film will never say it out loud, I think the links we see to the celestial, the stars, the heavens, are because in the deep lore of the film and supporting Christian literature, namely Paradise Lost by John Milton, this is something the followers of Lucifer crave after their failed war for heaven, to be back amongst the stars and ruling in heaven. So again, we see this subconscious desire playing out in Charlie's choice of pajamas. Now that's my theory, and we're going to get to all the demonic lore and Christian history when we look at Paimon'd, but there is another much more obvious link, which is stars' close kinship with pentagrams. Pentagrams are perhaps the most ubiquitous symbol in witchcraft, Wicca, Satanism, and all the surrounding fringes. A pentagram quite literally is a 5-pointed star symbol, and one of the oldest drawn symbols we have knowledge of. And if we think about the other most frequent occult and religious symbols, they're almost certainly the sun and the moon. So again, we have this idea of the celestial somehow powering or being in league with the magical. This goes back to our most ancient beliefs. The sun is traditionally linked with the holy, the pure, the light and the good, and subsequently becomes a religious motif. The stars and moon represent its opposite, the night, darkness, the unknown, and subsequently are linked to alternate schools of belief like occultism and magic. Throughout history, the pentagram has meant a great many different things. For example, in my complete guide to Green Knight, there's a big section on its meaning to medieval chivalry and knightly codes of conduct. But one place that it's really stuck around is the occult and the esoteric. A great example comes from the Lesser Key of Solomon, the grimoire where we and the filmmakers draw a great deal of our knowledge regarding Paimon'd. Its cover and inner illustrations are littered with pentagrams, or stars. The text also makes several mentions of stars, with some of Paimon'd's demonic colleagues even being described as having their faces adorned by stars. So there's a clear link in there, and whatever part of that we ascribe to, there's still some very clear visual storytelling occurring here. In one shot, we have Peter's obscured telescope unable to see the stars. In a quickly following shot, Charlie's leggings have constellations on them. Clearly, he is blind to Charlie's true nature, as the rest of the Graham family seem to be. And that seems true in every interaction. Steve reprimands Charlie for sleeping in the treehouse, saying she will catch pneumonia, and she replies with the terrifyingly blunt, "That's okay." And I won't dwell on it, but Charlie's dialogue is perfectly written and perfectly delivered. Here we have a schism between what we on our first watch and Steve here, that she's an awkward child trying to downplay the danger to avoid getting in trouble. Perhaps she has some difficulty communicating. And on the flip side, the real meaning that one might understand on their second watch, that it is okay, that this vessel is meaningless, and that death is not only not a threat to Paimon'd, but something subconsciously, if not actively, being sought out by him so he can switch bodies. One last thing before we move on, the other big question people generally have about Charlie. At what point did Charlie become Paimon'd? Has this been a recent change, or was Charlie Paimon'd in the womb? Was there ever such a thing as the real Charlie? And this has a really clear answer from the director Ari Aster. Paimon'd has been in Charlie from roughly the moment she was born. There was a Charlie Graham, but right at the point of birth, or more likely in the immediate days that followed, as Ellen was able to get her hooks in, Paimon'd entered and completely displaced the original Charlie. Now, while it's great that we get such a clear and concrete answer out of him, it does lead to some puzzling inconsistencies in Charlie that may alert even first-time viewers. I'll discuss a couple of them as we go through, but we already have a great example right here. If Paimon'd is saying "that's okay" regarding pneumonia and is seemingly ambivalent about his own death, then why do we see Charlie freak out and lean out of the window trying to save her own life? Why is Charlie seemingly unaware of what the cult is doing if Paimon'd is the one who's made the agreement with them for this to happen? And so on. One thing we can say it's 100% not is the real Charlie resurfacing in these moments, or some kind of personality blur between her and Paimon'd. That is confirmed by the director to not be the case. It's Charlie's body, but it's Paimon'd driving 100%. So in the case of choking in the car, we can put it down to his vessel dying from a peanut allergy being a confusing and uncomfortable experience for Paimon'd. But the real reason for all these inconsistencies has to be put down to Paimon'd's addled and only partially alert mind. And this loss of awareness and understanding he's suffering from is caused by two things. Primarily, the act of being born into a child's mind and body, a human female child no less, essentially sets Paimon'd back to square one for a good few years as the brain and body he's inhabiting begin to develop, and stemming from that, the fact that he's in this unsuitable female vessel. He's scared and disconnected from the world, consciously unaware of what's happening regarding the cult's plans, but perhaps subliminally aware of what he's signed up for. And later he may feel confusion when he is born or transferred into Peter's body, as this process is likely still disorientating for Paimon'd. But both of the main problems are essentially removed. His brain is more developed in a young adult body, and most crucially, he's in a more suitable male body. While there are times this may be a little dissatisfying when it comes to how Charlie behaves and what Paimon'd knows, these moments are essential for the tone and pacing of the film. For example, if during the scene where Charlie gets lampposted, she was waving her head out of the window begging for death, then we would essentially view Peter as guiltless and never have any reason to doubt Annie's sanity. We would just know the child was possessed. Ultimately, we can't read Charlie's mind, but all of these inconsistencies in her behaviour can be explained away by Paimon'd's confused and lacking mental state. And his tendency to physically construct things that we'll see happen in the future can be put down to his subconscious desires playing out in the things that he builds, both because he can literally see the future, and more specific to the film, that somewhere underneath his confusion he remembers the plan. This fascination with dioramas and miniatures is obviously mirroring Annie, except she uses it subconsciously to process trauma in the past, and Paimon'd uses it to subconsciously act out his visions of and desires for the future, which is why we see him displaying seemingly godlike knowledge of events that haven't happened yet, while at other times acting like a confused child that doesn't understand the plan he's central to. We're going to look at Paimon'd's lore and power set in much greater detail later on, but I wanted to clear up that initial confusion regarding Paimon'd and Charlie's motivations, because it's another big question people usually have. From the treehouse, we move straight to the funeral, and we open to this still shot of Ellen's memorial photo. Now, again, we are delivering exposition here. The audience needs to know who's been mourned, and this is a pretty common trope for funerals on film. But as you may expect, there's a great deal more going on with this shot. Most relevant to the plot, we see Ellen holding a book, and it's tempting to say this is the copy of Invocations we see Annie find later in the film, but the cover colour does seem slightly more yellow than green. Now that could be to do with how this scene is graded, but truthfully it doesn't really matter. It's an old-looking book, alluding to attained knowledge, perhaps hidden or occult knowledge that's designed to generate a feeling of unease around Ellen. What's really crucial here, though, is the colour of everything, and it gives me a great opportunity to present the colour coding of the film. As I've mentioned already, everything blue, specifically turquoise, but really any kind of blue, is related to Paimon'd, and everything gold or yellow is generally related to Ellen, seemingly the matriarch of the cult and the prime benefactor of Paimon'd's promised riches. Although how she plans to spend them in hell is left up to the imagination. And here we see Ellen sat on a blue sofa, essentially a throne related to Paimon'd, her seat as his queen. She is dressed in yellow and gold, signaling her profit from this position. There's also a sinister band of red behind her, giving off relatively creepy vibes, and that's matched with the white of the flowers and the white of her trousers. White and red as a colour combination generally alludes to birth, life and death, and if you're interested in that, I do a big explainer on it in my Alien Explain video. But within the context of this movie, red is a signal of the cult's involvement and the satanic magic they are making use of. Not seen here, but the other main relevant colour would be orange, which is attributed to Charlie or Paimon'd within Charlie's form. Depending on how you want to look at it, we'll be calling that Char Paimon'd from here on out. Following that, we see Annie take to the podium to give a eulogy to her mother. And at first, we're really not supposed to know what Annie is feeling. We've had confused emotions between Steve and Peter, and Annie sat alone in the car looking frustrated. By this point, we're probably aware that all is not quite right, but we also have little reason to assume Annie isn't in the midst of extreme grief. And so, as the eulogy begins, we get this slow panning shot of the back of Annie's head, refusing to show the audience what she's feeling. As her face comes into view, the speech starts to give us a little more of the discomfort driving Annie, suggesting her mother would be suspicious to see this kind of a turnout, and saying it's heartening to see so many strange new faces here today. I think we could safely presume that Annie is a little suspicious at the turnout, given that it's frequented by many of the cult members. And her entire speech runs in this form of doublespeak for what she actually feels towards her mother, and the situation, and what is proper to say at a funeral. She's not happy about it, but she's playing her role just as she has done her entire life. We see Peter and Steve giving slightly off reactions to what Annie is saying, because they understand it's doublespeak, even if they have no inkling towards the supernatural workings of the cult yet. And that kind of a close lens on language is extremely important in this film. The script is super sharp and wrought with hidden meaning disguised as plain speech. As the camera continues to move round, we see Annie's face and her quite cold demeanour, and we begin to hear something closer to the truth about Annie's mother, describing her as a very secretive and private woman, saying that she had private rituals, private friends, private anxieties. And again, we can see clearly how these all apply secondary meaning. The rituals are obviously the satanic practices of the cult, and things like we see Annie dabbling with following Charlie's death. The private friends are the other cult members, and private anxieties can easily be applied to her ultimate goal of summoning Paimon'd and getting him in the correct vessel, and the trauma that imparts on their family unit. Upon first watch, however, all this is really doing is building tension and providing a grounded reason for this distance and coldness within the family. Grandma was a private and secretive woman, and this seems to have heavily impacted her daughter and subsequently her daughter's relationship with her children. As the speech continues, it's this secrecy and coldness that Annie focuses on. And while it continues, focus shifts away from Annie. Firstly, so we really can't get any measure of how upset she is, but more importantly, to keep this obvious doublespeak only on the edges of the audience's awareness. It's a very clever few seconds of filmmaking, as the film does its best to distract you from what's being said in the speech. The camera cuts to Charlie hovering over Grandma's coffin, and while the continuing speech is about Grandma within the context of the movie, we're almost certainly supposed to apply it to Charlie because it clearly suits her to a T. she was a very difficult woman to read. If you ever thought you knew what was going on with her, and God forbid you tried to confront that, and as the camera rips away from Charlie, the thought goes unfinished, essentially reinforcing that while it applies to Grandma, this ominous description is now perhaps better suited to Charlie. Annie cuts the thought off to say, but when her life was unpolluted, suggesting very clearly that something Annie did not approve of had come into her mother's life and polluted it. Pollution is a really clever word here because it ever so softly hints on something dark or poisonous or malicious slowly creeping its way in and sullying what it touches. It's quite a damning and passive-aggressive statement, but it's obscured from the viewer by what's happening on screen as Charlie notices her grandma's necklace, the symbol of Paimon'd's cult in the movie, and something that in real life is known as the Seal of Paimon. During her speech, Annie is wearing the same necklace, and it's important to point out that full knowledge of the cult has been kept from Annie, and that she's presumably wearing the necklace here simply because her mother gave her it and was insistent on her wearing it, and ultimately it's her mother's funeral. She may be familiar with the symbol as relating to her mother, but she does not understand its true meaning at this point. Outside of the movie, however, the real-life Seal of Paimon, as seen in the grimoire The Lesser Key of Solomon, isn't an exact match to this. It's actually been modified slightly, so instead of these 4 shapes central to the design, there's actually just 3. This is because in the film they're using it to represent the 3 heads that Paimon is demanding from the family, Ellen, Charlie and Annie, so they present this very slightly altered version. A happy byproduct of this is that these little squiggles here then become representative of a 666. Another thing worth pointing out about this necklace specifically is that it's gold. Gold jewelry traditionally being a sign of royalty, denoting Ellen as both queen of the cult and Paimon'd's queen or bride. Following the shot of the necklace, we see Charlie snap round, as if being alerted to something we don't hear, and we're treated to scary-faced cult man grinning at her. As the speech continues, we begin to hear Charlie's clicks interrupting over it, and we see her loudly sketching out her mother's grief. Now, on the face of it, we're being confronted with an odd child that doesn't seem to understand social cues. She shouldn't be making noise, she shouldn't be drawing at a funeral, and upon being confronted with her own grieving mother, her first thought shouldn't be to break out the craft supplies and try to capture the moment. Not understanding social cues goes a little further than that still, because in the drawing, Annie is weeping. While Annie may not be shouting with glee at her mother's passing, she's also very clearly not crying. So we're really being shown a child that either doesn't understand human social norms or is focusing down into the small amount of grief Annie is feeling, because that's what she's getting a kick out of. And as we know, Charlie is actually Lord Paimon, and I think the idea that this focus on grief or trauma, that it's something he enjoys and burrows into, is absolutely spot on. As a first-time viewer, we're supposed to presume the answer is a deeply troubled child, but really all the clues are there that this is a gleeful demon biding its time, reveling in the misery of those around him. However, it may go deeper than that still, because according to Alex Wolff, the actor that plays Peter, rather than being gleeful and willing, Paimon is scared and confused, sad even, at being used for the machinations of the cult. He even likens it to mental illness, our central theme, with Charlie having this literal demon within and outwardly coming across as just a creepy little girl. And I agree with that to an extent, certainly while Paimon's trapped in Charlie's body and unaware of what's happening. So if you choose to, you can see Charlie's drawing as an attempt to connect with Annie, or connect with anything emotionally, and misery is something they recognise due to being currently miserable themselves. And while that may be entirely accurate, I think ultimately his horrible little drawings and the other examples of Paimon's scribbling are demonic impulses starting to come to the surface and re-emerge in his waking mind. While we may find sympathetic roots to humanise him, he's still a high-ranking member of Hell's hierarchy that takes payment in the form of human sacrifice. I think it's also worth mentioning that, again, we see another overdone horror movie trope of creepy kid and demonic drawings being absolutely perfected by Ari Aster here, because while this sort of thing is ultimately familiar in the genre, it's done so well, so subtly and so deeply here that really it can be retired forever. And that may seem like an overreaction to one doodle, but I assure you as we go through, there is a wealth of cool and creepy hidden meaning in Paimon's sketchy vandalism. And as well as the drawing, we're also introduced to the clicking here, something that really came to define the movie upon first release with a kind of viral popularity. It's simple, it's unnerving, and it works beautifully well to separate the movie almost right away. In lore, I think it's very tempting to view this as part of Paimon's discomfort at his host body, or vessel, as well. In the script, it's described as a tic that Charlie has, but it's left quite nondescript beyond that. However, towards the end of the film, when Paimon has entered Peter's body, we see Peter click also. So we're left with two options. One, that this is from Paimon'd's discomfort simply at being in a human body, even one deemed as suitable for him, like Peter, or more likely that this is some natural tic of Paimon'd's demon body, not the androgynous humanoid we see him depicted as on Earth. Paimon'd requires a human form to exist in this realm, so we could say with absolute certainty that his traditional form is not human. On top of this, we know from Paimonic lore that he has a non-human tongue or dialect somewhat like a croak or a groan, and must be commanded by the conjurer to speak in a recognizable tongue. So this idea that he's got an alien, unrecognizable voice and possibly non-human speaking equipment in his true form is already present outside of the movie. To go a level deeper, the clicking initially reminded me of certain insects, certain kinds of beetles, for example, that make clicking noises as a defense mechanism. And we do have this association between Paimon'd and flies and buzzing insects and so on. And so to me at first it seemed likely that this was a product of Paimon'd's insect-like mouth that's just unused to communicating with regular speech through human anatomy, coming out in moments he's anxious or just forgets his surroundings. And that's very close to the truth, I think. But in reality, I think what's become known as the click is actually a cluck. And that rather than being insectoid in his true form, perhaps what we're hearing with the click, or cluck, is an innate tic of his true, more bird-like form. We'll look at exactly why that is in detail shortly when we get onto the bird imagery at work in the film. But for now, know that even if I refer to it as a click for simplicity, I'm almost positive it's a cluck. The last important piece to Charlie's character is the nut allergy, something we also see introduced at the funeral. And I think everyone's first takeaway should be that eating a chocolate bar like this is a clear sign of possession. Now, as with the not knowing where Charlie is in the first lines of dialogue, in another director's hands, immediately foreshadowing her nut allergy would absolutely feel jarring and tropey. You may be aware of Chekhov's gun or Alfred Hitchcock's rule of three, essentially the idea that if you need the audience to remember something important, you're going to have to show it either blatantly or repetitively, and that details introduced to the plot should always pay off. There shouldn't be any dead ends. And as audience members, we've got quite savvy to rules like this. It often becomes groan-inducing how transparent this is when you see something and know it's only being introduced to you, so you're not unclear on it later. So again, as with Charlie being missing at the start and the dollhouse theme, we see Ari Aster choose to saturate the foreshadowing right away. First by creating a situation with risk, that being Steve seeing Charlie with the chocolate bar and asking about nuts, and then immediately doubling down and having Annie ask the same thing. If we're following Hitchcock's rule of three, then we've just given the audience 2 out of 3 necessary warnings regarding the allergy in the same piece of dialogue. Not only that, but Annie follows up with saying they haven't brought the EpiPen. And this is a really clever piece of misdirection because at this point it's much, much likelier that you think Annie and Steve aren't great parents rather than Charlie is a demon host for the 8th Lord of Hell. Literally the second you're saturated with it, you're given something else to make you feel as though you've cracked the case. The child has been left alone in a treehouse all night, has been left with chocolate that may kill her, and her mother has sat in the car oblivious, forgetting to bring the thing that would save her life right after she's just lost a close family member. That's just the information you have at this point on a first-time viewing. So really what you're most likely to focus on here is that Annie is lacking as a mother, while quietly noting to your subconscious that the treehouse child has a nut allergy, and that is a masterclass in how to deliver expositional foreshadowing. The setup we needed has again been achieved in one quick movement, our characters are further developed, and the audience are only wiser in the way the film intends for them to be. There is a slightly different reading available here too. Annie's mention of the EpiPen does show that her mindset, and we see this with the rest of the family, is very focused on mortality. We don't see her hug Charlie, really she would have probably snapped if Steve hadn't already verified it was nut-free. Instead, she just cares about the life and death binary of the situation. We can presume that this is a product or a signifier of extreme grief resulting from loss of close family. They, specifically Annie, but Steve too, care about their family, but recent events have twisted or forced their perspective to something more fatalistic and less everyday. Put simply, they're hyper-concerned with issues of death while trailing further away from closeness and care as their grief overburdens them. And if you've suffered from something similar, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Grief like this can lead to an obsession with death, and that's essentially what we see Annie spiral into, albeit using this supernatural metaphor of afterlife and resurrection. And that's how this metaphorical relationship is going to work throughout the movie. Grief and mental illness are used as a mask for the actual demonic supernatural narrative at work here, but crucially, that demonic and supernatural narrative is itself a metaphorical stand-in for grief and mental illness. It's very circular in that respect. Now, I think the biggest question surrounding the funeral scene, mostly because people have been unable to answer it, is the ointment or oil that Charlie observes one of the cult members rubbing on Ellen's lips. I've seen a lot of different half theories on this, but none that I fully agreed with or that I considered to be complete. A lot of people suggested that this is Annie rubbing the ointment, or even Joan, but that's not the case. It's definitely just an unnamed cult member. Before we get into this though, I should point out that the use of herbs and oils in satanic rituals is just one example of the film being influenced by and referencing or giving homage to Rosemary's Baby. I thought about doing a whole comparison throughout the video, but ultimately it would spoil Rosemary's Baby if people haven't seen it. It wouldn't add anything I'm not going to explain about Hereditary anyway, and also it's a film by Roman Polanski, and quite frankly, fuck that dude. But it is worth noting that a lot of points throughout the movie, this being the first, it is alluding to themes and motifs present in Rosemary's Baby. Now, in the script, this lip ointment is described as an oil, and at other key moments, like when Annie explores her mother's belongings, we see her stumble across potions and herbs that have been used as part of the cult's rituals that are also referred to as oils in the script. So the most obvious answer, and the one people usually run with, just like the book Ellen was holding, this is some non-specific element of the occult ritual that the cult are engaged in. And wherever you go from there, that much certainly remains true. But there is more we can say about it. Firstly, we can't rely on the script for anything more than guidance. The funeral scene has the same bones in the script, but is ordered differently, and several key elements have been changed, either on set or prior to shooting. For example, this woman is supposed to be concerned as to what's being rubbed on Ellen's lips, and clearly they instead decided to make her a knowing participant, trying not to give too much away. It also says this guy is looking at Charlie with an overly sentimental look in his eyes, which, let's just say, I think it's clear they were experimenting a lot on set. It also suggests Charlie looks away because she's unnerved by the corpse and not because she senses this guy looking at her. So overall, we can say that the script and the film are not the exact same story, and for that reason, we'll really only be looking to it for confirmation where is absolutely necessary. Even more relevant to us though, a lot of key details regarding the background lore, the machinations of the cult, and the specifics of the occultism are left out from the script. Either because these were things that were perfected during production, or more likely, because these key elements of meaning were deliberately shrouded, personal to Ari Aster himself. And truthfully, that's what we're interested in here, the deep meaning. So for me at least, saying this is simply an oil the cult uses isn't particularly a satisfying answer. Now, there is going to be a particular herb mentioned quite a lot in the background, that being Dittany of Crete, which again does not appear in the script, but we could say for certain that that is not what this is. We're going to look at that when it comes up, but for now we can rule it out, firstly because it's black, not clear, and furthermore because we know it aids in facilitating demonic possession and Paimon'd getting his claws in, essentially. That really makes no sense. In Ellen's case, she's literally dead, and possessing her would presumably be as gross as it would be useless. It would be a very dumb movie if it did something like that, wouldn't it? So if it's not Dittany of Crete, if this isn't about possession, then what is it about? Well, I think I have an extremely satisfying answer. The first thing I thought of here was essentially paganistic rites of the dead, things like putting coins in the eyes to pay the boatman, and other such supernatural beliefs enacted on the body post-mortem. And when it comes to these rites, and specifically anointing the lips with oil, we essentially have two main reasons this has been practiced throughout history. The first being a tradition within royalty to have the lips anointed prior to burial. Now, there's a great many reasons why this may have happened, often tied into beliefs of their journey in the afterlife, but presumably and practically because the body had to lie in state, and preserving it and making it smell nice were of prime importance. And you may have already made the connection with discussing Queen Ellen's lips here, so not only are the cult anointing her as royalty in death, but it's a subtle visual clue to the audience as to her status. But that's not all, because while that is a nice fit for what's going on here, it's also really quite Christian, and this is coming from a distinctly opposed to Christianity type cult. At the end, Joan literally rejects Christianity in front of Paimon'd, so to me it seemed off that they'd be engaging in a practice that has predominantly, but not solely, been Christian. But this practice of anointing the lips with oil hasn't solely been related to royalty. In fact, if we look at pagan esoteric beliefs, quite early pagan esoteric beliefs, it was actually quite common to oil the lips to ease the escape of the soul from the mouth. They're lubricating your soul hole, so to speak. Later, when we see Paimon'd leaving Charlie and trying to enter Peter multiple times, it will always be through the mouth. And this is something that 100% needs to happen for Ellen and the cult's plan to work. She has to appear to Annie to jumpstart Annie's belief in the supernatural, and to do that she has to ensure her soul is free to roam. So while we can say there's absolutely a visual allusion to Ellen's status as a queen, I think what's actually happening here, to answer 100 different Reddit threads from the last 5 years, is that they're easing Ellen's soul from her body so that she can essentially still frequent the home, enact and observe the cult's plan. And again, that space she is going to appear in, the workshop, has already been metaphorically built as this in-between space between the encroaching supernatural and the Graham family, a quasi-spiritual realm. As far as I'm concerned, it's this anointing of the lips that makes Ellen's appearance there possible. Lastly, for the funeral, and I have already mentioned him, why is the creepy cult member smiling at Charlie? Now, I think this is actually pretty obvious compared to what we've just gone over, but this is also another big question people have. The answer is simply that they've been successful in summoning Paimon'd to a human body. This is the look of a man who's staring at a demon he knows he's helped bring into the world. Maybe he's trying to get in Paimon'd's good graces, maybe he's simply unable to contain his glee. Whatever the case, he's extremely happy with how things are going, and ultimately how he knows they will end. It's very important to view the Grahams as sacrificial lambs unaware of what they're walking into, but pretty much everyone around them is aware. This was essentially Ari Aster's mantra going into the movie. It's also something I kept to heart when writing my novel because I think it's an incredibly powerful suspense tool in character-driven horror. And while the Graham family may be unaware of it, this is the first major clue to the audience that something very wrong is going on around them. Following the funeral, we see the Graham family return home, and just before they walk in the door, we're greeted to an interior shot, itself designed to give this feeling that we're in the home without their knowledge, just like the cult, we're there before them, watching for their arrival. And just like we see with the opening shot, we have this blurring between the lens of the film and the lens of Paimon'd and the cult that's going to be extremely important later on. And to cement that to the audience, we have the sound of shuffling footsteps as the cult members present in the house hurry away to hide themselves from the family, getting ready to wait and watch them just as we're doing. We also see the family dog Max come out to greet the family, presumably because he's hiding from the noises of the cult members and wants to alert them. If you watch way too closely, you can actually see the dog waiting for its cue to move forward, clearly a very well-trained dog, but it does give off the impression that he's literally just been let go of by a cult member hidden in the cupboard. It's also worth noting that Steve is the only family member to show the dog any attention, and he does so quite lovingly. He also reminds everyone to take their shoes off. He's subtly being set up as the caregiver of the family, his biological distance from Annie's bloodline meaning he's not as impacted by the machinations of the cult and the repeated trauma that follows them. And while that is happening, we see the exact opposite with Annie. As soon as she's alone with Steve, we see her say, "It does feel weird, should I be sadder?" And again, we're subtly building Annie as this uncaring and perhaps mentally unwell person, because as the audience, we do expect her to be sadder. Annie asks Steve about this because he's a psychiatrist. She's not so much confiding here as asking for a professional opinion. Again, building her as somehow having improper feelings in the face of quite a heavy situation, and Steve as someone who's more emotionally connected and present. So subtly, we're building up that bait and switch between Annie being crazy and actual supernatural events that define the latter half of the film. But beyond that, we are portraying quite a complex image of grief. It can be confusing. You don't control how you feel or react to things, and everyone reacts differently. But for middle-aged people that have been caretaking elderly and particularly terminally ill parents, there can be this sense of guilt at the relief they may feel when it's finally over. And right here we can see how the film is using supernatural elements, Annie's distant relationship with her mother due to the cult and the invocation of Paimon'd, and blurring the lines with what it's actually saying about the trauma and illness and bereavement within the family unit. Following the family's return, we get a glimpse of Annie's career. We get this full screen of her exhibition flyer, but just before that in the hallway we get to see two of her display pieces. And while the movie never shows us them extremely close up, they are phenomenal pieces of art, especially the quicksand model, which was designed to show the passage of time, according to Aster and Newburn. We see three houses of different eras from the bottom up, colonial, then Victorian, then modern. And we can see that the previous houses are buried underneath. It's a creepy model, and it sums up perfectly this idea of those who've preceded us still being with us, still haunting us in a way as we build our lives on top of their influence. It's a metaphor for hereditary passing, essentially. Generations of a family demonstrated in the most eerie way possible. And it speaks to Annie's feelings that she can't escape her past and the things her mother has done to her. It's also a trinity of houses, a trinity of generations, and that's going to be extremely important later on. And while I don't subscribe to the idea, it's a good piece of evidence, perhaps the only evidence, that this condition within the bloodline preceded Ellen. As I said, this model goes back to the colonial era, the Victorian era, which is more suggestive of Ellen's parents than Ellen herself. The other model is given pride of place right in front of the door, but is even less clear to the viewer in what it's representing. Unless you're looking very closely, this will probably just look like an everyday dollhouse. It's actually a house designed to feel like it's trapping the residents within, which should give you some idea as to how Annie feels about her home. And this won't be an explicit motif in the film. It's building on the subtextual mental illness and disquiet Annie has about her life. That Annie is literally and metaphorically representative of a woman who feels trapped in her life and that was pressured to start a family. We see bars, chains, steel plates, even vault doors, according to the diorama's creator, covering all the exits and trapping the owners inside. Another thing of note about the model coming from Ari Aster's Reddit AMA is the deliberate obscuring of the attic window where Ellen's body will be placed and Charlie's room in reference to their positioning amongst the darker supernatural elements. You can actually see this in action near the end when the dollhouse becomes illuminated. Now this isn't a perfect stand-in for their house, but I presume from what Ari Aster is saying here that he kind of saw it as being representative in some way. As for the miniature flyer, most of it we already covered during the opening shot, but there is one image that is new in the top left. This was almost certainly Ellen's living room or parlour, where she met with the cult, essentially. The walls are yellowy gold and the armchairs and sofa are blue, just as we saw in the photo of Ellen at the funeral. The armchairs are all pointed towards the sofa, suggesting the group's focus towards Queen Ellen. The name of Annie's exhibit, Small World, is usually used to react to a slight coincidence or finding a connection where one might not expect. But here it's verging on simulacra and simulation territory. If you don't know what I mean by that, please don't worry. It's a very complex way of discussing relatively simple ideas that generally university lecturers loathe teaching because of this unnecessary complexity. It was a core influence for the postmodernist movement and more crucially The Matrix, which I think demonstrates its concepts quite fluently. Another great example though is a prison. A prison convinces us we are free, we're not locked up like criminals, but through the prison, what it symbolizes, we come to understand we aren't free. We can't do what we want because of laws, because of the prison's very existence. And from that, we realize we exist in a larger prison, that it's been true all along, just not in the way we first assumed. The prison is a signifier of our wider imprisonment. So to put it simply here, Annie controls a small world of miniatures, but through that, we come to understand that to Paimon'd and the cult, Annie lives in a small, controllable world, that she has no control whatsoever. She is completely unaware of the cult's machinations until it's too late. And that shows us that this initial thing we felt about the dollhouses being these small, controllable spaces with unaware participants is true, just in a deeper and darker way than we first thought. A truth hides the lie through which we see the truth. It's building this feeling of the family's lives not being their own, of them being dolls on a set, unable to see the bigger picture, and subtextually layering the realities we're aware of during the film. And this is confirmed right after, where we get several shots of Annie wearing her monocular. This is very similar to Peter's covered telescope. While Peter may be entirely unaware and oblivious to events, Annie is watching. She is focused. She just has an extremely narrow view, tunnel vision, that eventually leads to the damning of her and her family. She's in a small world, unable to see the bigger picture, convinced she has some measure of what's going on. And as we see her grip on reality falter, her ability to control and produce her small world falls off as she realizes she's not in control. There's one more thing of note regarding the flyer, and that's Annie's decision to use her maiden name for her work. Now, firstly, this made me think of maiden, mother, and crone, which is another descriptor for the three states of womanhood seen in the triple goddess, or pagan trinity, that we're going to look at in detail later. I'm not sure if this is intentional, but it's certainly apt given that it's a keen focus of the film. But beyond that, I think it's clearly demonstrating, really the whole exhibit is demonstrating, that Annie is stuck in the trauma of her past, trapped and unable to escape her mother's shadow. Even the scene behind the laptop is lit with gold. Annie's mother's presence is everywhere in her life, and soon her presence is about to literally be in the workshop. Now, I've already mentioned Annie using these dioramas as a method to at least showcase, but hopefully process her trauma. Later, when we see Annie creating the diorama of Charlie's death, she'll claim this is generating an objective view. And we can certainly say that even prior to the events of the film, she is doing this and considers it to be normal. But really, here is the first time the audience is seeing that, as she's creating a scene very clearly reminiscent to her mother dying in hospital. It's not made 100% clear that this is Ellen, although it absolutely is. And it's worth noting the tightrope the film is walking as viewers become unsure as to whether this was a request that feels uncomfortable and untimely for Annie to have to complete, or whether this is something she's decided to create. How the film presents Annie through the first and second act is probably the most intelligent character work I've ever seen on screen. I don't know anyone who heard Annie chanting in that room on the first viewing and thought she was anything other than batshit insane, and that's because the film lets you think you're uncovering the mystery, in this being all Annie's mental illness, and in doing that, it's got you unknowingly exploring the subtextual themes the film is focused on, the things the supernatural devices are a stand-in for. It's genius, and I really don't use that word lightly. Media usually has two speeds in delivering subtext. Either it's completely out there and up for interpretation like The Lighthouse, or it's something like 1899 or The Purge that's going to beat you around the head with it, shouting, "Look how clever we are." Ari Aster presents a legitimate third way to getting your audience to become aware of your subtext here, and it's nothing short of genius. Like with a lot of this movie though, I'm not even sure it's something you could replicate. Following our proper introduction to Annie's miniatures, we see Steve making the rounds and checking on the family, for the most part being presented distance and dismissive answers. We see Annie let out a sigh as she enters the conversation, whereas Steve greets her with a warm smile. He acts interested and clearly demonstrates care for her and her work, interest and care that she does not demonstrate back. The conversation is left without her reply, and we even see her getting frustrated with the conversation continuing through her raising of the monocular and her finally fully acknowledging Steve. While it's definitely ignoring him out of frustration and distance in this case, it's worth pointing out that nearly every time we see Annie painting her miniatures, it's a fine line between professional focus and full-on vacant fugue-like state like we see during her sleepwalking, which again suggests that she's in her trauma, so to speak, while working on her dioramas. We also see her grow increasingly irate as this state is repeatedly intruded upon, and she becomes less and less able to work and subsequently escape from and process what is going on through this displacement activity. After that, Steve goes to check on Peter, and we do see a more loving relationship here, possibly the healthiest bond in the whole family. But even still, Peter does have problems communicating. He is Annie's son and victim to the Lee bloodline, and subsequently racked with his own troubles. Just like Annie, he isn't feeling any kind of genuine sadness to have lost his grandma. Now, we know Grandma loves Charlie because Charlie is Paimon'd, but she may have also kept a distance from Peter, knowing he was going to be entirely displaced come Paimon'd's full ascension. It's equally possible that he was privy to more of Ellen's behaviour than Charlie, and just like Annie, feels a sense of relief with her passing. Steve seems to understand entirely, likely feeling the exact same way, although he's far more tactful about it than Annie. Steve tells Peter he loves him, and we see Peter clearly struggling and unwilling to say it back. And while that is very normal for a teenage boy, it also finalises for the audience that Steve is the voice of reason and compassion here, and perhaps the only functional member of the family that's at least attempting to openly communicate. In parallel to this, we then see Annie go to check on Charlie, and on the one hand, this is maybe the most emotionally connected, good parenting we see from Annie. On the other, it's at times passive-aggressive, absentee, and she fails to reassure or connect with her child. On a side note, and I probably won't stop mentioning this throughout, look at Toni Collette's range in this scene alone. Not even nominated for an Oscar. Annie immediately picks up Charlie's sketchbook to see a picture of the deceased Ellen. In comparison to her drawings of everyone else, where they look as bad as possible, Ellen looks relatively peaceful and normal. We can assume Char Paimon'd had a better relationship with Queen Ellen than the rest of the family, and she certainly does seem the most upset. And that's confirmed by Annie telling Charlie she was Ellen's favourite, and that even when she was a baby, Annie wouldn't feed her because Ellen insisted on it. Now, we know why this favouritism exists from Ellen, but the feeding aspect is an essential part of getting Paimon'd into Charlie's body. This process of possession at birth occurred through the feeding process, something we'll actually see photographic evidence of. There's again clear doublespeak with everything Annie is saying here, and while a first-time viewer may see this as a failed effort to reassure Charlie, it's actually thinly veiled resentment towards her mother and Charlie's closeness, and her distance from both of them. She never got the love from her mother that Charlie did. Charlie responds with the quite worrying statement, "She wanted me to be a boy," which we know means she wanted Paimon'd to inhabit a male form and be able to achieve full power. Annie clearly takes in the weirdness of this statement, but rather than addressing it or questioning it, she circumvents it entirely by saying she used to be a tomboy when she was growing up, and that she hated dolls and dresses and pink. And this could just be a change of subject and again, an effort to reassure Charlie, but in doublespeak, I think we're seeing the same thing in Annie that Charlie is feeling now. Ellen made her feel less than because she needed a male host. In Annie's case, her suicidal brother, and so Annie acted male in an effort to win her mother's affection. The mention of hating dolls is also significant, given Annie's choice of career that could be in a way seen as doll making. Charlie asks Annie, "Who's going to take care of me?" and Toni Collette beautifully just lets an edge of crazy into her performance, clearly again ostracized by her own child and feeling more than quietly annoyed that Charlie saw Ellen as her primary caregiver. What she's missing, of course, is that Charlie knows there's something more going on, that Ellen has likely hinted about these plans to her, And again, this idea of Paimon'd's confused mental state, not really being able to process what's going on or what he is supposed to do. He feels isolated, lonely, and confused, and Ellen was the only link he had to being able to understand. It's also an extremely normal reaction for a child to be having following a bereavement. This is likely Charlie's first encounter with it, and again, all of this clever subtext is woven underneath a very realistic expression of grief. From this point in the conversation, Charlie shuts down completely, and Annie gives us the extremely strange information that Charlie hasn't ever cried. And despite seeming like she's being caring here, really she's using the opportunity to see if her child will be normal, will break free from this distance and numbness and connect emotionally. And maybe Annie only does have Charlie's best interests at heart here, but for me, when she says that might feel like a relief, she's talking about for herself as much as for Charlie, and it's clear that Charlie's otherness bothers her a great deal. As Annie leans in to kiss Charlie, she notices the word SATONY written on the wall. A lot of people have taken umbrage with Annie and Steve not reprimanding their child for drawing on the walls or inquiring what this wording might mean. I think it's worth pointing out that from one look at Charlie's bedroom, we can see she's won the battle on clutter and weirdness in her room, and her parents have been doing everything possible to encourage this one thing she's interested in. It's also worth noting that just as we're seeing here when Annie notices it, Charlie will shut down when challenged. It's clear her parents know this and don't push her too hard. Beyond that, Annie not mentioning the demonic vandalism can be seen as one of many examples of Annie ignoring or being blind to the clues that are right in front of her. As for what SATONY means, it's time to go full occult mode here. Now, if you do a quick Google search of this, you're going to be told it's a word of power used for raising spirits of the dead, and it also bears phonetic resemblance to the word Satan. So in the context of the film, this is a word Paimon'd remembered and maybe using to call Ellen's spirit forth, perhaps not with full knowledge of why, or just because he misses her. I think most people associate the raising of the dead to erroneously mean the raising of Paimon'd from the underworld, but that doesn't make any sense, he's already here. And when we combine this with the lip oiling and Ellen's apparition right after, it seems pretty clear this is directed towards her. Interestingly, the part of the spell this invocation is always used in is actually banishing the spirit at the end. That is to say, SATONY is a word used in necromancy, but it is a word used to banish demons and spirits at the end of a ritual, not summon them. So maybe this isn't part of the ritual to free Ellen's spirit and call her forth from the land of the dead. Maybe this is Paimon'd's childish effort to banish himself from the body he hates using a word he remembers. And this is somewhat corroborated later by Joan yelling these words at Peter in an effort to somehow weaken his soul's grip on his body, to banish him so Paimon'd can enter. But if you try to go deeper than that in terms of where the word has actually come from, it becomes a bit muddled. And in that mess of sources, I think the main articles you'll find online have missed entirely where and why this word is relevant. In fact, I have to go as far as to call out signalhorizon.com, who were the first out with their article regarding the meaning of these occult scribblings you see in the film. Every other article, even major film theory websites like Bloody Disgusting, will give credit to signalhorizon.com for finding this, and from what I can tell, that journalist wasn't just mistaken, they were outright phoning it in. Perhaps they weren't expecting anyone to follow up on it, they certainly weren't expecting to become the top result if you googled the term 5 years later, but for pretty much the entire time since the film's release, the explanation of this word, despite having kind of the correct answer, has just been garbage and lies in terms of its origin. So here's the quote from the article that seemingly everyone has relied upon until now. Firstly, they say it's a surname, which is true. It is a surname, but that has absolutely no relevance to anything. They then identify it as a word of power involved in necromancy, which is predominantly true, but far too vague to work for me as an explanation. They also make mention of a site called spellsofmagic.com, which looks exactly like you'd expect it to. They say the site lists it, but I'm pretty sure they're talking about this user post, which is copy-pasted at various points around the web. You can also find it on angelfire.com, the next place the article mentions. Now, because the journalist in question hasn't realized or doesn't care that Angelfire is just a very old internet hosting service, this is entirely unhelpful. But through Googling the terms, I was able to locate this post on Angelfire with the exact same ritual for necromancy. You can actually view this in a few places around the web, and all of them seem to erroneously list a certain grimoire known as the Grimorium Verum, ironically meaning the true grimoire. And that's the conclusion Signal Horizon's article comes to, that it's a word of power originating in the Grimorium Verum, which, if you'll excuse my language, is complete bollocks. Let's start with that grimoire itself. Like most grimoires and magical texts, it claimed a lineage or tradition stemming from King Solomon. Now, this particular grimoire is interesting because at its time of publication, it was undeniably fraudulent, citing itself as being produced in 1517, a full 3 centuries earlier, supposedly by a man named Ali Bek the Egyptian of Memphis. Memphis, of course, being the historical home to the mystery schools and subsequently a location that will provide a degree of legitimacy to the grimoire. This was also a lie, as the book provably originated in Rome, but not every scholar at the time was aware of that, and in certain versions of the Lesser Key of Solomon, the text where we get a lot of our lore regarding Paimon'd, this grimoire was actually included. Now, it has been removed in modern versions because it's a proven fraud, but it's worth pointing out that for a brief moment, this grimoire did have a degree of legitimacy. I have read this grimoire cover to cover. There's not a single mention of SATONY, and only minor mentions of necromancy. It certainly didn't include the necromancy ritual that seemed to be pasted everywhere online, crediting this very grimoire. So naturally, I had to ask the question, if no one actually knows where it came from, where did it come from? And while I was researching, I found a PDF that did include the word SATONY, and a far more detailed explainer for the same ritual of necromancy I've been seeing everywhere. The book in question is Mastering Witchcraft, a practical guide for witches, warlocks and covens by Mr. Paul Hewson. Now, some of you may be aware, but there was an explosion in popularity of occultism during the 1970s. In the UK where I live, it was largely expressed as Satanism, and while there is still a whole satanic movement, we can say that witchcraft predominantly became the trend that lasted. And a large portion of that popularity has to be put down to this book. It was extremely influential and truly did become a handbook for budding witches and warlocks in the 1970s. I cannot say for certain, but I'm 95% positive this is where Ari Aster took inspiration from. And I say that because I didn't stop there. I wanted to find the origins of the word to be able to find the real meaning. So I know with certainty that when the word appears prior to this, chronologically, in other publications, it's going to be spelt SATONY, not SATONY, as we see in the film. For that reason, I'm pretty sure it's this exact book, or digital repostings of it, that Ari Aster took inspiration from. But as I said, knowing that doesn't tell us much about its actual meaning, and if this is an old word of power, then where did Paul Hewson get it from? Or the whole ritual for necromancy for that matter. Why did he spell it differently? Well, to answer the second question first, it's very similar to a lot of these words of power that use similar constructions, like Dagony, for example. It may just have been a typo. I think it's more likely, though, that SATONY sounded less on the nose than SATONY to a 1970s audience hyper-concerned with Satan. As for where he got it from, I was entirely stumped. And I mean like really stumped, to be brutally honest with you. I knew that Paul Hewson's book had a bibliography that for some reason was excluded from digital versions. Without someone who had an original copy, I was pretty much out of luck. It was clear what I needed, and what I needed was a warlock. And quite frankly, I went looking for copper and found gold in this regard. Enter u/Mickle-Caunle, who not only had a copy of the book to hand, but had a terrifying and impressive library of knowledge on the occult. He was able to confirm for me that Paul Hewson had not included any kind of citation for his ritual of necromancy, nor did his bibliography make reference to the Grimorium Verum, so we were able to rule that out entirely. With that fully debunked, the challenge became, then where did all of this come from? And Mickle was able to find another, essentially, handbook on witchcraft and spellcasting from the turn of the 20th century, that being A.E. Waite's The Book of Ceremonial Magic, written in 1913. A.E. Waite is a relatively well-known figure, a British poet and scholarly mystic that was a member of the Golden Dawn and the Freemasons, who garnered a good amount of fame from his work with tarot cards. Now here is the part of the spell we're concerned with from Paul Hewson's book and the many online posts. I'm not going to read it out loud because obviously I don't want any dead relatives popping up to say hello. And here is essentially the same invocation from A.E. Waite's text from the final chapter concerning infernal necromancy. Now, there are a lot more things we had to fact check. It's a 2-page ritual and the details are often slightly different between authors, but here we found an exact match and finally we were getting somewhere. Now, Waite's Book of Ceremonial Magic is essentially a mishmash of different older grimoires brought together in one text. And at the bottom of the chapter concerning infernal necromancy, there was a citation which I'm going to put up on screen. This gives us not only likely the earliest mention of this spell, the spell that's used throughout the movie and the spell that we get these words from, but also a better explanation as to what the word is. Not simply a word of power, but a barbarous word. The original grimoire in question is the Verus Jesuitarum Libellus, or the true magical work of the Jesuits. And this particular grimoire, likely written in 18th or 19th century Berlin, was translated into English a few decades later, and the person in charge of that translation was A.E. Waite, the same guy who would go on to write the Book of Ceremonial Magic. It's also worth pointing out that following his possession of the grimoire, it was gifted to the Cleveland Public Library, and most of the information we could find on it was from an archive page on their website. And within the grimoire, we see the exact same invocation we've seen everywhere else, almost certainly in its earliest form. So now we know everything we need to know about its etymology. What can we say for certain? Well, it's not just a word of power. That's a broad, all-encompassing term. It is, as I mentioned, a barbarous word, which were words of power popular in European magic that were names, pronouns of demons and lesser demons, that still evoked them even if the original meaning of the name had been lost. And that's mostly accurate. If I say to you, Firstigon or Sigok, chances are they won't mean anything to you. But Satan has really stuck around. In fact, it's become one of the many names simply rolled in to mean the devil. In occult history, Lucifer, Beelzebub, Astaroth, SATONY, these are all different beings, but today we've kind of streamlined it. So truthfully, as obvious as that may have been from the start, it's the name of a demon and it's used pretty much solely in spells involving necromancy. So to quickly sum that all up, no, this word did not originate in the Grammarium Verum, as every article online seems to think. It was first published in the Verus Jesuitarum Libellus, brought to wider attention by E. Waite's Book of Ceremonial Magic, and modernised in Paul Hewson's Mastering Witchcraft. And if it seems like all of this is splitting hairs to you, I do apologise, but when we look at the definition everyone has been following, there's almost no part of it that's accurate. So I just want to thank you/Mickle-Caunle again for all of his help, and hopefully we've been able to bust that myth wide open as well. To go back to Charlie's room and Annie failing to connect for a moment, I just want to draw your attention to this shot. As Annie gets up to leave, we see the camera focus on Charlie's desk to give us a better view of what's going on. Here we see the theme of dolls continue in the extremely worrying clutter filling Charlie's room. In this case, it seems more like she's trying to construct symbolic representations of Paimon'd, or perhaps the cult. This is clear from the focus on crowned figures, which is a key part of Paimon'd's aesthetic. It's more follower worship and idolatry than doll houses and art shows, and is absolutely connected with the satanic magic at work in the film. So again, we have another example of a hereditary practice at work. Annie makes dolls, daughter makes dolls. I think we could safely presume that dead grandma made dolls. She certainly made doormats, but from Annie suggesting she hated dolls, we know they were at least somewhat pushed on her in her youth. So grandma was very clearly aware of the relationship between dolls and satanic forces, but Annie isn't. The meaning may have been lost, but the tradition hasn't, due to the hereditary passing. The film is saturated with it. In fact, Charlie has just drawn a picture of Ellen. Annie has just finished painting Ellen. In the next scene, we'll have the exact same mirroring with Annie's bedroom. There's clearly a relationship at work between the real world and these representations. In Annie's case, processing the past, and in Paimon'd's case, orchestrating the future. Both are acting out subconscious thought, but one is based in trauma and the other desire. There's also an upside-down glass on the desk, and with what looks to be cobwebs inside, the presumption being that Charlie has trapped a spider in there. And this idea of a trapped insect is, to me, at least a clear metaphor for how the potentially insectoid Paimon'd is feeling at this moment, trapped and confused and wanting to escape. So it's not a big reach to say Char Paimon'd has trapped it there in a weird form of kinship. They see something in it they recognise in themselves, which again could be quite humanising until you realise Char Paimon'd just wants the insect to suffer as they are doing. In terms of narrative progression, what happens in the next scene is perhaps the most crucial in the entire film, because it's here where Annie is jump-started into supernatural belief. We see Annie enter her workshop to close things up for the night, and when she does, she notices a box of her mother's belongings. It's unclear throughout the scene exactly what Annie is reacting to. This could be a spontaneous decision to look through a box that's always been there. It could be that certain things have moved position or been introduced while she was out of the room. What we can say for sure is that the layout of the dioramas in the room has switched in the short amount of time since we last saw Annie in the workshop. She may have just tidied up before finishing work, but I think if you watch her expressions throughout this scene, there's certainly an inkling that some of these things may have been moved or altered. She briefly flicks through a photo album, seeing childhood photos of Peter and Charlie before seemingly getting upset with it. She then moves to a yellow gold covered book, which, as we know, is an indicator of Ellen and the cult. It's titled Notes on Spiritualism and is clearly designed to draw Annie's attention as it has a note for her sticking out from under the cover. Really, this is the bait designed to draw Annie in to investigating the supernatural, something necessary for the cult's plan to succeed. They need her and Peter worn down and open to these ideas, not just so that the next stages of their plan will come to fruition, but also so they're mentally weak enough to be possessed by Paimon'd. Looking at the note itself, something about it is extremely wrong to both Annie and the audience. Not just the eerie foreshadowing, but more the overly loving tone. This is entirely separate from everything we've come to understand about Ellen, who by all means was a cold and private woman that played favourites and mentally tortured her loved ones. And obviously we can pull out some pretty clear hints here, like, forgive me, all the things I could not tell you is clearly Ellen's lamentation that she hasn't been able to share her plan with her daughter. Please don't hate me and try not to despair your losses is clearly in reference to what Annie is about to lose to the cult. First her daughter and her sanity, then her husband and her own life, and finally her son. And lastly, our sacrifice will pale next to the rewards, which is in reference to the riches and knowledge the cult will gain from Paimon'd and the family's rewards in the afterlife now Ellen is his queen. And all that's pretty straightforward, but what I really want to draw your attention to is how staggeringly loving and out of character Ellen is acting here, because that's the deeper takeaway. I truly believe that this is the real Ellen, which is to say how Ellen really felt about Annie. She was just, above all else, keenly motivated to accomplish her goals, at the grand sacrifice of everything else. She knew she was right, at least in the sense that what she believed was real, and she would stop at nothing to get that eternal privilege for her family, even if it meant lying to them, manipulating and torturing them for years, and ultimately orchestrating a situation that would lead to all of their deaths. By the time Ellen's plan is done, there isn't a single member of the Lee or Graham family left alive. And as misguided as that was, all the abuse and strained relationships it led to across 3 generations, perhaps the most haunting part of all of it was that Ellen deeply loved her family, and yet was so motivated to see the plan through, she kept it all far down. This could be a lie, it could be a manipulation of the cult. They tell sicker lies during the film, but I honestly believe here is maybe the only time that Ellen has ever spoken to Annie in a way which she really felt. When she says, "Please don't hate me," it's an admission of her fears that Annie won't appreciate the bigger picture once she finally sees it. She wants them to have a future together, and as effed up as that may be, it's a recurring theme throughout the movie that will only really demonstrate our full emotional care for our loved ones when we lose them. Annie acts entirely distant from Charlie for the majority of their time together, until the extreme outburst of grief at her death and burial, and the second half of the movie where she becomes obsessed with summoning her dead spirit. Annie acts as though Steve is a millstone in most of their interactions, but his bursting into flame and subsequent death is what pushes Annie over the edge, finally rendering her weak enough for Paimon'd to possess. It's not terribly dwelt upon, but this is another realistic hallmark of grief that the film is very concerned with. It's honestly maybe the closest thing it has to a positive message. Don't leave it too late to tell people what they mean to you. And with that, Annie puts the book back, and we get to my favourite shot in the entire movie. And I think it's my favourite shot because it's just so impactful for how cheap it must have been to film. Again, it's one of those things where it's very overdone. Light switches in horror movies are essentially a jump scare trigger, but here once again it's done so elegantly, so minimalistically, that it makes you wonder how no one ever did this before. And when you look at it, it's actually a reverse jump scare, with the jump cut happening as the ghost disappears rather than appears. When we do cut to Ellen, she's standing there calmly, wavering slightly, staring happily at Annie, right in front of those blueprint-style plans. If we view it in context of the note we just read, it's difficult not to see it as a loving visitation. But given what we know about the plans surrounding Annie, chances are it is designed to terrify her and push her more towards belief in the occult. I do not think for Ellen that's mutually exclusive with loving Annie though, so I still see Ellen's smile as a loving one here, despite everything. And then Annie flicks the light on and Ellen disappears in the same frame. The camera doesn't need to move, you just have Ellen standing there in one shot, have her move out of shot, and then keep shooting. Stitch the scenes together on that frame, and there you go. It's terrifying, beautiful, and perfectly executed, while never risking the realist aesthetic of the film, and likely never costing an extra dime. I mentioned Rosemary's Baby earlier as being an obvious visual influence on the film, and I think here, and at several other points during the film, we'll see visual allusion to another one of my all-time favourite horror films, Don't Look Now. I don't want to dwell on it too much, but if you have lost someone close to you, you may recognise this strange level of hallucination. It's reasonably common to see faces in the dark or recognise the deceased on faces of strangers as your traumatised mind airbags itself into the loss. And I think Annie's softly croaked out call of mom here is exactly in line with this. Exactly in line with the feeling of losing grip on your sanity during extreme grief. Exactly in line with this eerie feeling that someone we've lost is somehow present with us. It feels silly, almost, to acknowledge it out loud, insane even, and I think I recognise some of that in Toni Collette's performance here. She may be scared, but at this point she feels more ridiculous about her own traumatised perception than anything else. We then see Annie notice the diorama of her mother trying to involve herself in the breastfeeding of Charlie. As we'll come to find out, this process was essential in installing and maintaining Paimon'd within Charlie's body. But beyond the literal explanation of the supernatural, we can again see this as being representative of a dysfunctional family unit, an overbearing mother and her daughter who has subsequently felt as though her life was not her own. It's unclear from Annie's reaction whether this diorama has been turned around for her to notice, or if she has a sudden discomfort with it after seeing the ghostly apparition of her mother. And you'll notice that this diorama is Annie and Steve's current bedroom. So we again have this mirroring between the dioramas and reality as we move from this shot to Annie and Steve in the same room. There is one key difference, which is the colour of the lamps, which change from a Paimon'd blue to an Ellen gold. On the surface, this is just a cute moment between the two as Annie decides not to bother Steve with what's just happened. But the real takeaway into this very brief glimpse at the supposedly loving side of their relationship should be the alcohol and pills they're self-medicating with, and Annie's ultimate decision to keep her experiences private from Steve, something that will prove essential in their undoing. Next up, we see Charlie and Peter in their respective classrooms. They attend West High School. I have seen a few people getting this wrong and calling it Northwest High School, and it's likely because Northwest is so leaned on everywhere else. And it is actually a real school, actually the oldest public high school in the state of Utah. And it's not just used in name, this is where they filmed also, and this choice of school is significant as Paimon'd is referred to in the film and in existing law as the King of the Northwest. And this film goes to some crazy lengths to sneak references in there to it, this being the first and maybe most blatant. And yes, I do think this association with Paimon'd means there's a very good chance that the school is under the influence of the cult. This association with the Northwest comes from the Pseudo-Monarchia Daemonium, or False Monarchy of Demons, by Dutch occultist Johan Weyer. Written in 1577, this is one of the earliest grimoires to include Paimon'd as we now recognise him, that being a demonic entity tied to the Christian mythos rather than the earlier Jim figure. It makes mention that when summoning Paimon'd, the sorcerer must look towards the northwest because there is his house. In later grimoires, however, he would be simply referred to as the King in the West, and there would be some degree of back and forth over whether it was better to look north or west or northwest when invocating him, with west being slightly more common. So while Northwest has stuck around and is what Joan refers to Paimon'd as in the film, the name West should be viewed as being essentially synonymous here. Both West and Northwest are referential of Paimon'd. And we can say that for certain because when Annie is chanting the summon ritual later on, she will use the phrase Rex Occidentalis, which is Latin for King of the West. So even within the lore of the film, they're acknowledging this fluency between the actual direction. So first up is Charlie's classroom, which, as I mentioned earlier, is a special needs class. We see that much like Annie, the teacher has likely learned that Charlie requires a gentle touch, or she'll just shut down entirely. And that seems like good advice because even this relatively passive intrusion is enough to incur a bird killing itself against the classroom window. Now, a question I had when watching this is, does Shah Paimon'd physically will this bird into suicide so that she can continue with her plan? Or is this bird somehow just attracted to the evil and kills itself without meaning to? In the script, it's left deliberately vague, but we do see the acknowledgement that Charlie is unfazed by this interruption, which is perhaps our best clue that she had prior knowledge it was about to happen. I think ultimately that's what I side with. Maybe not necessarily that Charlie just understands she can psychically control birds, but that she was willing for something to distract the teacher's attention away from her. And through this grand supernatural power that Paimon'd holds, that's manifested in a way where it got her precisely what she wanted, a bird carcass to play with. And of course, we see Charlie focus down on the scissors, getting ready for the next step of her plan almost immediately. So maybe not too much of a mystery, but a little bit open to your interpretation of just how conscious Shah Paimon'd is of all this. But this does begin the larger question of what's the deal with Charlie and birds? We see multiple references to this, from her use of the decapitated bird head for a doll, several different bird and bird-like figures in her room, to the bird cages we see in the treehouse, or birdhouse as I've actually heard it referenced to. So first and foremost, like with the flies and insectoid images called to mind, I think it's fair to say that Paimon'd feels a certain degree of kinship with the bird, likely even more so. And as I mentioned, I think this could have something to do with his real demonic image as he exists in hell. Alex Wolff's performance as Paimon'd is distinctly bird-like, and just as with insects, there are several birds that do make clicking noises. But perhaps the best evidence for this comes from Ari Aster, who only one time, as far as I can tell during his Reddit AMA, referred to the click as a cluck. And insects do not cluck, but birds sure do. So with a reasonable degree of certainty, I'm going to say that within the context of the movie, we can see Paimon'd in the underworld as a bird-like figure surrounded by flies and pestilence. Remember, he only takes a human form as a mode of possession. We see a good amount of evidence for this kinship with bird forms, most notably in this bird Charlie decapitates and uses in the central piece of her diorama of Paimon'd worship. Ari Aster has confirmed this functions as a metaphor for the cult and Paimon'd's goals for the family and the ending scene in general, where we see Charlie's head mounted on an effigy in the exact same way. So we know that Shah Paimon'd has chosen the bird to represent themselves. Aster describes Charlie's bird head diorama as being not too far away from what we get in the ending scene, where Paimon'd is being worshipped by the cult. Even the beak-like bandages Peter gets towards the end, an injury that Paimon'd goes out of his way to inflict on Peter, can be seen as an effort to make him look more bird-like. Let's come back to that ending in a moment, but first we need to look at what specific birds are used during the film, as birds almost always are used on screen for their applied meaning. We have the pigeon that flies into the window, the dove chocolate that Charlie is so fond of, and then the whippoorwill, which featured more heavily in the original script where they were intended to be shown roosting during the funeral. We actually see the whippoorwill on screen right at the end, sat in the birdcage, hanging from the roof of the treehouse. I think it's a whippoorwill. It's not particularly easy to make out, and my knowledge of birds isn't existent, but the script says it's a whippoorwill, and I'm not aware of any reason to doubt it. So firstly, pigeons and doves, in biblical terms, are both related to sacrifice, both seen as animals worthy of being accepted as offerings to God. And what's interesting here is we kind of have a stand-in for a stand-in. If you remember earlier, I mentioned Ari Aster describing the family as a sacrificial lamb, unaware they're being sacrificed. And in biblical terms, if you didn't have a lamb, that's when you might sacrifice a dove. And if you didn't have a lamb or a dove, that's when you might sacrifice a pigeon. And whippoorwills, like almost every black-furred or feathered animal, is thought to signify impending death. Which honestly is pretty cut and dry whichever way you look at it. 5 people have died just bringing Paimon'd into the world in this form. I highly doubt the deaths are going to stop there. Not only that, but when we see the whippoorwill at the end, it's trapped in a birdcage, symbolising Paimon'd, this embodiment of death, trapped in the improper vessel of Charlie, preventing him from reaching his true and terrible potential. As I've mentioned, the film makes a habit out of taking tired tropes and making them feel fresh and new, and perhaps one of the most overdone metaphors in literature is the birdcage, specifically in relation to a girl or woman trapped by society, the patriarchy, and so on. The bird is the woman, the cage is her imprisonment under her husband or in her stately home, etc. But not here. Here we see an inversion of that. The cage is the girl, the empty vessel of Charlie, and the whippoorwill, the sign of impending death, is Paimon'd, trapped within. There are some more widespread meanings to these birds that are worth mentioning. I'm sure most of you would relate doves with peace, but also perhaps purity and innocence. And pigeons are known to symbolise prosperity, fertility, and transformation, all things that Queen Ellen was hyper concerned with. She's been promised riches to the conjurer, she meddles and involves herself directly in Annie's reproduction, and she's keenly interested in transforming members of her bloodline into vessels for Paimon'd. And Charlie, the original Charlie, the Charlie that was sacrificed, can be seen as our pure, innocent dove that had never had the chance to sin. So if you're looking to attribute this trinity of birds to accompanying characters, we can do so pretty simply. The whippoorwill represents Paimon'd, a caged embodiment of death. The dove, that's not even really seen on screen, is the original Charlie that was displaced. And the pigeon represents Ellen, providing Paimon'd with the spiritual assistance he requires, like flying pigeons into windows at opportune moments or ghostly apparitions in the attic. Shortly after, we see Charlie on her way to decapitate the pigeon. Decapitation, of course, is something we know Paimon'd has a real fondness of. At that point, we see this creepy cult lady doing her best to encourage Charlie, and I've seen some people suggest she may have sent the bird at the window, and I guess if that's your headcanon it could be true, but she'd either have to have a very accurate throw or a whole lot of pigeons. To me, she's just there to up the creep factor and provide this feeling that the cult are watching the family even when they think they're entirely alone and unobserved. Next, we get to see Peter's classroom, where they're discussing Women of Trachis, an ancient Greek tragedy written by Sophocles, focusing on Deianera, the wife of Herakles. As is relatively apparent from what's discussed, it's concerned primarily with the binding of the characters to their fate, the idea that their destiny has been predetermined by their decisions long ago. The ultimate tragedy being that the events had always been inescapable. And that, of course, is why it's given such clear attention by the film. This is exactly the same for the Graham family. They are bound to their fate, bound to the path that Ellen has put them on, entirely unaware that their fate is closing in on them. It's a clear parallel between the two stories. Bridget, the girl in front of Peter that he's entirely infatuated with, describes Herakles' fatal flaw as arrogance, saying that he literally fails to see the signs handed to him literally throughout the entire play. And as she says that, the camera focuses on Peter, giving us clear indication that he's oblivious to the signs around him too. In fact, as the teacher is informing us that Herakles was undone due to his fatal flaw, we see Peter engrossed on Bridget's butt, and it's his pursuit of Bridget that ultimately leads to Charlie's death and the subsequent tragedies that follow. And while this blindness to what's coming is emphasised in Peter's case, it is true of the entire family, with Ari Aster saying outright, this is absolutely inevitable. The family has absolutely zero agency. But this is Hereditary, and we also have to consider that the filmmakers are having fun with the audience too. The signs as to what's happening are littered throughout the movie. There's even a couple in this scene that we're about to look at. So again, we see this layering where we know the family are pawns in the larger game, but through these meta tricks the film is playing, we start to feel as though we are too. It's also worth noting that this scene is a nod to John Carpenter's Halloween, where we see a similar high school class discussing similar themes of fate and predestined tragedy. The film poses a question directly to the audience here. Does the tragedy being predetermined make it more or less tragic? And while it invites you to draw your own conclusions on that, the film almost certainly comes down on the side of it being more tragic. And it's difficult to not pair that with the hereditary theme of things being passed from generation to generation. It all seems like a pretty clear metaphor for predestined or genetically predetermined factors like mental illness and so on, as well as negative inherited behaviours like we've discussed previously. Essentially, the tragedy of things we cannot avoid, the vast majority of which stem from hereditary factors. All of this is obscured from the audience so as not to be too on the nose. We have Peter staring at Bridget's butt, we have his friend asking if he wants to smoke weed later, the class clown derailing the lesson, and this being bookended by Charlie's pigeon surgery. It all works together to put this relatively on-the-nose foreshadowing regarding predestiny into the background and away from the audience's attention. Now, a big question people have here is regarding who is and isn't a cult member. For most of the extras in the scene, we can't really say for certain because we just don't see enough of them. But the characters that see continued involvement in the film, namely Brendan, Bridget, and Mr. Davies, absolutely are involved in the cult. Truthfully, I think the original version of the film as it existed in the script had non-cult side characters, but the film as it exists today, I think every side character, every background extra could be a cult member. And I don't think there are any speaking characters that we can say are definitely innocent. Brendan and Bridget don't just share similar names, they also have this slightly Aryan, slightly Midwich Cuckoos, Children of the Corn vibe that we see from other cult members. I'm not saying there's anything necessarily racial or even uniform about the cult members, I just think the film plays with similar aesthetics to suggest continuity and people working together behind the scenes. As to how we know they're involved with the cult, in Brendan's case, it's because he's seemingly the guy getting Peter to smoke weed, and we know with reasonable certainty Peter's weed is somehow mixed or laced with Dittany of Crete, the herb Ellen and the cult used to better facilitate possession. In Bridget's case, the links are a little more hidden. First and foremost, Peter's attraction to her is the reason he dismisses Charlie. It's another pivotal moment that needs to happen for the cult's plan to be successful. The room she takes Peter in at the party has kids watching a decapitation clip on their laptop. We see her wearing a bracelet that's a similar style of jewellery, worn by a woman we see at Annie's meeting, who's known to be a cult member. We also see her wearing the red of the cult and the turquoise blue of Paimon'd. But all of that is somewhat flimsy. Luckily, firm proof is found in this shot of Bridget's Facebook page. I've seen some people suggest that these two photos are both somewhat reminiscent of Paimon'd's sigil, and I think this image of a dog wearing what looks to be a little crown is definitely reminiscent of the crowned Paimon'd and his crowned camel, and the crowned bird head we see. The second photo also looks a little bit like Charlie on the movie poster, also perhaps like a child staring in a terrarium or a fish tank, which we'll come to later. But the most clear evidence comes in this hidden reveal of her second name, Malpi, which is Latin for siren, the mythical creatures that guise themselves as beautiful women and lord sailors in with their hypnotic song. This is fitting too, given the focus on Greek mythology in their classes and this somewhat Grecian aesthetic to her jewellery. The meaning is clear, she's the cult siren sent to lure Peter in with her beauty and give him tunnel vision while they scheme around him. And lastly we have Mr. Davies, the teacher. There's only really one solid bit of evidence for his cult involvement, although there is an outside chance he's one of the naked figures at the end. It comes much later on when Peter is essentially being led by the light blue energy through the school. We see the energy hone in on his classroom door, and through the window, Mr. Davies, in a red sweatshirt, red being a colour suggesting cult involvement, beckons Peter inside, right in the centre of the light. So it doesn't outright confirm it like Bridget's name, but given how subtle the film can be, I think this should be taken as a pretty obvious sign. Following the sequence at the school, we get this shot of Annie's laptop that shows us her recent experience with Ellen has had the desired effect, and her mind is opening to the idea of the supernatural, weakening her mental state and allowing for events to unfold, up to and including her becoming possessed herself. Upon leaving her workshop, she sees the door to her mother's old room open, and on walking in to investigate it, she notices a large triangle marked into the floor. We know from the script that it's pointed towards the northwest. Annie is clearly a bit creeped out, but sees the unlocked door as the problem, rather than the triangle. Again, we see this idea of Annie being blind to the machinations of the cult, signs that have been around her entire life. We see triangles used at multiple points by the cult in their invocation rituals. This is almost certainly the one Ellen used to summon Paimon'd into Charlie. Triangles are extremely popular in occult rituals and esotericism in general, going as far back as stars and other celestial objects as far as their first appearances in mystic rites and texts. In the necromancy spell we mentioned earlier, for example, a triangle is used specifically to house an image of the person you intend to summon, and we see that exactly later when this spell is used on Peter. Annie inquires about the open door with Steve, and we see he has no idea about it either. We'll never actually get confirmation, but it seems almost certain that this is the cult members doing this, attempting to further drive Annie's belief and investigation of the supernatural. And as they go to make sure it's secure, we see Steve get the call from the cemetery telling him Ellen's grave has been vandalized, which is, again, the work of the cult. While that will be crucial to the ritual later on, what's important in this scene is both Annie and Steve's decision to lie to the other. Steve does not want to concern Annie with such morbid news so soon after the funeral, and Annie seemingly doesn't want to share her vulnerability in attending grief counselling with Steve, which is odd given Steve's a psychiatrist and hints towards this distance that exists between the family. He's more than qualified to listen to her, but for whatever reason she's decided she'd be more comfortable sharing it in front of strangers. Neither of them are lying maliciously, but it's the first real crack the film presents between them. And this distance, Annie's lying to Steve about where she's going, him keeping her out of the loop about the grave, it's essential to their later arcs. Annie will dive too deeply into powers she doesn't understand, leaving it too late to convince Steve of the supernatural, and Steve will eventually come to suspect Annie of stealing Ellen's body herself and placing it in the attic. Their fates are bound by the decisions they've made, and the decisions, this encroaching negativity, is all due to the hereditary influence of Ellen and the manipulative actions of the cult. The last character we really get to know is Annie. By this point we know there's something very weird going on with Charlie, we know Peter is a somewhat troubled teenage boy motivated by blondes and buds, and Steve is a stoic and patient paternal figure somewhat disconnected from his family, though not through lack of trying. Perhaps too passive and not authoritarian enough. We've even seen two very different sides to Ellen, the side we see Annie and Steve make reference to, and the side we see from a more caring Ellen in the note. But Annie has been someone the film has closed off from us. It's difficult to get a read on her by this point. This is of course intentional, as the first two acts toy with the audience, refusing to tell us plainly if Annie has gone insane or if she's right about the supernatural occurrences. But here for the first time, the film really lets us meet her on an emotional level. The building Annie arrives at for her meeting has a red painted front. We see a similar choice of colour on the grief recovery group sign, all indicators that the cult is involved here. And as I mentioned, we see group members here that we know for certain are part of the cult, as well as Joan, of course, who is perhaps the cult's de facto leader now Ellen has been sacrificed. There's also a chance that the leader of the grief recovery group is a cult member we see on screen, but again, it's not particularly clear who's kneeling at the end, as we can't see all the faces. I think we can say, though, in all likelihood, probably everyone here is a cult member, and this whole group exists solely for Annie's benefit. Annie's speech here is extremely telling, but a lot of it we've already covered, so I'm going to throw the whole thing up on screen, and just very quickly go through the important points or stuff we might have missed. Firstly, the DID she mentions Ellen having. As I touched on earlier, this is very open to interpretation. It could be that on top of all the other goings on that she did actually develop DID. Personally, I think it's much more likely that this is either some element of being driven insane or somehow sharing a mind with Paimon'd, or she explained her plans or beliefs to a doctor as a form of end-of-life admission and they interpreted it as DID and dementia. Annie mentions her father dying from starvation when she was a baby after suffering from psychotic depression. And again, I already touched on that. That's where we get the keep out room. This is resultant from the cult and Ellen's meddling. Either he saw what they were up to and locked himself away, and that reaction was subsequently put down to psychotic depression. Or much like we see with the Graham family, he may have been purposefully driven to a mentally unstable place to suit the needs of the cult, i.e. get him out of the way so Ellen could be fully betrothed to Paimon'd. She also mentions her brother's schizophrenia and that he killed himself ultimately because his mother was trying to put people inside of him. This obviously is Ellen's initial attempt to insert Paimon'd into a human vessel. From there she goes on a bit of a ramble about Ellen's later years, and it's here that we get the information that she was kept away from Peter in his youth and that she was able to get her hooks in Charlie. After that, things get even more abstract. She softly criticizes her family and ends with this feeling she can't explain, a feeling of being blamed. And what she's grasping at, but can't say, is this hidden narrative of the cult and Ellen's plans that have shadowed her entire life. This feeling that she can't explain of her life somehow not being hers, and ultimately the resentment she felt from her mother initially in not being born a boy, and later in keeping her firstborn boy away from her mother. And that's all pretty concrete, but it's important to remember that beyond what's actually going on in the film, all the supernatural truth behind what Annie is describing here, that subtextually we are using this as a vehicle to discuss mental illness, trauma, and abuse within the family unit. that we're constantly dancing a knife edge between the supernatural sacrifice and the image of a woman who's felt controlled and demanded upon her entire life, never getting the love she deserved from her parents, now struggling to forge emotional connections with a family she was never sure she wanted. And with that out of the way, that's all the foundational work we need to do. So let's take a breath and get ready for the horror. This is part 2, The Descent. After the meeting, we see Peter in his room taking hits from the bong like his name's Be Real, and there's a couple of important Easter eggs here. Firstly, we have a cult member watching Peter outside of his window and clearly getting alarmed that they can be seen as we hear their breathing tense up slightly. From here, the film is going to keep peppering background cultists anywhere it can get away with. We also have possible black specks in Peter's weed, which are very possibly Dittany of Crete. And lastly, we have Brendan inviting him to the party and telling him to bring a certain part of his body, which isn't much of an Easter egg, but really what's happening here is the cult is telling him to think with his sexuality and blindly pursue Bridget. Over in Charlie's room, and she's working on her diorama and again snacking on chocolate. There's no hidden meaning behind Charlie's sweet tooth. Ari Aster confirmed it's just a vehicle for the audience not questioning Charlie's fondness for cake during the party scene. As this scene closes, we see a key clue in the shot of Charlie's baby photograph. We see Ellen feeding her, and in the bottle is an obscured black herb. This is Dittany of Crete, which we later see in Ellen's box of packed up belongings, in Steve's weed, and on Annie's lips at Joan's house. It's used to facilitate possession, and here in this photograph, we see the evidence that it's how Ellen installed and perhaps at first maintained Paimon'd within Charlie's body. But the main question arising from this scene is the blue light shimmering around Charlie, something that becomes increasingly more prevalent through the course of the film. We're going to look at what it is and what it represents exactly in a little bit, but for now we need to ask who or what is controlling it. And we have a few options. It could be some result of the cult's magic, it could be Paimon'd, or it could be some other element of the supernatural, a guiding hand that we're never really introduced to. And honestly, it's not really going to change much, whatever your reading is of that, but for what it's worth, the light is turquoise blue, which we know is seemingly related to Paimon'd. This wisp is quite far away from anything we see in the cult's rituals, and most importantly we know that Peter is ultimately possessed by Paimon'd, and we see this light, this wisp, enter his body. So in terms of which answer is most likely, given the information provided to us, it's almost certainly Paimon'd. Now a big question then becomes how. If we assume this blue light is Paimon'd, then how can it simultaneously be interior and exterior to Charlie, who at this moment has Paimon'd inside her? For all intents and purposes, she is Paimon'd. Well, when we see these sort of pulses, like Charlie does here, I imagine them as a kind of subconscious sonar, guiding the possessed mind towards where it needs to be. Later, when we see Peter's possession, we'll see a far more distinct wisp-like light, which I think is more clearly the soul or spiritual embodiment of Paimon'd. But I don't think it's as black and white as that. Later, Peter will see these pulses prior to being fully possessed, so clearly this is some sort of signal Paimon'd can just give off so long as the person is spiritually vulnerable enough to see it. And it does suggest, not prove, but suggest, that although all of Charlie is Paimon'd, maybe all of Paimon'd isn't in Charlie. We know that he has another form, a non-human form, residing in hell, in the city of Pandemonium. So maybe while all of Charlie, and later all of Peter, is consumed and controlled by Paimon'd, maybe exterior to that, Paimon'd is also still aware and affecting things from the spiritual plane or from within hell itself. And the more I think about it, the more I like it as an answer, because ultimately this feels like something that's exterior to Charlie. It does feel like she's being led somewhere by something. And truthfully, there is no other named supernatural force in the film beyond Paimon'd for it to be. He is referred to as the 8th King of Hell, so we know there's at least 7 others. Maybe one of them could be helping him out. But truthfully, I think it's far more likely that this is just some unknown extension of Paimon'd's abilities, despite, let's say, a certain percentage of his psyche being occupied elsewhere within Charlie. We're going to pick this back up in a moment and go through what this light shimmer actually means, why this particular effect was chosen, and why it's relevant to the movie. But for now, I think we can say that this is possible because Paimon'd still exists in some way outside of Charlie, as a force in the spiritual realm and as his true form back in hell. This would be Paimon'd's spiritual or in-between manifestation, and we'll look into exactly what that is shortly. We get a bit more of a glimpse into the state of Annie's career as we see her dodging emails from the exhibit owners regarding the status of her work. Really, this collapse we see of her career is just a marker of her declining mental state that the audience can keep track of. But on a meta level, we see this relationship between the reality of the film and the dioramas continuing. As she loses grip on the larger dollhouse, her family, the unwitting dolls of Paimon'd and the cult, so too does she lose grip on the smaller worlds she creates and supposedly controls. This is driven home here as we see her working on a diorama that seems to be an art exhibit of dioramas, a small world within a small world. We've been encouraged to view the events we're seeing as levels within levels, that the reality of the film, really our reality, is akin to a diorama, a dollhouse for some far grander beings. Now, perhaps this is Annie just being meta, and it was always intended as part of the exhibit to have a miniature version of the exhibit. But earlier we see Steve asking her what she's working on, and she seems to indicate the hospice and the preschool are her major remaining projects. I think there's a good chance that in an effort to combat her mounting anxiety and failure to produce for the exhibition, she's using her only outlet, creating dioramas, to create a diorama of her problem. We see her face much more serious issues in this manner later on, and there is something beautifully self-obstructive about creating the exhibit she's already struggling to create in miniature that seems to define Annie to a T. While we're on the subject of Annie's miniatures, we should also touch on this scene from a few minutes later, where we see a diorama, again of Ellen, in Annie's bedroom, this time watching from the door while Annie lies in bed with Steve. Now, firstly, we again see Annie react to this diorama almost as if she's shocked by it, and again, we don't really have any context for what she's reacting to exactly. But I think it's clear this diorama hasn't just been put here or messed with by cult members. I think what we're seeing this time from Annie is a newly discovered revulsion. We've seen her blindly ignore signs like the note from her mother or the triangle carved into the floor, just like she's been ignoring signs her entire life. But here she's starting to recognize her mother's behavior for what it truly is. She's starting to recognize the signs of sickness and realize how she's been abused. Another big takeaway here is how the shot is positioned to make Annie seem like some giant being looking in on the house. This is a clear allusion to the larger or more spiritually powerful being looking in on the house, the family, their playthings, as the miniature dolls are Annie's. It's the same reason why we have these shots I'd liken to someone staring in at a terrarium, of someone on the outside looking in. It's also why we see these tilt-shift exterior shots of the Graham household looking like its own miniature dollhouse. Now, as to what's happening in this diorama specifically, we have two options. Either Ellen is sleepwalking and has stumbled into the room, which could be the case, and we do need to prep the audience for Annie's sleepwalking. Or, on the other hand, that Ellen is involving herself to a very creepy level in Annie and Steve's reproduction, potentially up to watching them have sex. We know Ellen was hyper concerned with this, and it fits perfectly with this idea of a mother pressuring her daughter to reproduce. I think in my headcanon it's both, that she was absolutely watching them to make sure they were trying to have another baby, and that maybe when Annie noticed her stood there, they passed it off as part of her worsening condition. Back to Peter doing his best to interrupt Annie's work by asking to use the car, and Annie can barely take her eyes off the Matryoshka miniature exhibit in front of her. This entire exchange is defined by Annie insisting on reflecting Peter's teenage tone, really being a good deal more immature than him by the end of it. It's certainly knowing on Annie's behalf she's using the opportunity of him wanting something to give him a bit of his own medicine. But at the same time, it's another marker for this breakdown of communication within the family. They're both deliberately standoffish here, and you really get the feeling for 100 arguments they've already had in how they're being extremely careful in how they pick their language. And truthfully, this edge of uneasiness is slightly forced on the scene. It feels a great deal more hostile than it is or should be, and this is almost certainly because it's trying to hide from the audience how horrendously unlikely it is that Peter would just take his sister to a party where he's planning on getting high, drunk, laid, and then driving home. So this unspoken chess match is employed here so that we, just like Peter, are trapped in this decision to take Charlie to the party. And there's a scene in between here in the car, but this cut to Peter's face as he's driving there with Charlie's clicks in the background was, for me at least, a much needed laugh break. Probably the only moment you get to chuckle throughout the whole film, and it's only there as a moment of easement before all the terror starts happening. As I've explained, for me the Cluck is an aspect, a tick of Paimon'd's speaking apparatus in his true form. There is a reading, though, some people provide here where this is something the contained Charlie, the displaced original Charlie, can do when she's trying to call out, essentially. And that is a terrifying thought. I think a lot of people ascribe to it online that the Cluck is somehow the original Charlie trying to warn the family, which would make the increased clucking here supposedly make a lot of sense given what's about to happen to her. But this just isn't the case for two pretty strong reasons. Firstly, Ari Aster has said outright this isn't the case. The original Charlie was displaced at birth, and we don't see any elements of her struggling to break free, nor would such a thing be possible. The only time we do ever hear from the original Charlie is when Annie's mouth opens a direct line to hell. The second reason is that if this was the original Charlie, somehow still trapped in the body, I think getting the demon that's been controlling you for the last 13 years to top itself with a lamppost would be a pretty good deal. Certainly not something you'd be trying to warn your family about. I think the increased clucking here truly is to first and foremost drive up the tension, and secondly have the audience side with Peter, or at least understand the decisions he's about to make in leaving her alone. Before all that though, we first see Charlie in the field, having been led there via Paimon'd sense. She sees an old woman sat in front of a fire that looks a great deal like Ellen. In fact, there's really no one else in the film this could be, as we have an extremely limited cast list. It could be a cult member deliberately messing with Charlie, but really to what end? I think this almost is certainly Ghost Ellen doing some sort of ritual or blessing for Paimon'd. Maybe just as a way of reassuring Charlie that everything is going to be okay, and that life continues in the afterlife. It also seems like Annie should be in direct line of sight to be able to see the fire, so again, I lean towards this being some kind of apparition only Charlie is seeing. If you're paying very close attention, you'll see the first thing she does upon being spotted by Annie is sneak the pigeon head away inside her sleeves. And Annie's recognition to Charlie being outside is relatively brutal. She asks her, "Are you some kind of idiot?" Which, given the context of Charlie being in special needs education, is extremely cutting. She's also manhandling her and again reacts quite childishly in the face of her difficult children. It makes sense Charlie would miss her grandma, but Annie can't help but take it personally, and again just resorts to manhandling her. And this is just more of the tightrope the film walks between providing you the breadcrumbs of the supernatural and convincing you that Annie is the real villain, and that ultimately this is a product of her deteriorating mental state. Next up we have the party, and really up until this point the film has shown a lot of restraint, but from here it goes off the rails very quickly. It starts with this shot of Paimon'd's sigil carved into the telegraph pole, foreshadowing to the audience the tragedy that's about to occur, but more crucially through whatever form of magic, marking this as the location and method of Charlie's death. And I want to point out that as mad as it may sound after everything we've just discussed and everything that's led up to here, but this is really the first major clue the audience have that something is going on around the family. Truthfully, I think this is the point where I said, hold on a minute, on my first viewing. All of this analysis may seem really obvious when we have the answers, but on first viewing this film is extremely well guarded. And right here it's deciding to show you its hand ever so slightly. Right away the party scene feels different to the rest of the movie. It's loud and bright, there's actual music playing as opposed to just ominous horns. The camera seems to have more energy, no longer moored to a fixed position, and everywhere you'll see lashings of the red we associate with the cult, including ominous red glows designed to allude to the satanic sacrifice at work here. We're building up anxiety and taking away the audience's thinking space so that they don't have time to see what's coming. Now, I've attended my fair share of house parties, and when I first saw this scene, I presumed the girls were enthusiastically chopping up mushrooms or truffles because teenagers do not get this excited for baking when alcohol is available. But as we know, this is a counter full of nuts, a truly unreasonable amount of nuts. But if we look at the two girls preparing it, they are wearing red and turquoise, the colours we associate with the cult and Paimon'd respectively, and we know it's the cult's plan to have Charlie die here. So ultimately, I don't think there's any doubt that these two girls are cult members, and indeed, in the original script, we actually see one of them directly offering Charlie the cake. And that tracks with what we see from the other cult members, this kind of enthusiastic, almost giddy way they approach the family's deaths. When Peter returns to school following the loss of his sister, not one person will console him or ask him how he is doing. Again, we see laughter and everyone in a great mood. Now, on the subtextual level, I think this is supposed to reflect how life moves on around us and how the world doesn't share in our grief. But in terms of an in-canon explanation, I think it's because none of them view it as a tragedy. We can presume they're brainwashed by their parents and have been told this sacrifice is a good and joyous thing that's going to greatly improve their future. And that giddiness comes across in this nut chopping. It's a little too excited. And if we play it side by side with this scene from later on, we'll see them going at the exact same rhythm. This isn't coincidental, it was actually edited side by side in one of the theatrical trailers, so clearly they were very aware of the mirroring. And given that when Annie is violently headbutting the ceiling, she's possessed by Paimon'd, it's another good bit of evidence for this being the work of the cult. I'm not saying these cult members are directly possessed by Paimon'd at this point, but under the influence of him, gleeful with his presence. I think that's quite likely. It's also worth mentioning that they cut the cake with the same knife they cut the nuts with and hand it pretty much straight to Charlie, so it's almost a certainty that this is part of the plan, as there really couldn't be a more dangerous way of doing this as far as nut allergies go. Now, I don't think it's necessarily purposeful here, but we do see the knife and chopping board reflecting and glowing with the light of the room, and at various stages of the cult's plan, we'll see this light, just like we saw as it directed Charlie, highlighting Paimon'd's supernatural involvement behind the scenes. Again, I think it's quite a low chance it's happening here, but I have seen people suggest it, and while it may seem unlikely right now, as we move through and see more evidence, I think it'll seem likelier and likelier. We see Peter try to engage in flirting with Bridget, who, as I think I mentioned, is wearing both red and turquoise. Stood literally between their conversation, we see another blonde-haired extra, keeping very close watch of Peter. Again, we can't say for sure, but he certainly fits the profile of a cult member. And as Peter and Bridget head to the back room to smoke a bowl, we meet two more teenagers that are almost certainly part of the cult too, as they're watching an old black and white clip of beheading via guillotine. Now, as is clear from the events of the film, the cult is extremely fond of beheading. We're going to look at exactly why that is later on, but for now, let's just say these kids' enthusiasm is not for black and white cinema, and this is really all we need to signal them as cult members. We see potentially maybe some black Diddney of Crete mixed in with Peter's green. This is a popular one people like to point out, but truthfully it could just be a burnt bit of plant material left in the pipe. Whatever the case, we know Peter has been spiked with Diddney of Crete via his weed in this exact manner, so it's really just splitting hairs as to if he does here in this scene or not. Judging by the look on this guy's face though, I'd say he's relatively eager to see Pete blaze up. Bridget seems unhappy about how Charlie has drawn her, and this is actually played for laughs, but ultimately if we're trying to understand Bridget's mental state, she likely feels a bit nonplussed that a weird kid her parents and all their friends are obsessed with is drawing mocking images of her. If this is their icon, some supernatural deity everyone around you is worshipping, then seeing them draw you in a manner you deem as retarded may tick you off enough that you try to bring it up and find an explanation. And that might seem like reaching to some, but when we stop to consider the background narrative here, that is essentially what's happening. And from there we know what happens next. Charlie comes in with the allergic reaction to the nuts and Peter springs into action. There is one key piece of dialogue here, however, which is Charlie telling Peter that she thinks her throat is getting bigger. As Peter is carrying Charlie out of the house, we see several people potentially observing this. We can't say for certain as they're just background extras, but it certainly seems on brand for the cult to be observing their plan is unfolding correctly. And it's easy to miss because the scene is so gripping, but listen to the demented rising sound, very similar to the clopping hooves and skittering insect sounds of Paimon'd's approach during the opening scene. It's that cloven or camel hoof sound at double speed, way more frenetic as the scene builds towards this shattering moment where everything stops. And when it's paired with the devilish glow of the tail lights moving away from the screen, it really calls to mind some Mothman-esque demon chittering through the night. We'll see this glow from the tail lights used behind Peter too to signal this encroaching shadow of satanic power circling around the family. Now, despite being perhaps the most famous scene in the movie, there isn't a whole lot going on here besides amazing performances by Alex Wolff and Millie Shapiro. It's tense, it's toe-curling, and it's tragic. This isn't the only time the film trusts Alex Wolff's face to carry a huge moment all on its own, and I think he pulls it off every time. I've seen a few people be quite critical of his acting abilities, but I think he's absolutely phenomenal. There are a couple of key questions raised in this scene that do need answering though. Firstly, how is it possible that the cult can plan Charlie's elaborate death with Agent 47 levels of premonition and accuracy? And that's a fair point. Certainly how it's played in the film makes it seem at first like a freak accident, but as we know, it's anything but. The answer comes through Paimon'd's law, both in the film and in occultism in general. In the film, we see Annie leafing through one of Ellen's books that has information on Paimon'd, and we do get glimpses that he's able to offer hidden or secret knowledge, among many other cut-up details. And all of this page, from what I can tell, is different passages from existing texts and grimoires regarding Paimon'd, from E.A. Cotting's Works of Darkness to Aleister Crowley's version of the Lesser Key of Solomon. And all of them agree on this ability Paimon'd has to bestow hidden or secret knowledge. Really any knowledge the conjurer asks of him, be it of the earth, of the winds, he can tell you. This began as essentially him teaching a very advanced knowledge of science, described as the earth, the winds, and the waters, but in later grimoires would be made more fantastical with the assertion that he would truthfully respond to any question asked of him, which ultimately becomes him having the answers to all hidden things. Now he has other powers. Generally this knowledge comes with riches too, something we also see alluded to in Hereditary, and a few other weird and wonderful eccentricities that aren't always agreed upon. But in practicality, this function of Paimon'd to know all and bestow knowledge has led to his longevity. It's the reason he's quite a well-known lord of the underworld, because people that have actually practiced magic have generally been seeking answers and forbidden knowledge, and he is absolutely the one to provide them that, within demonic law. But answers to the mysteries of life don't really help you plan the perfect murder. Luckily, we do see Paimon'd use some pretty specific abilities during the film that can help us provide us with answers here. Those answers can be found in Abramelin, or the Book of Abramelin, or the Book of the Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage, a set of manuscripts first dated to the early 1600s, but claiming to have been written several centuries earlier, as so often is the case with occult texts. Despite obvious questions about its authenticity, the text is still undeniably one of our earliest sources on this pseudo-Christian occult interpretation of Paimon'd. And in it we see a much more varied explanation of Paimon'd's power set, most of which matches up to what we see in the film. We've got flight, acquiring and dismissing servant spirits, making spirits appear, creating visions, making all kinds of things, and most crucially, knowledge of past and future events. That is ultimately how they are able to plan Charlie's death so perfectly. The presence of Paimon'd's sigil indicates his magic is at work here, so we can imagine he's broadly orchestrating events. The roadkill that makes Peter swerve is likely placed there by the cult after receiving some kind of indication from Paimon'd. Really, everything that is happening to the family is pre-orchestrated, predetermined. This is just a linchpin moment in that plan where it becomes obvious for a moment that that is what's happening. The other major question people usually have here is there any truth or real-world influence relating to Charlie's accident? And Ari Aster has remained tight-lipped on this. There's never been any confirmation that it was, but it does bear remarkable similarities to a tragic accident that took place in 2004. Two friends in their early 20s, John Hutchison and Francis Boehm, were making their way home after a boozy night out partying. Hutchison was behind the wheel, and Boehm, suffering from the bumps and whines of the road, was vomiting out of the passenger window. According to later testimony, the intoxicated Hutchison had swerved to avoid an oncoming car, decapitating Boehm as he grazed a telephone pole at the side of the road. From there, he drove a further 12 miles to his home, falling asleep in bed in blood-stained clothing, while the headless body of his friend sat in the passenger seat of the car, only being discovered by a neighbour in the morning. When authorities questioned Hutchison, he seemed to still be suffering from the effects of the night before, unable to remember what had happened clearly due to alcohol, and unable to process it due to shock. And we see something very familiar following the accident in the film, where Charlie's body is only discovered upon Annie leaving in the morning, and Peter is still laying in bed, unable to process what's just happened. Now again, no link has ever been confirmed between the movie and this incident, but I think most people would agree that it's extremely similar to what we see in Hereditary. And one thing we can say for certain is that this image of a decapitated Charlie was Ari Aster's first mental concept image for the film. So there is the possibility that this really was his starting inspiration. There's a couple more visual Easter eggs here. We have the image of Charlie's severed head, which I absolutely can't show you, but is crawling with ants. Again, we have that theme of death and decay and pestilence and insects eating away at the dead that's followed Paimon'd from the opening shot. And far more subtle than that, as we see Annie fall to her knees in horror upon finding out about Charlie, you'll see she takes this very low, almost downward dog-like position that we'll also see her dead body in right at the end of the film in the treehouse. I probably can't show you that either, but the meaning is pretty straightforward. If she's kneeling at the end out of a post-possession reverence, she's seen the eternal truth and now bows to Paimon'd, then here she's been brought to her knees. She's been forced to submit by the malicious actions of the cult. They need her mentally weak and suggestive, not just so she'll act as they want her to, but also to better facilitate possession when the time comes. And really, this face-to-the-floor submissive position is a signal that it's worked and the plan's a go. This montage of scenes following the accident is accompanied by Toni Collette's animal-like howls of grief for which she was not even nominated for an Oscar, and it's only really when we get to the funeral that we see them match up with what we're seeing on screen. It's a phenomenally low-tech device for quickly presenting the audience with this idea of sustained grief over a period of time that we're seeing condensed. The idea that Annie has been in this perpetual and unchanging period of complete shock from accident to funeral. And as the turquoise coffin gets lowered into the ground, the camera keeps it central in frame, moving down below into the earth, reminding us not only of the practicalities of death, but also the idea of hell lurking below. Now, cards on the table, I hate this device where the camera moves across set boundaries, breaking the fourth wall essentially. There isn't a cross-section of graveyard cut away within the reality of the movie, and so normally this would really offend me visually. A prime offender is the movie Green Room, where the camera just moves across the top of the set, showing us the room partitions. I think Fargo did it. It was quite a popular technique 5 years ago, so I'm sure there's hundreds of examples available. And anytime I see anything close to this on screen, it just makes me want to tune out. And here in Hereditary will perhaps be the worst example of it, but as with everything Hereditary does, it's the exception that proves the rule. This is actually perhaps the clearest signal we get to the events of the film being some dollhouse or terrarium-like exhibit for a higher level of supernatural being, and the lens of the film, the frame, however you want to describe it, being at least at times the point of view of whatever that being is, presumably Paimon'd, that's watching. I think a terrarium is the best example for trying to understand it visually, and here we're seeing from the edge of the glass. It's not meant to be literally that, The characters aren't in a physical glass dome, but the cross-section, the downward moving camera, it's all meant to allude to a terrarium or some other dollhouse-like structure in which the family are just playthings, just exhibits. Immediately following the burial, we see this strange warped reflection in the gold glass of the Grahams' reception room. We have a similar thing happening to the workshop where it's using the muffled voices to allude to this sort of in-between space of living and dead. And we're actually seeing from the point of view of this figure, which is absolutely Peter, but we see him look up suddenly and it's relatively obscured by the noise of the room, but we do hear him make a definite click, or clucking noise rather. So while it's Peter's outline, maybe in these brief moments of extreme grief, Paimon'd manages to force his way inside of Peter momentarily. I think we may have a hint of it happening as we're seeing Annie break down in the bedroom too. Now, following the wake, we get a chopped up selection of silent scenes demonstrating the family's grief. A couple of things of note here. Firstly, that this is designed to represent the blinkered and hazy mind following severe trauma. And secondly, that all the family members are isolated from one another, rather than consoling and confiding in one another as you might expect a healthier family to do at a time of trauma. Annie even goes out of her way to make sure she is apart from the family, clearly blaming Peter for what happened. This is, of course, ultimately what the cult wants, seeking to cause division and mentally weakening them to the point of complete erosion of the family unit. And really that's the whole point of this montage, to create distance between Annie and her family, particularly Annie and Peter, culminating in this moment where she's hiding in the car and sees him mentally preparing himself to enter the house. Clearly should be able to see and understand his discomfort and would want to care for him and fix the situation. But instead she ignores him and drives off, signaling this full breakdown of their relationship. There's a couple of other things worth picking up on during this montage. We have more satanic graffiti, this time in the form of ZAZAS. While it's unclear on screen, I think in this scenario we're supposed to assume that it's a bit too well hidden for Steve to see it. But if he did see it, he almost certainly just puts it down to his wife's deteriorating mental state, something that at this point he's afraid to address directly. As to what ZAZAS means, it comes from the Kabbalistic mantra ZAZAS ZAZAS Nata Satana... ZAZAS ZAZAS Nata Satan... ZAZAS ZAZAS Nata... As to what ZAZAS means, it comes from the Kabbalistic mantra ZAZAS ZAZAS Nata Satanada ZAZAS. The Hebrew word Zaza the Kabbalah is using here means bursting with light, but when it appears in the Bible the word means belonging to all. In the Kabbalah this mantra belongs to Choronozon, a demonic entity, and the phrase is sometimes referred to as the sacred key of Choronozon. It's generally related to calling forth this demonic entity, as all the writing on the walls is in some way, and as with much of the Kabbalah, it was really brought back into popularity through the work of renowned occultist Aleister Crowley. I don't want to get too bogged down in Crowley lore, but one thing you should know is that he wasn't just into magic as we traditionally know it. He was pioneering his own brand of specifically sex magic, something he would later brand with the different spelling of M-A-G-I-C-K to provide it more historical legitimacy and separate it from perceptions of things like stage magic. Now, one thing that's great about creating your own school of magic is that you get to make up all the rules. So it's telling then that Crowley decided as part of his initiation, as part of his rites of ascension, his leveling up into this new school of magic, that he needed to take a ritualistic gay sex holiday to Northern Africa. He was accompanied by his friend, another occultist, and they set off to Algiers to have increasingly weird sex in various places Crowley deemed magically important, and do as much research into the demonic as they possibly could. As the story goes, one night they journeyed out into the desert and performed a ritual to summon what they described as the demonic inhabitant of the abyss. Upon summoning the demon, it uttered the phrase ZAZAS ZAZAS Nata Sanada ZAZAS, followed by a further quote that I'll put up on screen. As it turned out, the demon in question was Choronozon. What follows in the story is a pretty terrifying battle between the demon and Crowley's friend/manservant, and ultimately the two men describing themselves as being forever changed by the experience. It's often used now as a phrase to call the demon forth, but in every original use I could find, it seems to be something this specific demon says once it has been called forth. The phrase Zaza is also a popular prompt on Ouija boards, first originating as a way of checking if you had an active demon or ghost, with Z and A being at opposing ends of the board. Although it's unclear if this was at first influenced by Crowley's ZAZAS, as Ouija boards were soaring into popularity at roughly the same time. As the montage continues, we see Steve discovering Charlie's drawings, and again we get this foreshadowing of the crowned pigeon, the crown or some form of crown-like object being another element we see congruently in almost every depiction of Paimon'd. We also see Annie in the treehouse using this bright red, ominous-looking space heater. If you remember right back to the beginning, I mentioned this is alluding to this space being a metaphorical stand-in for hell, specifically the city of Pandemonium, and this is just visual allusion to that. If you listen closely in Peter's room as he sees the red light turn on, you can hear Paimon'd's flylight buzzing again. And following that, we get a quick but crucial scene of Peter and his friends getting high under the bleachers, and Peter seemingly having a very bad reaction. And we know this is due to the dittany of Crete he's getting spiked with, and Brendan's reaction to this is extremely telling. It's a little bit disguised amidst the foliage, but he reassures Peter that it's just weed, which signals him as the person providing it to Peter, and is a pretty odd thing to say if that's really what it is. There would be no reason to doubt the legitimacy of what it is or point that out. If you're wondering why they can smoke it and not worry about the effects it's having on Peter, this is very likely because, unlike Peter, Paimon'd isn't currently trying to get inside them. Now, as Peter's having this anxiety attack / coughing fit of sorts, we hear him say, "I think my throat is getting bigger," directly mirroring what Charlie said during her allergic reaction. And if you were to make that link upon first viewing, firstly, well done, but secondly, you would likely assume Peter is having an anxiety attack and hypochondriacally imagining Charlie's symptoms. You probably wouldn't guess that Paimon'd is using this moment to try and cram himself down Peter's throat like he's goddamned Harvey Weinstein, but that's exactly what's happening. Now, Charlie was actually having an allergic reaction, but we can assume, given Peter's repeating of it here, that some part of her throat getting bigger was Paimon'd's soul trying to force its way out. And here, when Peter says it, it's trying to force its way in. And if you think I've just gone full-blown lunatic, there is a visual confirmation of this in the form of a blue lens flare that literally appears over Peter as this is happening. As I've already touched on, and will explain to you in about 7 minutes, that is absolutely indicative of Paimon'd's presence here. We also hear Peter talking in quite a childlike, pleading tone and asking for his hand to be held. We'll hear him do this voice later on during the séance and when Annie is banging her head against the attic door and he's pleading with her to stop. We see in these moments exactly what Peter is lacking, the loving attention of a mother that shows care for him. And that all brings us up to Joan and her meeting with Annie in the car park. Joan is perhaps the sneakiest character I've ever seen on screen. Everything she does is an attempt to misdirect both Annie and the audience, and she's very good at it. And I think the reason she's such a successful tool for the movie's deception is that, like Annie, like Peter, the audience are being starved of any kind of emotional connectivity or warmth or nurture, and we accept Joan and don't see her as a threat because of that. She's extremely touchy and sensitive and so connected with her feelings that it stands in bold contrast to the extremely cold and distant environment we've been in up until now. I also think that's what makes her switch into an enemy so horrifying. It's the one person we've been relying on to provide any kind of caring influence. By the time we've realised everything isn't right, she's already screaming occult commands at Peter from across the street. Hereditary isn't a horror film that relies on jump scares. It has a lot of these mental lurch moments where what you thought is completely flipped, kind of psychological jump scares. So the whole time she's on screen, the film is essentially doing its best to show you all the hints it can get away with while leaving you completely in the dark. Just like the beheading clip at the party, the film is playing with the audience and it does it very well. So let's look at this scene in detail and unpack exactly what's going on. Firstly, we see Annie make the decision to not enter the grief support group, presumably a trap that has been laid for her. Thinking on her feet, Joan sees Annie failing to take the cult's bait and, in her own words, chases her down. She's dressed in the same red we see other cult members, our other key colour blue, and as with so much of the cult's aesthetic, we see these geometric patterns on her clothing, alluding to signs and symbols related to esotericism. Even the car she's in front of shares this same red of the cult, and pays special attention to her body language the whole time she's around Annie. She grabs at her, repositions her, holds her in place, does whatever she can do to keep Annie focused where she wants her to be. Now, this is sometimes done to prevent Annie from seeing things that will cause her to figure out the trick being played, but for the most part, this seems to be some affectation, some occult Jedi mind trick designed to make Annie believe her. Really, we're watching her put Annie under her spell, and to a lesser extent, she's putting us under that same spell. And that's very interesting because both critics and the director have pointed out that the whole film functions like a ritual or spell on the audience. And here we get to see a very clear microcosm of that. Now, in this scene, because there's the barrier of the car door, it's not quite as obvious, but watch how much Joan is grabbing onto that car door, touching at Annie through the window. She's like a pickup artist trying to establish physical contact, trying to accelerate Annie's process of trusting her, and keeping her focused on the magical misdirection coming from her mouth. I also think there's something very dramatic and reverent to her body language, something that old witchy ladies, old church-going aunties have, and while it does work as good surface camouflage for seeing her character as this old friendly lady, we do know on second viewing that this is likely the high satanic priestess in her kind of bubbling to the surface. Joan asks Annie if she isn't coming in, and we see Annie a little bit shocked by how over-familiar this woman is being. Joan realises she may have put Annie off and does her best to backtrack and reassure her. Now, it's not 100% clear as to the timeline, but it seems like Joan messes her backstory up here. She claims to have lost her son and grandson 4 months ago, and she says she's been coming to these meetings for a couple of months. But right at the start, she tells Annie that she recognises her from a few months ago, and almost certainly a few is more than a couple. Even the story of the deceased son and grandson, which we find out is in all likelihood entirely fake, she seems to put together in the moment, adding in details like the grandson dying after her initial explanation, and only telling the story when it's clearly necessary to stop Annie from driving away. She manipulates Annie's loneliness and grief into a further meeting with her, and with that, the cult's plan is fully in motion. And quick shout out again to Toni Collette's acting here, perfectly selling this moment of the first time she puts words to her tragedy and says out loud what's happened to Charlie. And pay close attention to how she phrases it, because it's not just the fact that she's saying it that shocks her, it's how she phrases it. She does not say, "My daughter died in a terrible accident," or like Joan says, her son and grandson drowned. Annie doesn't say, "My daughter died in a car accident," or "My daughter was decapitated." She says very plainly, "My daughter was killed." And killed could imply killed by a telephone post to the head, but it could also imply that she believes Charlie was killed by Peter. And I think that's why we get this look of complete shock. She's admitted to herself at least that she does blame him. Following that, we see a much more callous demeanour towards Peter, and the rejection of her husband as he clearly doesn't feel the same way as her. When Annie returns home, we see that she's again lied to Steve about where she's been, again using the movies as an excuse. She immediately greets him with, "I'm going to bed," and clearly is uncomfortable being around him. It's interesting that we'll see Annie flip from this rejection of her family to trying to save them and seemingly acting completely out of loving interest towards them. But I think because the flip in her feelings towards them is so extreme, that we could assume within the lore of the movie it's first driven by the cult, Paimon'd weakening her mental state and doing what they can to cause division, and then reverted by her ultimate realization that something very dangerous is happening and that she's been tricked and needs to try to undo it. But on a subtextual level, and as part of the initial fake-out of this all being in Annie's head, this is very much supposed to be emblematic of mental illness. It's difficult not to draw parallels with dissociative identity disorder or schizophrenia, as Annie oscillates between these two extremes of loving mother and eventual killer. But it doesn't have to be so pathological. It can, again, simply be this woman who feels like her life isn't her own, who is building resentment towards the children she was never sure she wanted. And subsequently, what we're seeing here is the flux between the children and family she knows she loves, and the overwhelming anger and frustration and fear she feels now she's trapped in a life she didn't design. Design being the operative word here, as we see Annie designing small worlds, simulacra, for her situation, which ultimately she feels a measure of control over. Annie doesn't stay away from Joan for very long. We have a couple of brief intermediary scenes. Firstly, this scene with Peter in the bedroom, staring at the demonic glow of the space eaters in the treehouse. And this shot is amazing, with the devilish glow reflected back in Peter's eyes. Given the ending, this foreshadowing would be intelligent enough, just with that. But there's a bit more to it than that. It's this demonic influence, Paimon'd's malignancy and the manipulations of the cult that have driven this wedge in between the family, that orchestrated Charlie's death and Annie and Peter's opposition. And as we're watching him lay there staring at the treehouse, it's obvious he's feeling one thing: resentment to the mother that doesn't show him love and blames him for something outside of his control, just as she was treated by Ellen. So we're watching this resentment build in his eyes, and this demonic glow becomes not just foreshadowing, but a literal explanation and visual identifier of where this resentment is coming from. Paimon'd, pandemonium. It's an extremely elegant way of demonstrating this with a simple visual metaphor. And again, as we see everywhere here, demonic glowing eyes are pretty overdone, but Hereditary finds a way to make it refreshing and intelligent. Just as with Annie seeing Ellen in the attic, we can find something very relatable in Peter staring at clothes in the corner of the room, trying to convince himself he didn't hear Charlie's clicking. I'm sure we've all done this before, and again, it's a very natural thing to happen following a tragedy, certainly after losing a close family member. And while we can consider that as subtext, what's truly amazing here is that the film takes those recognisable markers of trauma and grief, like seeing shapes in the corner of your room, or thinking you heard or saw someone you lost recently, and it uses them as actual indicators of supernatural activity. It's weaponizing our own trauma against us and saying, all those weird little thoughts you had during your darkest hour, they were all true. I think when combined with this flat realist aesthetic, stellar acting and genius level writing, it's that closeness to real world loss that makes the horror here seem so personal. Interspersed between Peter and the next scene is this quick stationary shot of the Graham's letterbox, or mail slat if you're American at home. And I'm pointing out the difference because I don't know if in America this practice is normal or not, but here it is quite standard to have different people delivering singular flyers after the government-employed postal service has done the rounds. So when I first saw this, it really slipped over my head that it would be a cult member delivering this, but that is most certainly the case. This is another tool to get Annie to embrace occultism and trick her into summoning Paimon'd, and allowing the latter stages of the cult's plan to go ahead. It's important to note though that Annie does not take the bait, and the cult take a separate route to having Annie conduct her own séance. So while it may feel as though the cult have this perfect and infallible plan that's been meticulously thought out, the truth is more that their influence and surrounding of the family is so complete that whatever route the family takes, they'll end up with the same outcome, in line with the themes of the tragedy of fate and predestination. And following that, we get a crucial scene with Annie, perhaps the Easter egg that's become most well known, her knocking over of the paint pot without touching it. And if you did miss it on the first watch, then don't worry, it's very subtly done. But when you watch Annie's hand, she doesn't come anywhere close to the paint. I think by now, I probably don't have to say it, but it's especially important here. The paint that Annie spills, the note next to her that distracts her, Joan's phone number, they're all marked with the same turquoise blue that we associate with Paimon'd. This may be the moment the film really shows its hand and lets you know how important this colour coding is. In fact, if we look at what paints Annie has laid out, we see the turquoise I've mentioned, the gold we associate with Ellen, and the orange colour we associate with Charlie and Paimon'd in their previous earthly form. And we can safely presume that the bottle falling over on its own, directly onto Joan's note, is due to Paimon'd's magic trying to lead Annie toward a certain outcome, essentially doing what it needs to ensure the right version of the future, where the cult's plan successfully comes to be. And truthfully, that's why this scene is so crucial. It's because here we see all of our theories be proven right. Really, it functions like a key to a puzzle. It's okay to say all of this stuff, but we have to be able to prove it. And right here is where we can do a lot of that. Now, right before the bottle falls over, we see a wisp of light. Not the pulse, like when we're seeing Charlie and Peter be directed, but more like the wisp we see enter Peter. We see it float down past the window just before the bottle tips over. The turquoise bottle that pushes Annie towards making contact with Joan. And as I may have mentioned, this light we see that we're assuming to be Paimon'd shares this kind of light blue hue. While it may seem obvious now, really this scene is the linking factor that demonstrates it all and links the subtext with what's clearly happening. We see things being directly affected by magic, even if it's quite well hidden from the audience's view, and we see this purposefully inserted blue light move and clearly indicate that it's doing it. And other than when we see that wisp enter Peter, this is perhaps the most obvious it will be that this light blue to turquoise light Paimon'd is inflicting it. And at many major points during the cult's plan, some of which I've covered already, we'll see blue lights, blue lens flare, or purposeful roving wisp-like spotlights that are another example of the same thing, just more subtly done. And we could leave it there and pretty much have the same meaning, but there's likely a specific reason as to why this weird light reflection style effect is being used, and again, this scene works as a key for it. We see this wisp right next to Annie in frame. It's behind her, sure, we have that soft jump scare thing, but on screen it's right next to her. Just like the blueprints are next to Peter's room or behind Ellen when she appears in the attic. This closeness is used to suggest a synergy, a mirroring, a proximity. Just like we see with the bedroom diorama in the actual bedroom, or the chopping and the headbutting, or Peter's face filling the screen at precise and key moments. This relation is 100% intentional, and here where the wisp sits over Annie's shoulder, we see her using her magnifying glasses. Now, as before, we see that she's only got one of the lenses deployed. As I mentioned, she's not fully blind to things like Peter is. She is watching, she is paying attention, but her closeness, her magnification, they prevent her from being able to see the big picture. But far more crucially than that is this lens, whether it's Annie's magnifiers or Peter's telescope or even the lens of the camera, that we need to be focused on, because it's here that we find the secret to what this light is. Which is to say, it's the reflection of the cosmic or spiritual lens of whatever being is watching over the family. Like Annie looming large over her dioramas, it's the viewfinder of whoever or whatever, almost certainly Paimon'd, being is treating the Grahams' household like their own little dollhouse. We even see movement very reminiscent of light reflecting off a tilting lens as Paimon'd is trying to attract Charlie's attention to her grandma, which I think really makes sense when we view next to Annie tilting her lens. It's why we have so many shots of the house in tilt shift, why we see the camera moving below ground, why we see Annie doing this, why we see miniatures inside of miniatures. It's all alluding to this larger being that's watching the family and controlling events. As I covered earlier, almost certainly Paimon'd, but if your headcanon is that it's Lucifer or whoever you want it to be, it doesn't really make a difference. The point is that it's the reflected lens of whatever being is watching, and really, as far as I'm concerned, there's no being mentioned directly other than Paimon'd that it could be, given what the film presents us with. If you've ever seen Carl Sagan explain Flatland, then I kind of think of it like that. In Flatland, a 2D world would perceive a 3D object very differently to how we would, seeing only two-dimensional slices of a strange, unknown object. Now, Mr. Sagan uses this to make an extrapolation about the fourth dimension, but for us, just think of the 2D world as the non-spiritual realm, and Paimon'd as a spiritual observer, the 3D object that passes through. In the non-spiritual realm, they can only really perceive slices or reflections of him, this light, essentially. And even then, it takes a good amount of being mentally or psychically broken down and fed bits of Dittany of Crete to be able to see it. A lot of people have treated this lens theory with a pinch of salt, but I actually think it's cut and dry when you look at all the evidence together. And just like that, we're back to Joan. Even on the street outside her apartment, we see the path Annie is taking is lined with turquoise street signs and so on. I don't know how normal this is for Utah or America in general, but this film pays such close attention to its colour coding that really nothing would surprise me at this point. Either way, we see her following this turquoise-stained note to Joan's house, which makes no sense beyond the subtextual meaning of the colour, as it just has a phone number on it. Now, I'm not sure what the deal is with this mirror. It's put there very purposefully. We see the camera hold on it for a second or two. This will happen again in reverse later on. And at no point where Annie walks past it do we see her reflection. Nor do we see Joan elsewhere on screen while Joan is being reflected. This is a very purposeful decision, very purposeful camera movements, and very purposeful blocking of the shot by Toni Collette. Now, first and foremost, this is not Annie being in some transient spiritual place where she doesn't cast a reflection. We can say that with certainty because just moments after the first mirror shot, we'll see her reflection in one of the framed photographs on Joan's wall. So the answer is not Annie is possessed, Annie is a vampire or anything like that. One thing of note, though, is that mirrors and the occult go hand in hand. We'll even see Paimon'd mess with Peter through his reflection. And I do think there's a little bit of a nod towards the idea that mirrors, reflections, can be used to see and commune with spirits. But truthfully, I don't think Annie isn't casting a reflection or having her reflection messed with by Paimon'd. I think it's simply a cleverly placed mirror and a very well structured shot, and by keeping Annie in frame but not reflected, and Joan out of shot but reflected in the mirror, we once again get this impression of her looking in through a window at Annie, just like the cult are doing, just like she did when she first introduced herself. This feeling that Annie is being observed, which she is certainly, there's a camera right outside Joan's apartment. And that it's happening with a mirror shouldn't be lost on us because, again, they do have this link with the spiritual. So truly, I think this is a visual metaphor for how Annie is being observed and manipulated by the cult, both directly from right outside her house through her window, and more supernaturally from the spiritual plane we see associated with reflections, and the film has alluded to at multiple points. Let's rewind a couple of seconds and have a look at Joni's doormat, and if you're wondering why I'm calling her Joni now, this is why. She's clearly introduced herself as Joan to Annie, but to her friends she's Joni. And as we come to find out, this doormat has absolutely been made by Ellen. We see similar mats made for Annie and her brother later on, and in this scene, Annie even mentions to Joni that her mother used to embroider ones just like that. Joan plays this off expertly, saying, "Did she really? Isn't that funny?" This is a great example of Joan being a high-level manipulator because she's not just playing it off as if it's nothing, she's playing it off in a way where she encourages Annie to accept coincidences. She's essentially saying, "Isn't life funny? What an odd coincidence. What a small world." And given that she knows Annie is going to be seeing and hopefully ignoring a lot of clues, that's what she's really pulling towards here, keeping Annie away from noticing the truth. Now, the welcome mat, as they call it, seems absolutely not fit for purpose. It looks a lot more like a embroidered prayer pillow that's going to be destroyed just by people stepping on it, let alone wiping their feet. So we shouldn't assume that that's its primary function. And just as with Annie and her brother, we see some symbolism on the pillow that suggests more is going on. Here specifically, we see geometric outlining. This is par for the course with Joan's decor, her clothing, and all the other places I've already pointed out. This idea of sacred geometry being important in both spiritualism and the occult. More specific to here though, we've got 6-pointed stars, more commonly known as hexagrams. I think most people traditionally associate them with Judaism, but truthfully, they pop up in Buddhism, Christianity, Islam. As I mentioned near the beginning with the pentagram stars, they are one of the earliest graphic symbols, so there's a long and storied history there. And alongside its use in religion, it's prevalent in occult and ceremonial magic. Truthfully, to give you a full rundown of the hexagram would likely take at least 4 hours, and it's ultimately not that relevant here. So to give you an extremely abridged version, the first understanding of the symbol would be a representation of the 7 so-called old planets recognized by early astrologers. Sometimes it represents the different elements, sometimes the 2 overlapping triangles just represent fire and water, and sometimes it's used as a sign for quintessence, the supposed fifth element. But most crucially, most relevant to us here, and to its use in general, the hexagram is viewed as a talisman for conjuring spirits and the various forces of occult magic. And sometimes it's called the Seal of Saturn, but most commonly it's referred to as the Seal of Solomon. Solomon being this father figure of occult magic that I've mentioned many times already, most notably the Grimoire, the Lesser Key of Solomon, where we get all this crucial information regarding Paimon'd. The text itself is littered with hexagrams, and if you search up occult symbolism, it's likely to be one of the main results. In opposition to the hexagrams, we see this symbol. Now, this isn't particularly clear, but I think this is a combination of two symbols. It looks to be like an alchemical flask or potion bottle with an all-seeing eye on it, combined with this curvy outlining on the bottom that's reminiscent of the modified sigil of Paimon'd used throughout the movie. We certainly see the same three circles there, alluding to the three heads of Ellen, Charlie, and Annie. And there is another part to the design that I think is a somewhat unfinished motif in the film. We see leaves like this on Ellen's stationery, we see this sort of floral leafy wallpaper at the party. There's a fair few times we'll see this kind of floral nature imagery. I think it's largely a combination of these riches Paimon'd is supposedly offering and the pagan or occult belief of sacrifice improving harvest. We're in Utah, we don't see it, but we can presume there's a lot of farming going on, and this could likely be one route the cult may see riches. The way I see this as being underdeveloped or unfinished is that this imagery never really goes anywhere in the film. It's extremely background, and ultimately I think these themes are far better explored within Midsommar. And as I mentioned, I'm definitely going to do kind of a comparison complete guide video for that and the original Wicker Man, another of my all-time favourite horror movies, so I'll leave anything I've got to say here for that video. Following their conversation about the welcome mats, we cut straight into Annie sharing the details of Charlie's death with Joan. There's a couple of things of note here. First, we have Annie's mention of there being tar-like black blood around the neck. We don't need to go into the real-world practicalities here. I think we could say, whatever the case, this is softly alluding to there being something demonic about the body. Next, we'll see Annie mention that the head was not there, and we get this sudden sort of snapping glance from Joan, which on first viewing is supposed to seem as though she's just disgusted by the details, but given that we know Charlie's head is of prime importance for the cult's invocation of Paimon'd, it's actually much more likely that this is Joan realizing they need to find that head ASAP. Keep following Joan's eyes and you'll see her watching Annie drink the tea very closely, making sure she's ingesting the dittany of Crete. And we know the tea has dittany of Crete in it because we see Annie pull some from her lips after drinking it. This is really the clearest view we get of the herb in the whole movie, and it's likely the first time the cult has been able to get Annie to ingest it. From here we'll see her suggestibility increase and her mental stability rapidly deteriorate as the herb weakens her defenses and ultimately facilitates her possession by Paimon'd. Wanting to distract from the tea, Joan moves the conversation on to Peter, the member of the family she's interested in far above the rest. It's here that we get Annie's admission that she sleepwalks, and this immediately rings alarm bells in the viewer's head. It's such well-crafted misdirection that lets you think you're solving the puzzle while hiding the real trick right in front of you. Of course, the viewer will relate Annie's sleepwalking to Ellen, and more specifically Ellen's DID. By this point in the film, there's a very good chance you're viewing Annie as a potential enemy, despite her being the main character. And when she expands on what her sleepwalking entails, there's really no wonder. Even when we hear her admit it as an unwitting victim, it's a difficult thing for the audience to forgive a mother dousing herself and her children with paint thinner and holding up a lit match. We're likely to be skeptical that she has their best interests at heart. And Toni Collette plays this so down the line, so on the knife edge between legitimate victim and mentally ill perpetrator, convinced of her own innocence, that it's almost impossible to tell on first viewing. And the film gives us a lot of subtle clues that Annie is lying, or at least is used to lying about it. When she begins telling Joan the story, she says, "I sleepwalk, I haven't done it in years, but a couple of years ago," and then proceeds to tell the story. It seems right from the off that she's fudging details and maybe trying to make it more palatable. Despite this, it's clear to the audience and her that she's lost the trust of her children, and when she uses phrases like, "it was impossible to convince them," it's tacitly building your image of Annie as a person who wasn't believed at the time, who wasn't believed by her closest family members, who presumably know her better than anyone. And that positions us against Annie, not believing her just like everyone else. And when we really think about that, how awful this situation truly is, where she isn't in control and her loved ones view her as the threat, disbelieving her honest denials, that's pretty damn heartbreaking. Annie's been put through this her entire life, but we and her family refuse to trust her because of it. We see this idea of abuse creating the abuser and a mentally ill person who is perhaps feared by their loved ones. And although we may feel sympathetic for Annie, we can only see her behaviour for what it is, a direct threat to her children's lives. While she was almost certainly trying to subconsciously eliminate them from the board, she was doing this in a deeply subconscious effort to save them from the horror that on some hidden level she knows is coming. We'll see this confirmed later on when she does the same thing again and we hear her tell Peter that she's trying to save him. It's Annie's subconscious bubbling up to the surface to try and save her son the only way she can, by killing him before Paimon'd takes hold. And Annie closes this scene out with the again quite juvenile, teenage-style delivery of, "And there's nothing I can say and nothing I can do because it happened while I was asleep." And there's a clever bit of double meaning here. Really, this line perfectly sums up Annie's entire narrative. There is nothing she can say to stop it. There's nothing she can do to fix it. It's all already happened while she's been asleep. That is to say, there's nothing she can do to stop what's going to happen to her family because she's been asleep to the machinations of the cult her entire life. It's too late and the plan is already in motion. This is the sacrifice from the sacrificial lamb's perspective, and the lamb may have begun to subconsciously understand what's happening, but it's far too late. And at the end of the day, it is just a lamb, unable to prevent the sacrifice even if it wanted to. Really, you're supposed to feel momentary hatred for Annie here, but knowing what Annie is ultimately victim to during the film, this may be the bleakest window into her life the movie gives us. And when we consider what this is alluding to in terms of mental illness beyond that, it becomes even bleaker. There is something to be said for Annie's choice of accelerant here too. This could have easily been gasoline. Well, actually, let's start at the start. She could have been holding a gun to their heads. But there's a historical and intertextual importance to this being fire. We've got cleansing fire, we've got hellfire, we've got people setting themselves on fire in protest, we've got mothers doing this to their kids, we've got the idea of feminine sacrifice being tied to being set on fire, and all linked in with the history of witchcraft and supposedly mad or different or possessed women being burned at the stake. And that is crucially important and almost certainly the subtextual intention here, given we'll discuss a very similar thing with beheading towards the end. But why paint thinner? The easy answer is that it's on brand for Annie, and it makes sense that she would have it to hand. But I think the best answer is that if Annie's miniatures and dioramas, the things she uses the paint on, represent this matryoshka simulacra of the supernatural intentions surrounding them, then the paint thinner can be seen as representing a way to undo that, a way to erase the meticulous plans laid out for them. And if you want to be even more direct than that, you can see this like Peter's covered telescope and Charlie's constellation pajamas in the next scene. Annie has literally just followed a paint-covered note to Joan's house, and now for the first time she's telling the audience she tried to commit infanticide by paint thinner. So we can see paint thinner as sort of a combative force against the demonic. One other thing I want to mention quickly before we move on, this is the first and really only time we don't see Joan constantly grabbing at Annie and realigning her, or subtly but physically coercing her. And that's because Annie is exactly where the cult want her, doing the exact thing the cult want her to be doing. I think it's clear that Annie isn't fond of the welcome mats her mother made, as the very next scene we cut to the Grahams' interior doorway, and we see they don't have anywhere to wipe their feet. And on the ground in front of the door, we see a clutter of muddy footprints around the entrance. Now, maybe this is just the family coming and going, maybe that's why Steve is normally militant about shoes off in the house, but I don't think so. Firstly, as I've pointed out, this is a set, so we're not filming in a real house where this could be here accidentally. Everything on screen is precise and meticulously presented. Secondly, we know these footprints weren't there before, as we see the hallway prior to the party. There are some scuff marks there, but clearly not in the same muddy abundance we see here. This is pretty clearly alluding to the cult members having dug up Ellen and then transported her through the house to store her body in the attic. This may even be why Steve has become militant about shoes being off, because he keeps seeing cult members' footprints in his hallway. And let's stick with Steve for a moment as we see him very weakly, very impotently chastise his son about signing up for his SAT prep course. Steve even seems to realise his own failings here. He knows he's losing the battle with his family, communicating with them less and less. Peter just outright ignores his reprimand, and there's a deliberate softness to it where even Steve can see why he would. Afterwards, Steve heads upstairs to tell Annie dinner is ready, and we see her working on a not-so-miniature diorama of the accident. It's much larger than the others, actually the size Ari Aster wanted all the miniatures to be at first before realising they'd need to be scaled down. But this one wasn't. This is supposed to be a large and confronting moment where we see Annie has gone over the edge. She's certainly losing track of reality, not seeing an issue with what she's doing, not realising dinner is already made, and so on. And up until this moment, her dioramas may have been somewhat worrying, but this really is a good deal more problematic. She describes it as a neutral view of the accident, and that begs the question, neutral for who? Because to Steve it's obviously offensive, and to Peter it would be even more so. She means neutral for herself to be able to understand what happened, but we've already seen that subconsciously she blames Peter. But in this aiming to gain understanding, we see the real admission that this is the only way Annie really knows how to process trauma. While she may well be able to take traumatic events and render them objectively in miniature, Steve rightfully views it as deeply unhealthy, and so it's here that we probably see him at the precipice in regards to their marriage. Not his final breaking point of needing to call the police and ultimately being set on fire, but certainly the point of no return in being able to continue a happy marriage with Annie. We do see him finally snap on her verbally, although given the context it's still quite a muted, impotent reaction, and certainly not one that does anything to reach Annie, who continues daubing away with the red paint. It's a short and impactful scene that very quietly marks this point of no return. The cracks that were present in the family unit have begun to crumble. And that's exactly what we see as the family sit down for dinner, which, to give Steve his dues, looks absolutely delicious. Just like when Peter was asking to borrow Annie's car before the party, we see this standoffish, very surly teenager type attitude from Annie again. And while there may have been some small element of humour to that initially, this is now much darker in the context of what's happened to Charlie and Annie's subsequent feelings towards Peter. We see her not talking, glancing up from a plate as she plays with her food, verbally mimicking Steve and being contrarian and standoffish with Peter. It's all again very surly teenager type behaviour, a mirroring of a lot of the things that she resents about Peter. And before we get into the argument, I wanted to mention how Peter is holding his cutlery, which is borderline unnerving, and for such a small little detail really has 5 possible answers. Now, I think the one I subscribe to is that this is another example of Peter's stunted development, his borderline neglect in some respect by his parents, and that fits with Peter's baby-like crying of mommy and needing his friends to hold his hand. Peter's nearly finishing high school. This should be something he knows how to do properly, and we even see Annie look at it with resentment, a subconscious recognition that maybe she hasn't been the mother she needs to be. So for me, it's an example of him being emotionally and developmentally a bit stunted, but perhaps we can go a bit further and say it's even exacerbated during times of stress or emotional turmoil, like when your mother is holding you responsible for killing your little sister. Maybe this isn't always how Peter eats, but rather some bad habit he's regressed into due to the stress. And I should mention the other 3 theories because, truth be told, I don't think you could outright call any of them wrong. So first, this could be an example of Paimon'd worming his way into Peter. We already know he's been able to attempt taking control in brief moments, and we know he eats food weird. Certainly possible, but the least likely. Secondly, this could be some piece of character backstory we don't really get confirmed. I'm thinking specifically that Peter has attempted cutting his wrist at some point. We know he's suffered from depression, and Steve seems very wary of provoking him, and that's caused him to have to hold the cutlery like this. And thirdly, that Steve is worried about Annie's mental state to the point where he's hidden all the sharp utensils and Peter is having to work with a very blunt knife here. That last one was just something I saw on Reddit. I think the knife is perfectly fine for cutting food. Truthfully, it's whatever headcanon you prefer here, but I think the safest and best answer is this stunted development and at times childlike regression we see in Peter. Now, while Peter may vocally instigate the conflict at the dinner table, I think it's fair to say that it's Annie who starts the argument. After sitting in silence for a while, Peter compliments the food, and when Steve says "thanks buddy," we see Annie snicker to herself and slightly mimic the "thanks buddy," clearly taking the positivity they're attempting with one another as a slight on her. Peter asks quite genuinely, "You okay, Mom?" And for a moment, we see Annie react with almost pleasant shock. Everyone in this family, especially Annie and Peter, have been crying out for emotional support. And I think this initial shock from Annie is being actually quite warmly surprised that she's being asked. But she fails to reciprocate, just saying what. She doesn't know how to respond to loving inquiry thanks to a lifetime with Ellen. And we see the conversation quickly devolve from there. Peter asks if there's something on her mind, and we see this childish repetition of the question back to him. Annie's meaning is clear. Is there something you want to say to me? But she says it as if she's confused with the question. She's not trying to honestly communicate, and really in this moment, Peter is being the more mature party. From there, Annie says something very telling. "Why would I want to say something so I can watch you sneer at me?" And this may be the smartest line in the entire script. When you first hear it, you'll be certain that Annie has gone insane because Peter hasn't smiled once during the movie. It may even feel out of place or like an outright mistake. Peter acts as shocked as we feel, aligning him with the audience against Annie as he flat out denies it, saying, "Sneer at you, I don't ever sneer at you." The word "ever" is key here as it informs us that this isn't something happening off camera or prior to the film commencing. And with the film's acknowledgement of this incongruity, we know it's not a mistake of the film, it's a mistake of Annie's. So when she says, "Oh sweetie, you don't have to, you get your point across," we can go, "Oh yeah, she's definitely insane," as she's admitting he's not actually sneering in the next sentence. But as we know, having seen the film, this absolutely is something Annie is seeing, and Peter absolutely will be sneering later on. It's another little piece of subliminal awareness, a reflection of the plan Annie can't quite make out. Paimon'd's sneering face over her son's face, looking back and mocking her. And that's confirmed with what Annie says during her tirade a minute later. "All I get back is that fucking face on your face." Now, this is absolutely played for a moment of brevity for audience members tired of their teenage children, but again, that's how smart this script is, because as well as being genuinely funny, it can also be seen as Annie being unable to communicate with her child, quite a dark moment for a grieving family, and ultimately still its true meaning, the same as the sneer, this idea that Annie can somehow recognise Paimon'd's face on her sons, staring back and mocking her, taunting her with what's to come. It's funny, smart, and genuinely chilling all in the same sentence. As with every part of this movie, it gets smarter the more you understand it. And to just cut back for a moment, we have Peter doing the same thing with the phrase "release me" repeated multiple times, and Peter raising his voice, telling Annie to release him, which has obvious connotations to his fixed destiny, and also the idea that Peter's soul is released from his body to make room for Paimon'd. It is extremely, extremely smart script writing to achieve all this and do it so subtly. To put it in such plain, screaming in the audience's face view, while still hiding its true meaning, is complete genius. Once Annie has finally snapped at Peter, we do hear her refer to Charlie's death as an accident, but she also says to Peter, "I wish I could shield you from the knowledge that you did what you did." So not only do we have her directly blaming him, saying it was his fault, but there's even more layered language here. "I wish I could shield you" is exactly what Annie is trying to do in these subconscious attacks on her children, trying to kill them so she can take them off the board and keep them from Paimon'd. And to go a little bit further, shield you from the knowledge is also descriptive of Annie here. She knows something is desperately wrong, she can feel that everything is already doomed beyond repair, but because she has been shielded from this knowledge her whole life, she can't see it for what it is. And by the end of the scene, I don't think there's any doubt that Annie is blaming Peter, saying, "If you could have just said I'm sorry or faced up to what happened," accusing him of not being able to take responsibility. Despite her saying it's an accident, she seems certain the family cannot move on due to Peter not being able to apologise for and take responsibility for said accident. And from there we hear the truth. She cannot accept what's happened, and she cannot forgive Peter for, in her eyes, perpetrating it. And as Annie finally lets it all out and reaches a climax of venting her frustrations, we hear the actual truth slip out again, the hidden truth that even Annie can't see. She can't accept and she can't forgive because nobody admits what they've done. She knows she's been the victim her whole life. She knows her mother has done nothing but hide things from her and torment her. But because her mother was never honest with her, she doesn't know what she's missing. She doesn't know how to accept her child's death or why Peter isn't to blame, because she doesn't have the key to understanding the events that she's at the centre of. On a deep level, she still loves Peter. She still wants to protect him. But she's fighting a losing battle against an enemy she doesn't understand, and her family are the only people she has to rage against, the only people she has left to blame for this powerlessness that's been present her whole life. And when Peter finally fights back, when he points out that she's equally to blame in this cause and effect game of assigning accountability, she looks like she's about to explode. Maybe she does want to scream, "You killed her," but ultimately she bites her tongue, and not because Steve put his foot down. Her agreeing fine is 10 times more forceful than Steve telling them to stop. It's because ultimately she has to resign herself to the knowledge that Peter is right, that she isn't exempt from this unseen influence that she can't even verbalize, that she can't protect her children even when she considers herself to be fully in control of the situation. And we're left with this wide static shot that doesn't follow Annie out, giving the impression she's just disappeared from the family as Peter and Steve sit shell-shocked at the table. This is the last time I'm going to mention it, but Toni Collette not only wasn't nominated for an Oscar, but that year Glenn Close was nominated for the 7th time for her performance in The Wife, a film I'm sure we have all seen multiple times. Melissa McCarthy was nominated for a film I hadn't heard of, where she almost certainly starred as a bubbly loser with a quick temper, and ultimately Olivia Colman won for The Favourite. Now, I love Olivia Colman, I enjoyed that movie, but it's not fit to clean Hereditary's shoes. Here and the scene prior where Annie's discussing her sleepwalking with Joan, on their own, should have been enough for a Best Actress award. It very much speaks to a broader disrespecting of horror by the Academy, and I'm the first to agree that a lot of modern horror just isn't up to snuff. But I also think many of our greatest all-time examples of cinema come from that genre. Alien, The Shining, The Thing, and yeah, Hereditary I think is up there. It should have been recognised for how good it is. Following the blow-up at dinner, we get a quick shot of Annie that I think is supposed to be visually alluding to someone in a straitjacket. She certainly looks like she may have double-dropped whatever meds she keeps taking, and her blurred gazing at the clown seems to give the impression of muted asylum inmate as well. I think the idea with the clown here is the same as the sneering, that on some level Annie can perceive the occult forces laughing at her, using her as a plaything. We also see Annie again follow the instructions of a turquoise note, and once again run into Joan as she does so. We see Annie in the car park apparently running into Joan by chance. Joan's demeanour is extremely different, apparently brimming with happiness all of a sudden. Watch as she makes her way over to Annie. She's already using her arms to grab Annie's attention, and she grabs hold of Annie as soon as she's close enough. Again, Joan is a master manipulator, not just of Annie, but of the audience too. Again, she's wearing red, blue, and geometric patterns. Now, eagle-eyed Easter egg investigators may have noticed that as Joan pulls Annie towards the car, she is doing so to keep Annie from seeing that her back seat is full of chalkboards. Later, during the fake seance, Joan will claim to Annie that this chalkboard was a beloved item of her grandson's, which obviously isn't the case, as we see she's buying them fresh here. But that's not all that's hidden here. And something was bothering me about this scene for the longest time until I realised it was the decision to shoot this scene at sunset. It just seemed out of place somehow, but I think it's very clearly done to give us this visual evidence of Joan leading Annie to the northwest, towards Paimon'd, the king of the northwest. We know the sun is setting in the west, so we can say pretty clearly Joan leads Annie to the northwest here. We'll see more subtle and not so subtle northwestern imagery as the film moves on, but this is by far my favourite and the most cleverly hidden. As the scene continues, Joan goes absolutely Derren Brown on Annie, keeping her constantly aligned and making eye contact, even stroking her arm, doing everything she can to plant the idea of being able to spiritually contact Charlie within Annie. She spins a story where skepticism has been overwhelmed by the demonstration of spiritual fact, and under normal circumstances, I think we could safely presume that Joan is making this up so that Annie believes the lie. But we did actually see them insert the flyer for the spiritual reading through Annie's letterbox, so much like the grief counselling, I think we can say they did stage this event for Annie's benefit, and for Joan to run into her in the audience during the seance. It's just Annie never took that particular piece of bait. Annie seems very skeptical of what Joan is saying, extremely resistant. In fact, even though a lot of her expressions are hidden from camera, she clearly isn't buying what Joan is selling. Joan recognises this and plays the converted skeptic alongside her, ultimately saying it would be everything if you came. We never see Annie actually say yes, just cutting straight back to Joan's apartment instead. But it's clear from the last few things Joan says regarding being able to communicate with her dead grandson that the promise of being able to contact Charlie is enough to get Annie to go along with it. The main thing I want you to recognise about this seance is that it is, as the name probably suggests to many of you, a parlour trick. It utilises things, tricks, the average person might associate with the occult. The movement of the glass was a popular trick in spiritualism, obviously very similar to Ouija boards. Having spirits write things, verbally communing with spirits in the room. It's all stuff that I'm sure you recognise, essentially modern spiritualism that is a refined version of things we saw during the Victorian boom of parlour entertainment. This is a very far cry from the hermetic magic, demonology, occult worship, Miltonian biblicism, invocation and possession that we see the cult using elsewhere. This is all a show, exactly what it's designed to be reminiscent of really, as at this point the audience has no conclusive evidence of the supernatural, but more than that, it's a show for Annie's benefit. It's using tools she recognises from spiritualism, one to convince her of the reality, and two to keep her mind away from this being a gateway to a demonic ritual that she should absolutely not do. But all that's not to say that there isn't actual magic happening here. The glass, the chalkboard, that's not being operated with magnets and cult members. There's a definite demon in the room, which we'll get to in a moment. But this style of parlour magic they're disguising it with is supposed to signal to the audience that this isn't necessarily to be believed, and keep Annie from seeing the real demonic play that she's just become a part of. Now, as I mentioned, the chalkboard that Joan claims was a cherished item of her grandson was recently purchased, and given how haphazardly Joan put together the story about them back at the meeting, I think we can say with reasonable certainty that they don't and didn't exist. So if we know Joan is truly communicating with spirit, and we know she isn't communicating with her deceased grandson, then who is she communicating with? Well, I think the obvious answer is Paimon'd. We know this is well within his power set, as we've seen him knock over the pane, and we see much more later on. He can certainly affect objects in the material plane. And as when we discussed the light and this larger being observing the family like a dollhouse, we're saying this is Paimon'd because it almost certainly is, because there's never any real mention of beings beyond him, above him or below him. His minions, so to speak, are the cult, who are human and for the most part living, and although we get mention of him being one of the 8 kings of hell, he's the only one named directly. Now that implies 7 other beings along the same rank as Paimon'd, and perhaps leaves room for one all-powerful being above them, as we often see in literature regarding hell's hierarchy and greater demonology. That being may sometimes be Beelzebub, Satan, Astaroth, Baal. There's a great many differing interpretations of it, and depending on which one you're looking at, you'll come away with a different answer. But easily the most common is Lucifer, the bringer of light, and most significantly to us, Lucifer is the focus of John Milton's Paradise Lost, which, as I've mentioned, is certainly in line with the occult lore we get within the film. This focus on stars, this use of pandemonium, and so on. And the name Joan chooses for her make-believe grandson, whatever demon or spirit she's communicating with, is Louis, which could be a dry joke on behalf of the cult, alluding to the name Lucifer. Again, dangling the evidence in front of the family, laughing at them. This is going to become more of a theme as we go on, that these spirits have a pretty sick sense of humour. So that's not out of character. I think it maybe is somewhat of a stretch to think this is something Lucifer might waste his time with, however. The film has set up a hierarchy in Hell. Paimon is one of the 8 kings. I think given what we know about Hell's hierarchy, there's no way Lucifer is the same rank as Paimon, and I think we can go out on a limb and say he's probably the only being above the kings. So messing around with parlor tricks does seem like a bit of a stretch. With that being said, Lucifer is a being of light. He is often described as this because he's disguising himself as an angel, or while he was actually an angel, and sometimes he is just more of an abstract form made of light. And that does fit with this lens, this wisp of light that we see and have associated to Paimon. So while nothing I said before was technically incorrect, and while there is no other being mentioned directly other than Paimon, we must also consider that from context, we know there are other beings in Hell, and here we're seeing this Louis nickname used, which is closely reminiscent of Miltonian biblicism that we see the film reference at other points. As before, it's up to you and what you prefer your headcanon to be. This could be Lucifer, if not, it's almost certainly Paimon. It really depends how compelling you find the evidence. I actually quite like the Lucifer theory, but for the purpose of this video, we're just going to be using Paimon as the umbrella term for this being. Now, it would tie the whole how is Paimon inside and outside of Charlie simultaneously up with a neat little bow, but ultimately I think I have answered that question, and any theories we have regarding the light wisp being Lucifer really fall down when we see it enter Peter's body and have it verbally confirmed that he's been occupied by Paimon. Still though, the name Louis, just here during the seance, is almost certainly a knowing wink to Lucifer, and who knows, maybe he is in the room here. As the seance progresses, we see Annie becoming more and more unnerved, jumping at the movement of the glass and screaming when her hair is blown by an unexplained gust. She moves from skepticism to belief almost immediately. Remember, she's in a desperate situation, and the cult have been doing everything they can to break her down and make her as suggestible as possible. Joan has Louis write on the chalkboard, and whatever spirit it is writes, "I love you, Grandma." Now, as good as an actress as Joan is here, I think she does actually break character for a moment. When she declares her love for Louis, and let's say that's Lucifer here, but Paimon if you like, then she's really declaring her love for him. She seems reverent, almost brimming with joy at the contact. I think for Joan this has gone a little bit further in this moment than just convincing Annie. And we see that as Annie, clearly upset and terrified, asks if they can stop for a moment, and Joan, more venomously than we've ever seen her, replies, "What?" in quite a confused and confrontational tone. She gathers herself and gets back into character very quickly, but clearly Joan was for a moment all consumed by her open line of communication with Paimon or Lucifer or whatever demonic entity was in control. As Annie tries to rush out, we see Joan grab a piece of paper, and on it is the incantation or barbarous words used in the summoning of Paimon. The writing we actually see on the paper is the Hebrew text. We can also see design elements seemingly lifted from the Lesser Key of Solomon that also features Hebrew text as part of this circular mandala design. And it's difficult to make out, but central to that design we have an old-style compass with a direction marker pointing to the north to Paimon'd domain. We'll see the same compass marker denoting the northwest on the stairs leading up to Charlie's room and on the welcome mat Ellen made for Annie, as well as next to the illustration of Paimon we see in Ellen's book and also in the treehouse right at the end. Joan talks Annie through the ritual the cult want her to perform, which is most certainly not an innocent way of communicating with Charlie. Actually, it's the invocation of Paimon into the house, and likely what allows for her to be fully possessed by Paimon during the final act. Although you could make the argument that occurs when she's finally broken down fully at the point where Steve bursts into flames. Joan tells her that she needs to say the words to make things start, and really this is what she means by that. Once she says those words, Paimon essentially has free reign over the Graham household. This is confirmed by Ariaster, but he also makes note that if Annie hadn't chosen this path, just like she didn't take the bait of the seance, the cult would have found another way to invocate Paimon within the household. Which is to say that Annie's decision to carry out the ritual speeds things along, but is ultimately meaningless in terms of her being able to affect the outcome. If she didn't go through with it, the outcome would still have been the same because, as we learned during Peter's class, the family have no agency here. Back to Joan, and there is also quite a confusing continuity moment here where Joan's voice doesn't match up with her mouth movements. She tells Annie that every member of the family needs to be in the house, but the house was ADR'd in post. The original line was every member of the family needs to be in the room, but Ari Aster realised in time that this wouldn't line up with the events of the movie. Ellen's body, for example, is in the attic at the point where Annie does the ritual, so this was changed to just be the house. It's an error that a reasonable amount of people have noticed, but I think it actually highlights the level of care and attention to internal logic present within the film. And lastly, for the seance scene, we have Joan saying to Annie, "You didn't kill her," delivered through the window of this oddly structured mirror shot. Now, this is a very strange line. If Annie has implied to Joan that anyone killed Charlie, it was most certainly Peter. She doesn't spend time blaming herself at length for what happened. And sure, maybe she's just bottling that up and Joan can recognise it, but even Annie is confused by what Joan is saying to her here. It doesn't make sense. Now, the line is kind of rectified by Joan saying she isn't gone, and Annie seems to accept this meaning, but it really actually solidifies that Joan is blaming her. You didn't kill her because she isn't gone is essentially the same as you killed her, but there's an afterlife. So I think we can very much read this as Joan trying to mess with Annie's head, encourage that self-doubt and guilt in the hopes of pushing her over the edge so she can ask Charlie for herself, so she can find vindication or absolvement. After the seance scene, and certainly following Annie's invocation of Paimon'd in a moment, we see things start to get a lot more trippy. The film hasn't gone full mask off yet, it's still leaving room for this being a hallucinatory view from the lens of Annie's madness, but we're well on the way to the reveal that this is indeed supernatural. I think the point I really felt the shift is where we hear Annie chanting the words from behind the closed door. But just before that, we have this multi-layered dream sequence where we get a few useful bits of information, and it really does drive the plot forward into a place of conflict, so all the usual criticisms one might have about a dream sequence aren't really relevant here. I was listening to Martin Scorsese praise the film recently, giving particular credit to the intercutting in this scene, where we see these light switch style flicks between layers of the dream and changes in the situation, like them both being covered in lighter fluid all of a sudden. It's absolutely masterful work. Again, so low budget for how high impact it is, just like we saw with the original light switch cut with Ellen in the attic. We'll see this again a couple more times in quick succession with the exterior tilt shift shots flicking between night and day like a light switch. In fact, we never really see a clear indicator of any passage of time in the film, no reference for the distance between scenes. At one point, what could have been days is confirmed to be at least weeks, if not months. And all of this, particularly the flicking of the switch style scene changes, is supposed to create this feeling that the family are in an artificial environment, like a doll's house or a terrarium, that whatever higher being is watching over them can flick night to day as simply as turning on a light switch. It's not 100% the same thing here in Annie's dream sequence, but we see a very similar style to it, almost like the higher being is skipping scenes rather than hitting a switch. There's still this sudden, jarring break where things are different. Here it's obviously used to raise the question of Annie missing time during her sleepwalking or potential DID breaks. We know that in reality it's a combination of Paimon'd messing with her head and her subconscious desire to save her son by taking him off the board fully. We first see Annie get out of bed after noticing some ants. Now, this is obviously part of Annie's dream, but it is reflecting reality. The house is becoming insect-ridden due to the corpse-filled attic, and so while she isn't seeing them right now because she's asleep, she is in some way aware of them still. Her dreams are infested just like the house is. It's certainly the film's way of letting us know they're proliferating. As they have everywhere else, insects, flies, ants, maggots are all relating to Paimon'd and this image of death and decay and pestilence. As with the fly during the opening scene and the bird hitting the window, I suppose you could argue that Paimon'd is controlling these creatures, but I think of it more like a subconscious attraction or ability to sense the magic that the animals have, which is pretty standard fare for horror movies. Annie then sees Peter, presumably deceased with his face covered in ants, which I probably can't show on screen. So as I've said, we've had this association with Paimon'd and insects the whole way through, and really this is a visual metaphor, maybe a kind of prophetic vision Annie is having regarding Peter being almost or already smothered by Paimon'd's control. Essentially a vision of her son overcome by Paimon'd. From there, we quickly jolt into the second level of the dream. As with the first, it's initially presented as reality, where Peter is awake and quizzing the recently sleepwalking Annie. It's here we get a lot of important things confirmed to us regarding Annie's mental state and her relationship with her children. Perhaps most importantly, that she never wanted to be Peter's mother. This is the proof for everything we've been discussing regarding Annie being pushed into starting a family, and it's the final building blocks for Annie's perceived insanity. It's heavily reminiscent of several high-profile cases of mothers killing their children, and reminiscent of depressed, regretful, and ultimately mentally ill motherhood. A lot of the other things she says go along with that too, that she didn't feel like a mother, that she felt pressured by Ellen. She even admits to trying to force a miscarriage and it not working, which, as we've seen, may have been to do with Ellen's magical interferences in her reproduction. Now, as with everything, we know that what's actually taking place in the movie is Annie's subconscious desire to end her son's life so she can remove him from Paimon'd's grip. And that's really the third dream layer, this final switch where they're both doused with paint thinner and Peter is screaming that she tried to kill him. So really the dream, from beginning to end, is first realising that Paimon'd has a grip on her son, secondly arguing out loud, trying to find her justification for committing the act, and then finally what she knows she has to do to prevent it. Now, that's not to say Annie can understand all that with clarity in her waking mind. She still has no idea what's happening. But as we've covered, she's half awake. She's subconsciously aware of the cult's machinations, so in the dream, she can see things with a bit more depth. Now, while this is most definitely a dream, the exchange between Annie and Peter is still relatively lucid and really contains all the background information we've needed regarding the tension between them. It won't ever be explained on screen, but we do see soft hints that this conversation with Peter is still taking place in some realm of the immaterial. Ultimately, we're not supposed to know for sure as this blurring of reality is beginning here, but I think for all intents and purposes, as to where these characters are at, yes, this is part of their actual character progression and not something that is undone moments later. Not fully undone, at least, by Annie simply waking up from the dream. When real, awake Annie wakes Peter up to apologise about the things she said, she could easily be meaning what she said at dinner. But there's also the very likely reading that she's meaning the admissions she's made in the dream too, given she's kind of blurring in and out of her waking mind. And on top of that, Peter mentions he was also having a nightmare. So we have this suggestion that perhaps they were both lucid dreaming, whacked off of Dittany of Crete, in this spiritual in-between place of the house. And they did have this sort of shared dream confrontation. It's very much open to interpretation. It could be that Peter was just being tormented with his own demons, just as Annie was. Except again, his demons are pretty much Annie's demons, seen from the other side. So I choose to subscribe to the theory that they were sharing the same dream space here. And I just want to draw attention to how incredibly threatening and trippy it is when we cut back to her hovering over Peter and telling him to wake up after the intense, multi-layered nightmare sequence we just went through. The audience have no idea if this is going to be real after 2 or 3 very similar rug pulls just moments prior. And when we see this threatening, looming shape of Annie coming into frame as the camera spins to adjust, we realise that all at once our feelings towards Annie and her relationship with her son have completely changed. Likely at this point, it's the most we see her as a threat. We've had Annie recounting covering her son in paint thinner while he slept. We've had Annie just recently dreaming about it. Chances are next to zero that your first time seeing this, you were happy that Annie was hovering over Peter, and probably even lower that your top concern was her summoning a demon into the home. Just before Annie wakes Peter up for her attempt at a séance, we see, or rather hear, her chanting the words given to her by Joan that will allow Paimon'd this greater ability to manifest within the home as part of the long-standing occult tradition of the demon, spirit, vampire and so on, needing to be invited in. I'll put what we hear Annie chant up on screen. Obviously I'm not trying to welcome Paimon'd into my home, but feel free to try to summon him yourself and let me know down in the comments if you survive. It's a mishmash of Latin and Hebrew chants used to invocate Paimon'd, taking their origins and format from the Complete Book of Demonolatry and the Complete Book of Demonolatry Magic, although they have been paraphrased and pushed together for the purpose of the movie. Translated into English, the phrase reads, "Hail Paimon'd, King of the West, praise Paimon'd," or perhaps "Blessed is Paimon'd" at the end, depending on how literally you translate it. Once Annie has woken Steve and Peter, we see her invite them down to a Paimon'd summoning session in the living room. It's worth noting that this may be the kindest and most loving version of Annie we ever see. She's apologising profusely to Peter and accepting culpability. She even calls Steve baby. Now, this does raise the question of whether or not Annie is in control here. Is her newfound kindness a product of Paimon'd being at the wheel? And the answer is no, almost certainly not. We very clearly see Annie get possessed, both at this séance and later following Steve's death. We can easily identify when Annie isn't and isn't possessed. This blue-white light bathing her head and her turquoise dressing gown may indicate that she's somewhat under the influence of Paimon'd though, in his thrall, so to speak. But she certainly isn't possessed, as she will be later. I think it's fair to say that her kindness here is mostly performative. She's being kind to them so that they will listen to her and do what she wants them to do. In a way, you can see it as a poorly affected version of what Joan did to her. And ultimately it works, as they do get up and take part, begrudgingly, in the séance. But I think there's a much more generous reading to Annie that I personally lean towards. If we consider that the peak of her nastiness, her honesty, has come moments before, literally visualising that the only thing resembling a happy ending for them is needing to kill her own son, and we know that it's this understanding that she's not in control, that she can't save them, and that she's never had agency that's pushed her to that realisation. Then here in this moment, we're seeing an Annie that thinks there's an escape, that thinks against all odds she's found a way out, found proof that her daughter isn't fully gone. For me at least, I think that's why Annie is so kind and lovely here. I think she truly is sorry to Peter when she says it, but she's mistaken mania for clarity and is currently on a mega high, thinking she can easily commune with her daughter, and that maybe there will be a happy, more divine ending for her family. Unfortunately for Annie, we find out pretty quickly that this is not going to be the case. I think mania is a good term for how Annie is being here. She doesn't even skip a beat when she reveals her friend Joan to Steve, nor does she stop to consider the ramifications that has on lies she's told to Steve. She's entirely focused on proving to them she can commune with Charlie. And watch her focus on rules here, refusing to close the window, telling them where to stand and what to do. This is really important. It's part of the trick that Paimon'd is playing on her. Annie thinks she has found something she can finally control, and she thinks by keeping all the same variables, she'll have control over the outcome. But this is a lie. She's not in control of anything here. The demon or demons are simply playing along until they decide not to. She gets some resistance from Peter, and particularly from Steve at the beginning, as they obviously don't believe her and really are just concerned for her. And we get this very subtle arms out, palms forward, stigmata / Christ on the cross posing from Steve, which the camera keeps focus on very purposefully. But there isn't too much of a mystery here, as he's just a few scenes away from quite literally dying for Annie's sins. We see Annie affecting these Joan-like mannerisms, grabbing at her family, positioning and rearranging them like dolls. She even calls herself a medium, and despite claiming she's lucid, I think it's pretty clear that she's entrenched in her delusion right now. Again, this turquoise dressing gown should signal pretty clearly where these ideas are coming from. She does make the interesting claim of having seen apparitions earlier and shaking them off. Now, firstly, it's important to note the spell she did in the bathroom. What she's referring to is not the same as what she's doing here on camera. This is the séance, the communication that's being manipulated by the demon. In the bathroom, she performed the actual invocation or summoning of Paimon'd. And when you read descriptions of this summoning from the grimoire, this is in line with what they described. I'll put a quote or two up on screen, but the basic gist is that after saying these words, you are going to get an apparition, a vision of the demon you've summoned. Even the phrase Annie uses to explain why they've stopped, that she dismissed them, has clear double meaning. On first viewing, we're meant to assume she just mentally dismissed them, as in told herself she was imagining things, but dismiss is the exact language used in opposition to summoning. Once done conversing or exchanging with the demon, one would say certain barbarous words to dismiss it. The other more obvious clue is that Annie says apparitions, plural, meaning she hasn't just seen Charlie or something pretending to be Charlie, she's seen something else too. But she's too blinded by her first piece of control over the situation, the only hope at speaking to her daughter again, and so as she has always done, she ignores the signs right in front of her. The séance begins properly with Annie asking Charlie to move the glass, and very quickly we see the Grahams descend into fighting and screaming, at which point the spirit seemingly feigns being upset, smashing a piece of glass and making the candle flame surge. And right then is when we first see Annie get visibly possessed. Now we hear a strange set of noises come out of her immediately following this that we should definitely go through. First is this long, croaking, rasping sound. As I've mentioned before, that's Paimon'd may have some difficulty communicating between forms, and that things like the cluck may be a product of this difference in speech and body parts that affect the formation of speech. But this noise specifically is lifted straight from Paimon'd's law, with the Liber Officiorum Spirituum describing him as having a hoarse voice and claiming he will speak only in his native language until commanded to converse in the summoners. Almost all of the other essential texts for Paimon'd make mention of this, making some suggestion that he has to be commanded to speak plainly. This is 100% that hoarse raspiness we're hearing, but this isn't the only time we'll hear it. When we hear Charlie sleeping, and during her allergic reaction, and her voice in general was very croaky, hoarse and raspy, we'll also hear the same noise coming from Peter when he's later possessed. It's the voice of Paimon'd. And right after the rasping, croaking noise at the séance, for the first and only time, we hear Charlie's actual voice. Millie Shapiro without the Paimon'd affectations, essentially calling out hello through Annie's mouth. I guess the best way to understand what's happening here is almost like the phone call from a hostage, proof of life, essentially. Although it's more like unlife in this case. Paimon'd is using the original Charlie, the displaced Charlie, not Char Paimon'd, essentially giving her soul in hell the phone for a moment. This is the Charlie that literally never had a chance at life, so her confusion is no doubt well placed, and we can only imagine the horrors she's endured if Paimon'd just has ready access to her soul, or her, in the underworld, however you want to imagine it. Now, while this has the desired effect of the family not realising they're complicit in demon summoning, it's most likely a product of Paimon'd's sick sense of humour. Charlie is being used as bait, as a tool to taunt and horrify the family and to push Annie fully over the edge in her belief of the occult. And from there, what we hear is a mix of Annie and Charlie's voices, ADR'd over one another, as we build this image of there being two souls or two beings fighting for control of the same body, essentially setting up the internal logic for what happens to Peter. We have Charlie and Annie both screaming "Mom," and by the very nature of their relationship, we see this blurring between generations of the family. Charlie is calling for Annie, and conversely, Annie seems to be screaming for Ellen, giving us the impression that while Charlie has been handed the driver's seat for a moment, Annie is perhaps trapped somewhere else, the spiritual realm, and can perhaps see or feel the presence of her mother. As the weirdness reaches a climax, we hear Peter again regressing into baby-like crying, until eventually Steve douses Annie with a glass of cold water. Upon her return to normalcy, we see her take the same venomous tone she's had throughout the movie, again suggesting that her sudden kindness may have largely been performative or an aspect of mania, or of being somewhat under Paimon'd's thrall. Following the seance, we get a sequence of quick shots, most notably this one featuring the words Liftoch Pandemonium. Liftoch is again Hebrew, meaning open or unlock, and pandemonium is sometimes synonymous with hell, more specifically though in Miltonian biblicism, that is to say John Milton's Paradise Lost. Pandemonium is the capital city of hell, the high capital of Satan and his peers, home of the Stygian or infernal council, built by the fallen angels at the suggestion of Mammon at the end of Paradise Lost Book 1. This, along with all the other factors I've mentioned, is enough to inform us that we're dealing with this law as the law we're working with in the film. The internal consistency of heaven and hell likely follows suit with what we see first established there. As with the other scribblings, this is a key phrase taken from grimoires, but those grimoires themselves were building upon wider Christian canon, most of which was established by Milton in Paradise Lost. As for its meaning in context, well, firstly, it marks this turning point in the movie, the point from which the floodgates or gates of hell, or more specifically pandemonium, lay open, and from here, hell's true madness is going to descend on the family. More literally though, I think it means that the house is now an open conduit to hell. And then there is the other lingering possibility, that this plan, the cult's true objectives, are greater than just Paimon'd, that potentially the gates to pandemonium are now open. Lucifer is overseeing the whole affair, and Paimon'd is the first of many. That's not something ever directly suggested by the film, but it's difficult to read open pandemonium and not see it as a potential meaning. Next we move to Peter's classroom, where he begins to see the shimmer that Charlie was previously directed by. Again, this is Paimon'd, or let's say the higher being overseeing and influencing events, directing him to see what it wants him to see. In this case, the absolutely terrifying reflection of himself smiling back, a clear indicator that Paimon'd is at least beginning to possess him, wearing him down mentally until he can possess him fully. As I've mentioned, this idea or image Annie has of Peter sneering at her is almost certainly this, as we never see Peter smile really, so we get the sense that Paimon'd has been lurking around Peter for a long time now. This is another example of the film wearing its influences on its sleeve, most notably Don't Look Now, and taking existing cliché horror tropes and breathing new life into them. This was certainly the second most viral moment from the film after Charlie's Clucking, but it's something we've seen again and again in horror movies, the idea of the reflection not matching or somehow revealing the supernatural truth of a situation. As I've mentioned, this is paired with the occult belief that mirrors function as this communing device with demonic entities, as well as many other alleged properties. I think what I find really terrifying about it is how nonchalantly Paimon'd is revealing this to Peter. This dude sup approach he has to notifying him that his body isn't his anymore is pretty chilling to consider. Peter rightfully freaks out and GTFOs the classroom as quickly as possible. Following Peter's exit, our POV switches back to Annie, again wearing turquoise and working on her dioramas, when Steve calls her furious about Peter being terrified at school. I think we could say this is his second breaking point, where he pretty clearly doesn't want Annie around Peter anymore. The first was the failure of his marriage, and the third will be him calling the police on Annie, which he threatens to do shortly before he is killed. There's a couple of telling moments here. Firstly, when Steve asks her to guess who called him from school in complete hysterics, and she replies Charlie. Clearly for Annie, this is something she's now fully courting as reality. Steve is trying to get across to her the importance of Peter's breakdown, saying he feels like he's being threatened, and rather than trying to take the logical train of thought Steve is promoting, she says why does he feel like he's being threatened? She again takes the supernatural element seriously here, which to Steve obviously seems as though she's doubling down on tormenting their son and ignoring the validity of what he's saying to her. Obviously though, we know Annie is starting to wake up to what's going on. She cares about Peter too. She's just accepted the supernatural reality that's occurring. And we see that put beautifully when she calls Steve back to leave an angry voicemail and she shouts, "I am not sleepwalking anymore." And this is true. She's not watching with one eye open anymore, no longer blind to obvious signs as she has been. But unfortunately for Annie, she still can't see what's actually happening or how she's being used, nor that it's too late to stop it. Following the phone exchange with Steve, we hear Annie receive a voicemail from the gallery she's preparing the exhibition for. This is actually Ari Aster's voice on the phone. In the script, this was supposed to be the same woman that's been emailing Annie, so my guess is this was a cameo of necessity rather than just wanting a directorial appearance in there. It's this message that pushes Annie over the edge with her work and causes her to begin smashing everything up. And it's absolutely lovely. The gallery are clearly very understanding, despite her apparent lack of contact, and essentially just want to make sure she's okay and support her. And really, I think that's why we see this reaction. Again, this kind of emotional understanding and communicative care is exactly what Annie has been starved of her entire life, and certainly very much so recently. But she also knows that her situation is a useless one. She knows that her control has been removed, and she has recontextualized her place in the universe as something held at the whim of unseen supernatural beings. All the lies and secrecy and trauma these dioramas have provided her some degree of control over, it's all rendered meaningless, and so she snaps. I'm not sure you could say for certain she realises here she's in a dollhouse herself. I don't really think that's something Annie ever learns before it's too late. But if her subconscious in the dream and in previous Sleepwalking episodes knew she had to kill Peter and Charlie, then I think we can say here that subconsciously she's made this realisation that she has control over nothing, and that in truth she's closer to the plaything, the model in the diorama, rather than its creator or controller. Alongside Annie's breakdown, we see Steve return home with Peter, and he comments, "Oh Jesus, the smell." This isn't ever really addressed, but it's obviously because the house now has a beheaded corpse in it. I think maybe you're supposed to attribute it to tossed paints and modelling supplies, or maybe just Annie not taking care of herself, but given what we know, it's almost certainly Ellen's body. And this is the third time we see this in-between space of the doorway used to highlight the cult's activities in the house. So you can be sure next time we'll see something definite, something that changes the formula and proves the rule. Steve walks upstairs to find Annie sitting amidst her smashed-up workshop. We see she's using a sad lamp with this blue-white light we associate with Paimon'd closely bathing her. And this is seemingly a very small detail, but it's also a legitimate visual metaphor tying together the supernatural core theme and this subtextual bait-and-switch dance with mental illness. The light is built for combating depression, and within the context of the film, it's directly representative of Paimon'd's influence. Steve's usual tact and subservience is nowhere to be seen, and he greets her very bluntly. Her explanation as to the damage is, "I didn't feel like looking at it anymore," and I think that's pretty much confirmation of what I've been saying. She's always used the diorama creation as a method of processing trauma, a lie she's telling herself that she had some degree of control over her reality. Now she's seen the truth of that, and at least subconsciously recognised her role as being closer to the doll than the doll maker. She can no longer look at it. One model that's seemingly intact is the replica of the Graham household, and Steve makes notice of the decapitated model of Peter laying in the bed. I think when we view it in conjunction with everything I just mentioned, we can see it as Annie's subconscious understanding of her only remaining move, something she's known she's had to do for a while. In the script, it mentions this being the only intact model, although we see that the diorama of the accident is relatively intact too. Either way, I think this still confirms the intention of the house in miniature representing Annie's last bastion, her only motivating directive from this point on, to try and keep her family safe in whatever fashion that might require. Following this, we see several quick shots building the tension, Steve taking more of his prescription than he should, Annie sitting awake in the bedroom, and then subsequently heading to Charlie's room. And on our way there, we see that the door to Ellen's room is open again, yet another sign of the cult, or potentially Paimon'd, messing with the house. And as Annie approaches Charlie's room, she sees Charlie's notebook being drawn in. We don't quite get to see it first, but it's revealed shortly after that it's multiple drawings of Peter, crying and dead, signalled by his crossed-out eyes. Now, it's unclear exactly what happens regarding this book. It could be that seeing it literally puts Annie under Paimon'd's thrall momentarily. It could be that seeing what it represents, that being the dark force's designs on her son, causes Annie to go into a sort of sleepwalking fugue, an attempt to end her son's life. It could be that she sees it and, horrified, runs in to check on Peter, who is being attacked by something else entirely. Personally, I think there's a lot of good evidence for it being the first option, and this is the first time we see her fully under Paimon'd's spell. But this is a confusing 30 seconds of movie, so let's go through it step by step. So first we have this camera pan down from the attic where we know Ellen's body is. We see these strange UV-style glow-in-the-dark doodles. One appears to be a fanged face, and the other is essentially just dots. It could well be the cultists. The 4 dots could be representative of compass markers with the face positioned at the northwest. But perhaps more likely than that, I think it could have been Charlie sitting on the attic steps with a glow-in-the-dark pen. As with the camera pan in the opening shot, I think we can read this as the spirit's movement from their dwelling in the attic into Peter's room, where the camera ultimately comes to rest. It's letting us know they're coming to mess with him, essentially. We see Peter slowly wake up after hearing Charlie's cluck and see her ghostly apparition stood in the corner. Her head rolls off and becomes a Nerf basketball in the moonlight. Now, as with other ghostly sightings in his bedroom, this is done to allow for the potential of this all still being a hallucination, or a trick of the light, or maybe Peter's half-dreaming mind. Even this late in the game, the film still hasn't fully committed to the supernatural. With that being said, though, I think we can say pretty comfortably that Paimon'd was in the room with him, and I don't think it was to warn him. Quite the opposite, in fact. More to distract him so that he can be grabbed from behind. Next, we see the family dog Max at the door getting increasingly upset with the demonic presences in the room. More on him in a second. And then comes the head grabbing, which is quite a strange way of attacking someone and seems to be causing Peter to writhe in terror and agony. So whose hands are they? I suppose they could be ghostly Charlie or Ellen's hands, but they don't look old enough for Ellen and they look far too old for Charlie. It's very difficult to make out, but the colour and cut of the shirt Annie is wearing right after matches exactly with the arms we see coming through the bed. Plus, just seconds later, Annie is in the room with Peter screaming that she did it, and we don't have any evidence to suggest ghostly apparitions would be able to wrestle with Peter. From everything we've seen, Paimon'd needs to physically possess people to do things like that. So I think it's pretty reasonable to say this is Annie doing the head grabbing. So why is she doing it? Is she doing it to take him away from Paimon'd, as she's hinted at? Well, no, I don't think so. Even though the film really wants us to think Annie intends to kill Peter, she's absolutely not trying to here, and I think that's evident from this being such a strange attack. This scene is normally referred to as attempted strangulation, and in the script it's described as trying to yank the head off, which certainly fits with our headless theme, but she's actually stretching his mouth open by holding his head in place and peeling his chin downwards towards his neck. And we know from Charlie's allergy and Peter's bad reaction to the Dittany that this is where Paimon'd is trying to enter him. He's also been bathed in blue-white moonlight, just as we saw before with the blue-white lens flare as Paimon'd was trying to get in initially. So if Annie is stretching his mouth open for Paimon'd to enter, the literal opposite of what she wants, then it's fair to say the sketchbook did send her into some kind of thrall so that Paimon'd could try it on, and the door slamming to keep Max out, just like the glass of water or her waking herself up striking the match, it snapped her out of it. So she isn't lying to Peter, she most certainly doesn't remember grabbing him. She was being controlled by Paimon'd, not trying to strangle or behead him, but rather hold his mouth open so Paimon'd could enter. And all of this is confirmed by the door slamming of its own accord. Paimon'd is literally working in conjunction with the possessed Annie here, so I really don't think there's any doubt. But that door slamming does bring me onto Max, because while all we hear is a door slam and a whimper in the movie, in the script it's a lot more obvious by this point that something supernatural is happening, and rather than just slamming the door, Paimon'd slams the door, drags Max backwards downstairs, opens the front door of the house, throws Max on the ground outside, slamming the front door of the house closed again. There's a direct intervention here that Annie is absolutely part of while possessed by Paimon'd, and I think that removes any doubt regarding her, or rather Paimon'd's motivations here. I'm not sure at what point you will have decided that Annie isn't a murderously bad person. It may have been right at the point of her death, maybe right at the point where you realise that the supernatural stuff was legitimately occurring. I think it's safe to say though that the film is still very much pulling for you to distrust Annie. It's a pretty obvious attack on Peter, and even when she's lucid again, her concern isn't for him so much as which corner of the room he'd seen Charlie in. Regardless of the truth behind it, one would hope a parent's instinct would be to try and reassure their child rather than interrogate them. And immediately following that, we see her tell Peter to keep this incident from Steve, while explaining she's the only one that could protect them, and accusing him of being crazy for suggesting she attacked him, which is all pretty typical abuser behaviour. All that being said, Annie must have a definite turning point here following this instant, given her decision to burn Charlie's book. Now this is to do with what it represents and what it's suggesting, the repeated image of a dead Peter, but I think in the most direct sense, it's Annie deciding enough is enough regarding the supernatural shenanigans she's invited into the house. Still believing what Joan told her, she sees Charlie's sketchbook as this conduit object, and she thinks if she burns it, she can break the link. She still believes there's rules that can be followed, and it's this belief that allows for Paimon'd to play this final trick on her. When Annie initially tries to burn the book, her sleeve spontaneously sets ablaze. Now, obviously no amount of being on fire is a good amount, but the fire springs to life relatively tamely in comparison to what we're about to see, so it's worth noting that she is being messed with here. This is designed to trick Annie as much as it is the audience. We're seeing the suggestion that there's a link between Annie and the book, that as the book slowly burns, so too does Annie. But no such link exists. The book is largely meaningless. It's just an object being used to mess with them. It's being used to convince Annie specifically of this link, but this is literally just the demon having fun at Annie's expense. Presumably, if he wanted to, he could just burn Steve any time. There's no link between Steve and the book, nor Steve and Annie's bloodline, yet Paimon'd is, let's say, summoned enough within the house by this point, that he is just able to set Steve on fire. So what's crucial here is that the demon is building an Agent 47-like setup so that Annie will be convinced that her misaction has resulted in Steve's death, and again, simply to laugh at her and make this as cruel as possible. That full breakdown of her mind and spirit is what allows for her to be fully, or rather permanently, possessed in the latter scenes of the movie. Annie retrieves the book from the fire and stamps out the flame rather than trying to extinguish the fire on her arm. This not only demonstrates to her that this link does exist between her and the book, which again it does not, but it also demonstrates to us that her belief in the supernatural is absolute at this point. It's not logical or instinctual to try and put the book out before your arm unless you're 100% certain of this magical link existing. After another light switch style edit from night to day, we see a mentally broken Peter trudging his way to school and a crazed looking Annie watching from the gap of Ellen's ajar door. We see this suggestion that Annie has been the one opening Ellen's door the whole movie, but that's absolutely a misdirect. It's been the cult up until now. Deciding she needs help in stopping what's going on, Annie heads back to Joan's. She finds the door locked and we see it's being monitored by a camera with an active red light signalling it's being observed. While Annie is stopped at the door, we do get to see inside, and this is really the final reveal that it's been the cult all along and that Peter is their target. Inside, we see evidence of the possession ritual, a similar carved triangle pointing to the northwest, just as we saw carved in the floor of Ellen's room, the one she used for the possession of Charlie by Paimon'd. We also see a few other symbols, multiple examples of Paimon'd's sigil and Charlie's makeshift dolls and icons. It's not until Annie looks down at the welcome mat her mother made again that she realises Joan might be the enemy. But as we've discussed, she's too late. The cult are way too far along with their plans for her to be able to meaningfully affect them, and Joan is already on her way to Peter. For me, it reminds me somewhat of Ozymandias in Watchmen, or perhaps the end of The Wicker Man. The horror lies in the hopelessness. Rather than an exciting battle that is ultimately lost, it's revealed to us that the loss has already occurred, that the stakes were far closer than we had realised, and it again feeds into this idea of the sacrifice from the sacrificial lamb's perspective, something I've tried to draw inspiration from for my upcoming novel. And so while Annie is putting the final pieces together, we flick to Peter, who becomes aware he is being beseeched from across the street by Joan. She's trying to expel Peter from his own body, and we hear her use the barbarous words SATONY, Degony, Eperagon. These all come from the necromancy banishment ritual from Verus Jesuitarum Libellus that I mentioned near the beginning, and that's exactly what Joan is using them for, except instead of banishing a demon she no longer has a use for, she's using it to banish Peter from his own body to make room for a demon. Now, this isn't meant to just pop his soul right out. It's just another part of the ritual to weaken his soul's grip on his body, and as we see in his following scene, it most definitely does just that. Rather than heading to help Peter, Annie heads to the workshop to raid her mother's boxed possessions in search of answers. It's here we see the welcome mats Ellen has made for Annie and her brother. We see a similar floral pattern on her brother's mat, two very clear sigils of Paimon'd, and even two almost complete satanic pentagrams. It's safe to say that upon seeing the similarities between the mats, Annie recognises the designs, but she's putting stuff together quite quickly at this point, and I feel she's already made the connection. Now she's just trying to find out anything she can. Skipping the book she'd previously leafed through, she first opens a brown book with only Paimon'd's sigil on the front. It's absolutely supposed to be reminiscent of quite a few of the grimoires we've mentioned already. I think it's 100% supposed to be directly visually representative of the Goetia, or the Lesser Key of Solomon, in parts. We also see this little illustration of people with plants growing out of their heads, and as I've mentioned, I think the theme is a little underdeveloped, but there is the gentle suggestion that some of the boons the cult receive may come in the form of something similar to a plentiful harvest, that kind of riches. But the illustration itself, I knew by sight. I'm sure many of you will recognise it too. This particular style of illustration was used to demonstrate mandrake root in old botany and alchemy manuals. Mandrake root is historically synonymous with witchcraft, and for those interested, this particular illustration was taken from this exact page of Kleiner Distillierbuch, published in the year 1500. That has nothing to do with the text, however, which I think is supposed to be Sanskrit, but is actually Devangari, and the text itself is pretty much gibberish put through a word generator, which honestly, at this point, I'm super happy about because I really didn't want to translate Devangari, a language I only just found out existed. Annie moves on to the book titled Invocations, and this is just a huge on-screen info dump about Paimon'd's abilities, motivations, promises to the conjurer, and so on. Now, there's a lot here that I've already covered, more that just proves things we've been talking about. So I'm just going to run through everything we can see on screen in no particular order, as there's a lot of information about Paimon'd here, and really this is what we can consider to be 100% accepted Paimon'd canon within the lore of the movie. So firstly, where does this text come from? Well, as I mentioned earlier, it's an amalgam of different passages from existing texts and grimoires regarding Paimon'd, E.A. Cotting's Works of Darkness, Aleister Crowley's Lesser Key of Solomon. We even see the Goetia directly mentioned in the bottom paragraph. Some of it has been written specifically for the film and relates directly to the internal logic we're using here, but there is no one overriding source this is all lifted from. It's all been tailored to demonstrate how Paimon'd's power set works within the film. So this top left paragraph probably gives us our best piece of confirmation right off the bat. It's discussing how Paimon'd will attack the family both psychologically and physically, and we see a mention of the deep mind calling to the victim to warn of the attack. This idea of the deep mind is almost certainly the film's referencing of Annie's sleepwalking, and confirms to us that much of what we've been seeing is her subconscious knowing it needs to kill Peter to save him from being an eternal skin suit for Paimon'd. We also see a mention of Paimon'd being the king of the Northwest. The second and third paragraphs are more about the conjurers, that they need to be free from fear and clear and absolute in their motivations. This is exactly what Crowley discusses in his summoning rituals. There are a few key words we see used here, such as coven and magistelli, which is a broad term for a form of totem that could be an animal, such as a familiar, or an object that has particular spiritual significance. This just works as more confirmation that the cult are much more interested in occultism rather than the parlour magic of the seance. We also see some of the promises Paimon'd makes to the conjurer here, such as knowledge of science, arts and astrology, and again we see that nod towards Paimon'd's knowledge of the stars, this reading of Miltonian biblicism, and the greater demons as fallen angels that lost the war for heaven. We then get this zoom in on the second page, which tells us a little more. We see the rules the film uses for how and when Paimon'd can possess and unpossess people, and the fact that he prefers a male host body, which we've already pretty well covered at this point. Above that, we see this image of Paimon'd, which we'll come back to in a moment, and his bracketed title of God of Mischief, which I wouldn't say is really a major part of Paimon'd's lore. We might expect to see King of Hell there, or even more likely something related to wisdom and knowledge, which seems to be the primary reason for calling on Paimon'd and potentially his greatest power. I also wouldn't really even describe him as a god, so we can see this as an effort by the movie to reinforce with the audience that Paimon'd is playing tricks on the family. He is laughing at Annie just like she suspects. I don't want to get too bogged down in it because truthfully the demon Paimon'd is its own entity, but most mythological characters are evolutions of previous characters, or beings you might say. And as I mentioned, Paimon'd, like many demonic and semi-demonic figures, was previously a jinn, and it's worth pointing out that mischief is something jinn are known for. Not only that, but some people will take it even further back and link the jinn character with African deities that we can also tie in with this idea of mischief. But truthfully, it gets a bit muddy because of how myriadic mythology and folklore is. Obviously, within occult lore, these beings have essentially always existed. They didn't just spring to being in the 14th century. So to someone who practices this, the people who wrote these grimoires and people still today, Paimon'd was that jinn figure and they're all one and the same. But truthfully, they're not. The originating figure was most likely a Middle Eastern pagan goddess of some kind, likely a riff on Isis or a Mesopotamian goddess, that has gone through a great many different cultural iterations and branched off in a bunch of different directions. We do see some things that maintain. For example, the name Paimon'd likely comes from the Hebrew word pom, which means a tinkling sound or small bell, and we see this in the grimoires and in the movie, this notion of his approach being preceded by bells and other loud instruments. We also see this idea of some kind of feminine visage and the camel he's riding. So there are historical and etymological links between these characters, and again, from a spiritual or occult perspective, these are just differing descriptions of the same being. But in the sense of literary history, I think we can definitely say the version of Paimon'd we see popularized in European Christian and occult literature is his own thing, and it's that understanding that the film is going with here. With that said, there is something about this image that definitely stands out as an original edition of the film. If we look at other traditional representations of Paimon'd, we'll see this androgynous crowned figure riding a camel that is often wearing a crown itself. What we will not see, however, is 3 decapitated heads hanging from that camel. And I'm sure if you're at this point in the video, then I don't need to explain to you that this is absolutely representative of the sacrifice Paimon'd is demanding in return for his services. He wants 3 heads from 3 generations of the Ley bloodline as proof of their subservience to him. 3 female heads specifically, namely Ellen, Annie and Charlie. That much is definitely clear. But a big question, really the last unanswered question we have left here, is why? Why is that what he wants? And what does it mean? And what implications does that have on the ultimate meaning of the film? The easiest answer I can give you is that it's another sick joke of Paimon'd's that runs with his theme of gender inversion, twisting a central motif of Christian faith into a perverse sacrifice that signifies the entire destruction of the familial unit. But obviously there's a lot more to it than that, and on its own that probably doesn't make a lot of sense. If you Google what's going on with the three heads in this image, then the main suggestion you'll likely see is that Ari Aster just saw this drawing somewhere and decided to roll with the three-head theme. That's patently false. From everything I can tell, this image was drawn specifically for the movie, likely using this one image as a reference, but redrawing it in an attempt to provide a more malevolent and easier to make out image for Hereditary's audience. As I've mentioned, the film also uses a modified version of Paimon'd's sigil that's altered to better resemble this notion of three heads also. So we know it's a purposeful inclusion of three heads, and that by doing this, Ari Aster is tying something else into Paimon'd's lore. The question is, what is it that's being tied in and why? And there have been some clues already, but it's difficult to see at this point in the film because it hasn't been laid out in front of us. Now again, if we look online for an explanation for the three heads, that is, why is the film centered around three decapitations, we'll have to look pretty hard, but really we can find two schools of thought. And oddly enough, they're both right, but neither go far enough to meet in the middle. Theory 1 has been espoused by a couple of feminist critics online. This is the notion that historically loss of the head has been attributed to disintegration of the female identity and has been related to women sacrificing themselves for men, or indeed for their families. This is quite a long-standing trope in feminist literature, and there's certainly a hell of a lot of examples we can pull from. We could say even more generally, there's a trope of women sacrificing their bodies for men and for their families, not just in art, but in history. Childbirth is a great historical example of that and fits perfectly with this image of Annie as a reluctant mother. In fact, really all of the film is exemplary of this. It's the story of three women needing to sacrifice themselves or be sacrificed for a male demon to enter a male body. Charlie's body is literally used as a temporary vessel for Paimon'd. It's a throwaway sacrificial form. And very often this complete sacrifice at the hands of men, the disintegration of the feminine self, is depicted as the loss of the head in feminist literature. We can even go one step further and say mental illness has been historically seen as a feminine problem, and I think in history and on screen, it's generally viewed through a gendered lens. And we can go as far to say that the Western concept of madness has been intrinsically linked with gender. The word hysteria, for example, finds its origins in the Greek word for uterus, and eventually evolved into a diagnosable mental illness in women that essentially meant your lady wife was having notions. Annie spends a lot of this movie hysterical, even though it's never spoken about explicitly. She's trying to combat the image of being a mad woman, having to fight off social and familial judgment in pursuit of the truth, having to fight the gendered perception of seeming insane. And again, this is absolutely a mainstay of feminist literature, perhaps even more so than loss of the head, the treatment of women as mentally ill for refusing to conform to societal norms. It's why we burned supposed witches. They lived differently for whatever reason. People became afraid of them, branded them insane and in league with the devil, and that's remarkably close to what we get here. There's plenty more dangerous medical and mental associations and misdiagnoses women have had to endure through the centuries. So much of it is tied to strange gendered theories in our history. One such association is to do with the link between women and the moon, something that has absolutely invaded female medicine, but also has been a very powerful image in female empowerment and specifically witchcraft. Now, none of that's terribly groundbreaking, but it is necessary exposition to get to this final answer of why three heads. As I said, that's half the groundwork, or would of the existing theories that the female loss of the head represents the sacrifice of women, very often the hereditary sacrifice of women within the familial unit. The other less developed theory you'll only really see mentioned in a couple of Reddit comments, but is certainly closer to being a full answer, is that it in some way represents the Christian Holy Trinity. Most films are obsessed with doing things in threes, and three beheadings is certainly the prime example of this. I've seen fans online suggest that this trinity of Ellen, Annie, and Charlie represents the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, and this is close to the truth, but also fits a little awkwardly. If we say Ellen is the Holy Spirit because she's dead for the entire movie, then Annie is the Father and Charlie is the Son. If Charlie is the Holy Spirit because she's inhabited by Paimon'd, then Annie is the Son and Ellen is the Father. But it's not immediately clear which, and so I wouldn't say it fits perfectly. I'm also not sure what the meaning would be there either, as the cult are distinctly anti-Christian. I guess you could say they're sacrificing a version of the Trinity to demonstrate their anti-Christian loyalty, but again, it doesn't fit perfectly, and everything up until this point in the movie has. Now, there is evidence supporting this. If we look at the statue of Paimon'd seen right at the end, and I'll probably have to be careful of how I show this, but hopefully I can demonstrate that we see the statue making a three-fingered gesture, specifically an inversion of the traditional Christian hand gesture we see all the way through Christian art that represents the Holy Trinity. And that word inversion is really important here because we have a female trinity as opposed to a male one. It's inverted. It's being prayed to and worshipped by Satanists, inverted Christians, we could say. And right at the end, we hear Joan tell Paimon'd, we reject the trinity, which is the only real verbal confirmation of all of this. And they've chosen the word rejection. I think rejection definitely feels more satanic, more threatening in the scene, but really inversion is much closer to what's happening. They haven't rejected a trinity full stop so much as replaced it with their own opposite one. And it was at that point that I realized what we were looking at in the three heads. It's not just an inversion, it's the literal inversion of the Holy Trinity, the pagan triple goddess. Now, again, as with most ancient mythological figures and symbols, there's a lot of different versions of this. We see it in Hinduism, we see it most popularized in ancient Greece, or Hellenism, to be more accurate. And there's always slight variations. We see other versions of the Holy Trinity dotted around too. It's pretty standard. But the one thing the pagan triple goddess always has in common is this idea of three states of womanhood. Rather than the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, we have the maiden, the mother, and the crone. And that fits exactly with the Trinity we see on screen. And this trinity of the maiden, the mother, and the crone, like so many aspects of womanhood, is tied historically to the phases of the moon, the waxing, full and waning moons. And all of this should be immediately ringing alarm bells because that's exactly what we've just been discussing. We've again got this link to the moon and mental illness and womanhood, that to be a woman awake to her own sacrifice has historically seen you painted as mentally ill. But to top it all off, where this image has stayed relevant beyond ancient mythology, is the practice of witchcraft. Most recently Wicca, but it's always been present in some form, so much so that within witchcraft, the triple goddess, sometimes described as one figure, but more often described as three, is seen as the consort of the horned god. Now, in Wicca, we're more likely to view the horned god as the image of natural virility, somewhat similar to the Green Man. But I think it should be obvious what other translations of the horned god consorting with witches would be. Essentially, the centuries-old image of witches consorting with the devil, the triple goddess submitting to the horned god. And again, this is exactly what we see in the film, the witches of the coven consorting with a horned god, a demon at the right hand of Lucifer himself, even down to the roots in Hellenism that we see reflected in the cult's jewelry and dress sense in Bridget's second name, Molpe, meaning siren, tie together this final piece of meaning with the predominantly Hellenistic image of the triple goddess, or triple hore, to be specifically ancient Greek. Even though it's never really spoken aloud, the triple goddess is at the heart of this movie as the pagan inversion of the Holy Trinity, the ultimate symbol of the three stages of hereditary womanhood, the mother, the maiden, and the crone, and ultimately the image of feminine sacrifice that has historically been tied to both motherhood and witchcraft. And on a metaphorical level, we can now view the narrative as something much bigger. Put as simply as I can, it's the submission of the trinity of womanhood to the horned god as a result of desire for more than they had, and as a direct response to this treatment of being considered mentally unwell. The whole story, when viewed from as far out as we can, is not too far from The Witch, women ultimately submitting to or siding with paganistic or anti-Christian forms of evil as part of an invasion of social persecution, with both movies viewing the female body as a place of male dominion, sacrifice, and dark empowerment. Now, in Hereditary's case, there's a lot more happening close in, but it's interesting the answer we've arrived at, and it does help contextualize a bit better why Paimon'd preys on the female members of the bloodline. As with many men throughout history, he wants to use their bodies to promote his own ends, primarily through childbirth, but ultimately through the most complete sacrifice there is. Ellen, the knowing witch and leader of the coven, presumably sees this for what it is, but decides to use her body to take power for herself through aligning with him. This is why we see this moon imagery, this triple goddess, or traditionally images of female empowerment. I'm not saying this is an empowering ending for women in the film, because it really isn't. Paimon'd hasn't exactly been trustworthy the whole way through, and we don't really know if there's such a thing as a positive afterlife for Ellen in hell, even if she is ruling as a queen. But it is a feminist reading, for sure. It's one that uses the historical imagery of witchcraft and mythology to demonstrate the female body as a place of violence and sacrifice for men. And it's reassuring for us that when we dig to the bedrock of the film, we see the imagery and the meaning all aligning perfectly with our understanding. The witches of the coven have aligned with dark powers, seeking something more. To the outside world, they seem insane, hysterical, moon-driven, and mentally ill. The male demon promises them riches and plenty and uses their bodies as vessels for sacrifice and his eventual rebirth, destroying the inverted trinity of maiden, mother, and crone, rejecting it, as Joan puts it, as a symbol of his own ascension over the powers of Christianity and the provable devotion of the Lee bloodline to him. It all fits perfectly together, and I think we can say pretty safely that's the last major mystery solved. Paimon'd wants 3 heads as an inverted representation of anti-Christian sacrifice, representing the triple goddess, or maiden, mother, and crone, and with that imagery we see the film tying in this history of the female body as the subject of mental illness, accusations, and violence. Back to Annie, going through Ellen's belongings, and we see another page from the book regarding riches to the conjurer. Note the nudity of the conjurer here, something that will define the last 10 minutes of the movie as we all collectively scrub our eyes clean. There is more expositional text along the right here. As with previous pages, it's somewhat cobbled together from different sources, and there isn't really anything we need to cover in any more detail there. After seeing all she needs to from the book, she keeps rifling through the box, and that's where we see this photo album where Ellen is posing with many different cultists we've seen throughout the film. We also see this photo with Ellen dressed up as a bride, being showered with golden coins. Now, this is clearly too late in her life to be her first marriage to Annie and Charles' father, and the promise of riches is exactly what she's getting for marrying Paimon'd. So we could say pretty clearly that this is Ellen's wedding to Paimon'd, the point at which she became Queen Ellen. We do know from the timeline that Annie gives us, though, that she was likely trying to summon Paimon'd and practicing occultism for quite a long time before this. We see Annie recoil in particular disgust, seeing at how overjoyed Ellen is at being wed to Paimon'd, and we also see visual evidence that the Graham family are the cult's target. From here, we've got some very quick intercutting of scenes, all of which I've already made mention of. We've got Peter being beckoned by Paimon'd's shiver, signalling his teacher as a member of the cult. We've got Steve's realization that Annie's mother has been unlawfully exhumed, which, as we know, is in the attic. We've seen the muddy footprints of the cult bringing in the recently dug up body. One little detail of interest is we get to see the name of Steve's psychiatry firm, United Psychiatry, which is sort of ironic mocking, a kind of pathetic fallacy regarding his failed desire to keep his family united. Now, this discovery of Ellen being dug up is cut back to back with Annie finding the body in a now insect-filled attic. We see Annie discover the body, we see that it is surrounded by Paimon'd's sigil, we see her horror. We also know it's very likely that Steve is suspecting Annie will be responsible for this. And because the tension is built so damn well here, even though we see Annie discover the body, we still don't know on first viewing if she's responsible either. We've seen her completely unaware of the fact she's just been attacking Peter, swearing that she didn't. We may know by this point that she can be possessed, but we're certain that she's a deeply unreliable witness. And from here on out, she will continue to take action off camera essentially the whole time. Now, she hasn't dug up the body, the cult have, but I just wanted to point out what a knife edge this twist keeps walking all the way until the end. Peter gets back to his classroom, and this time they're discussing the tragedy of Iphigenia, the daughter of Agamemnon, who is sacrificed before the siege of Troy to placate the goddess Artemis. We again see the idea of characters being bound to a tragic fate, as Agamemnon essentially has no choice but to meet the irrational and terrible demands of the gods. It's his bound fate as soon as Artemis has decided it is her desire, because man is powerless under God or the gods. And that again is what we see with the Graham family. The sacrifice has been decided for them. In some versions of the story, Iphigenia is unaware she is to be sacrificed, being told instead that she is to marry Achilles, which is even more fitting with the Graham's unwitting end. We also see the phrase, punishment brings wisdom, written on the board, another clear allusion to the true plight of the Graham family, and the idea that the horror they've been enduring will bring foresight, knowledge, and wisdom, potentially to Ellen, and maybe them, in hell, but primarily the cult members still alive enough to reap the earthly benefits. As with almost all the high points of tension in the movie, once again Ari Aster trusts Alex Wolff's face entirely to carry the next part of the scene. Peter begins to hear more frequent clicking until his arm is yanked up in the air and he begins having what looks to be a seizure, but is actually Paimon'd wrestling for control of his body. This arm movement is extremely specific. I'd say the two ways of looking at it are either seeing Peter as a manipulated voodoo doll target, we can imagine someone grabbing the arm of a little voodoo doll and yanking it up, or alternatively like a marionette puppet being suspended by one arm. We even see his facial features seemingly being dragged or suspended upwards. Both have the same effect though, something that's been built on throughout the movie, the idea of Peter being used and physically manipulated like a doll or a puppet. And once Paimon'd seemingly has control of Peter, he first lets out the croaky gurgle of his true voice before quickly using this momentary victory to smash his face against his desk. Now, as I mentioned earlier, this definitely has the effect of making Peter's face more beaky and bird-like, perhaps to better represent Paimon'd's demonic form, but it could be possibly that he simply wants to hurt Peter to wear him down more to the point where he can be fully possessed. It could also be true that Peter is already fully broken down, and Paimon'd is simply trying to kill him as quickly as possible so he can leap inside. I don't personally subscribe to that because it feels like everything is leading very purposefully to this all going down during the ending ceremony. As with every other time we've seen Paimon'd try to enter Peter's body, we've got this blue-white light either framing him as it is here or flaring over him, as we saw in earlier scenes. This scene is tremendously acted, absolutely harrowing to watch, and truly shocking the first time you see it. Alex Wolff is truly phenomenal in this movie, and his performance here is perhaps the high point of that. Now, there has been some slight confusion and urban mythery surrounding this scene. I've seen more than a few people suggesting he smashed his face into the desk thinking it would be soft and ended up breaking or dislocating his jaw. The truth isn't quite as awful, but might be more impressive. He did say in an interview that he was happy to smash his face into a real desk, but Ari Aster obviously pointed out that would be super illegal and not something they needed to do. They did get a cushioned prop desk, and Alex Wolff did say it was much less padded than he thought it would be, and despite not intentionally smashing up his own face, he did take himself to an extreme physical place shooting this, and did end up with quite real blood coming out of his knee after it collided with the chair. Now that is somewhat conflated with another answer he gave about the same scene, where he discusses his jaw being easy to dislocate as a result of a boxing injury he sustained several years prior. In the scene, his face looks so strained and distended because he's intentionally dislocated his jaw and glued his eyelids up. It's that combined with the face smashing into the desk that often gets confused into the same story. So no, he didn't break or dislocate his jaw on the desk, but he did do some rock and roll shit and thoroughly beat himself up filming this, and I think that energy he brings to it and the pretty unique and real visuals on screen are what make that story so believable and this performance so electric. Lastly, before we move on here, a question I think worth answering is why are the classmates and the teachers so horrified here if they're in on the whole summoning Paimon'd thing? And firstly, we can't say for sure that every student and faculty member are cultists. They most likely aren't, and so there's no reason why the cult members would choose to drop the act and just get on their knees and start hailing Paimon'd right then and there. I think that's the most obvious and best answer, but I also think it's fair to say that the cult don't really know what Paimon'd on Earth is going to look like. No way of telling how bloodthirsty or violent he will be in practicality. That could extend to every cult member, but I think it's especially true for the children who have almost certainly been brought into this by their parents. We can't say for certain that Bridget is definitely horrified here. She may just be a very good actor, but I fall down on the kids not being 100% aware of exactly what they're signing up for, more just going off of vague instructions and explanations given by their parents. While Annie stands out in the rain, too terrified to return to the house, Steve is given the task of recovering Peter from the hospital. As they're driving back to the house, we see Steve almost drive through a red light and have to perform an emergency stop. After doing so, we see him break down crying, and at this moment there is a blurred shape in the background that could very well be the headless ghost of Ellen in a white dress. Now at first I thought there's no way it's just part of the infrastructure on the side of the road. More precisely, I thought it was one of these things. But after spending more time than I should going back and forth, I don't think it is one of these things. The primary reason being that the background just doesn't line up, and what we see in the exterior shot, there's a bunch of discrepancies I could point out, but the main one is the edge of this white barrier. In the exterior shot, it's heavily sloped, in the interior shot, it's almost level. So either continuity doesn't matter, or the white barrier we're seeing from the interior is further beyond the sidewalk than we can see in the interior. Either way, there's a reasonably good chance this is Ellen's ghostly visage here, and that would make sense. Not only is Steve choosing this moment to break down, perhaps being withered by her ghostly gaze, but also the spirits are about to determine that Steve's usefulness has run its course, mainly to push Annie over the edge, but also to get him out of the way and prevent him from reporting this to the authorities, which is exactly what he threatens to do moments later upon Annie showing him Ellen's body. So it makes sense the cult, or Ellen at least, will be watching him very closely at this point to make sure he doesn't do anything drastic that might jeopardize their plans for Peter. After Steve has seen the body in the attic, we see Annie spring into action preparing the fire. As she sees it, her final chance to vindicate herself and save her family, even if it means her death. She's prepared to make the sacrifice, and that's matched so perfectly against this final lunatic beseechment of Steve to listen to her evidence and to take her at her word and not see her as a crazy, insane, dangerous woman. As with everything we've discussed, with the feminist reading and the idea of the triple goddess, Annie's options are seemingly be recognized as insane or make a sacrifice so total it results in the complete disintegration of the self. I think that's what makes her performance in this scene so compelling, and again, just this scene is Oscar-worthy in my opinion. It's that this is maybe the most insane, the most unhinged and unbelievable we see her acting. She seems completely insane by this point, but it's here we find ourselves siding with her totally for the first time. We're beyond doubt too, just like she is, and we're hoping against hope that Steve believes her as she begs to be listened to and she doesn't have to use the fire to prove it. We've gone from being suspect of the insane and dangerous mother to understanding her sacrifice, and the writing is so smart that there's no clear point where that will just be telegraphed to the audience. I think almost everybody will have a different moment where they feel their allegiances switch. Unfortunately, just like Agamemnon and Iphigenia, just like Herakles and Deianera, Annie and Steve are bound to their fate. His compassion and patience have disappeared, and this time he won't listen to what she has to say. He even catches himself looking at the photo album for a moment and tears himself back from doing so, determined to not indulge Annie anymore, destined to his tragic fate moments later because of it. It's clear at this point that Annie has a good idea of what's going on. She understands that Joan, at least if not the cult, has played a trick on her, and as she sees it, when she made an effort to summon Charlie, she made a pact with some dark entity that has now cursed them, which is pretty close to the truth. Unfortunately for Annie, she thinks this entity follows set rules, internal logic, that it can still somehow be controlled. She begs Steve to burn the book, telling him that if they don't, that Peter will be harmed. She doesn't exactly specify what will happen to him because ultimately she doesn't know. Again, both Toni Collette and Gabriel Byrne just phenomenal here, as Annie says her final goodbyes to Steve, just superb acting all round. For a moment, it seems as though Steve will acquiesce to Annie's demands, but ultimately he sees it as a form of indulgence or enablement and he refuses. Now I think at this point the audience was screaming for Steve not to do it, thinking Annie's mistake was not realising that whoever burned the book would set on fire. So there's a moment of relief when he decides not to do it. But just like Annie, the audience have been tricked into thinking there's a set of logic Paimon'd has to adhere to. He can very much do what he likes at this point, and apparently what he likes to do is play malicious and cruel jokes on anyone he has the ability to torture. As soon as Annie grabs the book and throws it into the fire, Steve sets ablaze regardless, burning near immediately right in front of Annie. There's a breathtaking wide shot that I can't show you all of, and this incredible close-up of Annie's reaction just before we see a blue Paimon'd shimmer flick across the room, as Paimon'd uses this entire breakdown of Annie's mind to assume complete control over her. And while Annie's mortal vessel is still alive and ticking at this point, that was the last time we'll see Annie in control of it. In many ways, she does die here alongside Steve. There won't be a moment where she comes back after this. Anytime we see her from now on, Paimon'd is doing the driving. As night rolls in, we see another light switch cut from day to night. This time, as the flick occurs, we see the house is surrounded by naked cultists. Now, pretty much the rest of the film from here on out is full of them. And just to be clear, if I show it and censor it, I will still be demonetized. But I don't think at this point their Easter egg hiding in the background needs to be pointed out. There are guides available for every background cultist appearance, and showing you them won't really add much in terms of meaning. So I'm only going to discuss them when they're relevant, otherwise this will just become a list of places cult members are standing with accompanying images that I can't show you. So let's just say broadly that the house is now infested with cultists we've seen throughout the movie, and in line with this terrarium theme, they just stay on the edges, in the shadows, just watching what Paimon'd does to the family. They're the audience to the Paimon'd show, staring in at the family just like Annie stared in at the dollhouses. There are a couple of things they do that affect the plot, so I will still be discussing anything meaningful that occurs with them. So after questions about Millie, Shapiro and the clique, the next most common question is usually, what's with all the naked people at the end of the film? And the answer is quite simply because it's entirely terrifying. If I turned around to this, I'd probably jump out of the window too. In the original script, they were all meant to be wearing red robes, and if you think back to our colour coding, it's red that's been representing the cult, so it's a nice little bit of confirmation for that. But clearly it was decided somewhere during production that nudity would be more unnerving. Now, as for an in-law reason why they would be doing this, it's again a tradition of witchcraft and occultism. When witches cavorted with the devil in the woods outside town, they didn't do it with their clothes on. There's a massive rabbit hole you could go down with nudity and occultism, but the quickest and best answer is that ever since the first shamans, druids, priests, people have been doing magic in the nude. Something that has carried on through witchcraft and occultism to this day. The broad answer is that clothing blocks the channeling of spiritual energy, and that by not wearing any you're more free, unbridled, and better able to harness magic. But I think if we step outside of occult belief, there's always been an at least semi-sexual side to it, essentially religion that's upfront about its kinks. You can also see it from the other side, that sexual proclivity and freedom have been traditionally branded demonic, and so the trope kind of builds the reality, in a sense. However you look at it, nudity, free love, and fringe sexuality have always been involved with occult magic. We've just discussed a very small corner of the occult, and you can see very clearly how prevalent gender is within it. Again, same with religion, and one can't help but imagine how and why these traditions began. The oracles in Greece, temple priests, American witchcraft during Puritanism, the Catholic Church, Mormonism. Honestly, almost every spiritual group you can name, despite the valid beliefs many may have, I think it's also quite easy to argue that a lot of their origins and practices are related to sexual advantage and power, but we can leave that for another video. The point is simply that witchcraft and occultism generally are quite oversexed, but I'd argue that there's simply less of an attempt to hide it, and throughout history, witchcraft specifically has gone hand in hand with female sexual emancipation. It's a massive reason why it's been viewed as so dangerous by religious groups. It's powered by the moon, it's a route to female power that threatens to destabilize male-led, heliocentric religion. And here the cult stand in complete freedom, being charged by the spiritual energy of the moonlight, happily subservient in a female-led coven. Although, as is the catch with witchcraft and the occult, dedicating and sacrificing themselves to a male demon. As night arrives, we see Peter's painkillers finally wear off as he awakens to a house in darkness. He rolls over to see the treehouse glowing with orange candlelight. The ceremony has been prepared and now the lambs must be dragged to the slaughter. As soon as we move to a wide shot, we see Annie Paimon'd hovering in the corner like Ben Batfleck. I have already covered it at the start, so I won't dwell on it, but the phrase fly on the wall is applicable here for a couple of reasons. This movement is so unique and so strange, I can completely understand if it makes you want to laugh, but for me I thought it was wonderfully executed, fresh and terrifying. Peter calls out for his mom and dad, and at this point we know that neither will respond to him. One is glued to the ceiling, imprisoned in her own body, literally hunting him, and the other is charred to a crisp on the living room floor. And it's here that the first-time viewer likely feels that sinking hopelessness, the inevitability that there is no positive end for the family here. Peter checks in his parents' room, and after standing in the doorway for a moment, we hear him get startled by this noise. And this is actually the sound of Annie ripping open the piano and grabbing the wire from it to sever her neck with later on. We see, once again, the door to Ellen's room is open, and Peter by this point is clearly terrified, closing it with a slam without daring to properly check inside the room. Now we've seen that both the cult and Annie are responsible for leaving this door open, and we realise that in this moment it doesn't matter which is responsible. For Peter, the outcome and the threat are the same. As the camera cuts to downstairs, we see the overturned piano and ripped out wire in the front of the shot. Once again, this front doorway space has been used to demonstrate the off-camera actions of Paimon'd and the cult, except this time things are very explicitly wrong. Peter seems to notice that the diorama house lights are on, but they've actually already been turned on in several previous shots. After first being taken aback by the damage in the upturned living room, Peter eventually spots the burned remains of his father, identifiable primarily by his unblemished wedding ring. Again, he's observed from the ceiling by Annie Paimon'd, and this time by the smiling cult member from the funeral. Peter turning round here as he becomes aware of their presence is just so well done, an absolute nightmare fuel, and the switch as Annie moves from her spot on the ceiling to the corner in front of Peter is amazingly executed too. Peter clumsily runs away and just manages to lock himself in the attic as Annie Paimon'd begins smashing her head into the attic hatch. We again hear him revert to this childlike whining of the word mommy that drives home this feeling of his arrested development, difficulty communicating emotionally, and lack of parental nurture that we've seen from him throughout. It's also just straight up harrowing as you come to understand there's no safe escape for Peter from where he's now trapped himself. The smashing of the head against the attic door is perhaps the most terrifying visual in the film for me. There's just something about how brutal the disregard for Annie's body is, and it paints a terrifying picture of what being possessed by Paimon'd is like, and how little regard he has for these physical vessels. And the implication that has for the sacrifice that's been made, and Ellen's decision to align with him, even more terrifying still. When the banging eventually stops, we see Peter, all the while being silently observed by shadow cultists, notice the ritual circle where his grandma's body has recently been. In the centre of it is a photo of him with the eye holes burned out, signifying his death. Now in the script they were crossed out, matching up with the drawings of Peter in the notebook, but my guess is this would have been a lot less clear on camera in the dark of the attic, and ultimately this is much easier to see. It's at this point that he becomes aware of the sawing sounds above him and looks up to see Annie levitating, sawing off her own head while making eye contact with him. As we covered during the opening scene, moving between walls and locked places is very much something Paimon'd can do, so if you're wondering how Annie Paimon'd got through the hatch, the answer is simply because Paimon'd can. The eye contact from Annie is haunting, either she's screaming from within for him to run, or Paimon'd is refusing to take his eyes off his prey. Based on a couple of clues in the script regarding Peter's possession at school, I actually think it's the former, and this stare of madness is all the imprisoned Annie has control over. This is just an insane visual, so hallucinatory and brutal, and as I'm reading this I'm not certain how much of it I'll be able to show you, but it's worth going back and checking out if you can't see it clearly. Every single member of the Graham family meets a deeply tragic end, but this may be the worst. I don't want to recover everything to do with beheading and female sacrifice, but I think it's worth repeating that this moment is the apex of all that, the grand culmination of all that shared meaning. But it's stripped of all agency. This isn't Annie's sacrifice. Although a few scenes ago she proved herself willing to make it, this is Annie being sacrificed. Paimon'd removing the final head he requires. And this goes hand in hand with what I was saying about witchcraft and the occult. It's very much based in female empowerment, but the final trick, the peek behind the curtain, is yet another story of male dominion. Again, I don't want to dwell too much on this because we've already covered it, but what a haunting and brilliant visual. And make note of the sound continuing as we cut away, as we can tell exactly what's happening with Annie off camera just from that. Now, a few things happen in quick succession here, and on first viewing it can be quite confusing, so I'm just going to quickly explain them in order. First, the three naked cultists hiding in the shadows of the attic ring a tiny bell. As with all the bells and horns, this is an allusion to Paimon'd's approach, traditionally being signalled by bells and loud instruments. This is more obvious here than ever, as the soundtrack will begin to ramp up with an exact exact and untamed score reflecting just this, building from the moment Paimon'd enters the treehouse and begins his true ascension. The track is actually named Reborn on the soundtrack. After the cultists ring the bell, Peter quite rightfully nopes himself straight out of the attic window. I've seen a lot of people ask the question, is Peter dead at the point where he lands following this? And I guess he could be. You could maybe argue he is. It's left quite ambiguous. Paimon'd certainly slots in there with no issue. But in the script, it's extremely clear that despite having some small pieces of glass stuck in him, he's otherwise unharmed. And really, while we don't get exact confirmation of this, he doesn't seem to be wearing any injuries that may have taken his life. I think it's more like Annie seeing Steve die. He's just broken to the point where he can't put up any spiritual resistance. As we watch Peter laying still in the flower bed, we hear Annie's neck sawing reach a climax and the sound of her head falling to the ground, but not her body, which clearly remains levitating. We then see Annie's headless shadow silently drift over the flower bed. Once it's out of shot, the tiny wisp of light that presumably represents Paimon'd's soul floats down over Peter and enters his body. Paimon'd lifts his head just in time to see Annie's headless body floating up into the treehouse in preparation for Paimon'd's ascension ceremony. On his way to the treehouse, we see Paimon'd walk past Max's dead body, having presumably been killed by a possessed Annie or the cultists. I am pleased to inform you, however, that despite the truly awful fate waiting for the Graham family in hell, likely being used as various parts of Paimon'd's sexual furniture because of Grandma's need for doubloons, that Max the dog will not be sharing in their fate because all dogs go directly to heaven. As Paimon'd ascends into the treehouse, we've got a few key pieces of imagery. We've already discussed them at various points, but just to check them off, we've got the birdcage with the whippoorwill inside it, a figure representing death trapped inside a literary image for female subservience and suppression, Paimon'd inside Charlie. We have the statue of Paimon'd, crooked figure, staff pointing to the northwest, other hand in this inversion of the Holy Trinity symbol, the crowned head of Charlie, an obvious representation of him, the Paimon'd sigil on the chest. At the base of the statue, we see another symbol for the northwest. These sunlight halo lines are representative of angelic figures in Christian artwork. So again, we see the implication that Paimon'd is a fallen angel, and this whole scene is laid out in such a way that the ending shot, which I can probably show you about 45% of, is a direct visual allusion to the Night of the Hunter, as confirmed on Reddit by Ari Aster. And as well as that, it's also mirroring the motif of Charlie's makeshift congregation, as confirmed on Reddit by Ari Aster. And a very cool final Easter egg that you'll have to check out for yourself because I definitely can't show you. When Paimon'd first looks around the treehouse, we see Ellen and Annie's headless bodies bowing to the statue of Paimon'd with Charlie's head. Once Paimon'd is crowned, we see that the bodies have been magically rotated around to face him. And now we're finally at the end. If you're still here, credit to you. I don't know how you've listened to me speak for this long. You now know as much as there is to know, at least as much as I've been able to find while just barely clinging to sanity. As a fun little experiment to demonstrate just how much we've learned, I'm going to quickly run through Joan's final address to Paimon'd. I just want you to have a quick think back to how just what the fuck you were when you first were confronted with this moment and this speech. I feel like I'm pretty good at keeping up with movies, but this is such a tightrope balance of intrigue the whole way through that when I got to this point, I was just staring with my mouth hanging open, wondering what the hell I was hearing. It's an insanely confident closer. After 2 hours of giving you just enough to keep you on the hook, but maintaining this realist, flat aesthetic, the film lays everything bare without flinching, using extremely plain and blunt terminology that would feel extremely cringe as part of a less intelligent script. You're still trying to process it minutes into the credits, but hopefully, now we know everything the film is saying, this will no longer be baffling, and instead, just read fluently. So let's go. Firstly, Joan tells Paimon'd that it's alright and refers to him as Charlie. We know why she does this. The first body Paimon'd tried to inhabit was Charles, Annie's brother, and following that, Charlie Graham. And we know Paimon'd has this confusion and fear when entering a new vessel. He's clearly quite disorientated, and Joan is using a name she thinks he'll be familiar with in this form, while trying to reassure him. Next, she says, "You are Paimon'd, one of the 8 kings of hell," which I think we've more than covered at this point. We know who Paimon'd is. We understand his quite high station among hell's hierarchy. She says, "We have looked to the northwest and called you in." Again, we know Paimon'd is referred to as the king of the northwest, that this is essential in summoning him, and that the film has gone to extreme lengths to visually allude to this link. Next is, "We've corrected your first female body and given you now this healthy male host." We've been clear on that from the beginning. Paimon'd desires a male form despite his traditional androgyny and cannot achieve full power in a female form. Joan then says, "We reject the Trinity and pray devoutly to you," which is in reference to the cult's rejection of the Christian Trinity, as proven by their sacrifice of the triple Hore or triple moon goddess or neo-paganist Trinity, whatever you want to call it. Here, the maiden, mother, and crone, Charlie, Annie, and Ellen. And the rest of what Joan says is just essentially covering the promises made for the cult in exchange for the sacrifice and the in-law boons that Paimon'd is able to offer them. Knowledge of secret things, honor, wealth, and the ability to bind men to their will. Hopefully all of that is clear as day now, and this video has done its job. If not, I've wasted months of my life. But it makes sense to me at least, and I hope I've explained it well enough that it makes sense to you. Before I go, I just wanted to provide a conclusion to the theme of mental illness within the film. As I've mentioned, and as has been made very clear by Ari Aster, the movie is not an extended dream sequence. We're not viewing a twisted perception built through the lens of Annie's madness. These are very real events that are occurring. But unfortunately, I think far too many people take that to mean that anything to do with mental illness is simply a red herring that can be cast aside. But that's really not the case, and I just want to reiterate a final time that as far as subtext, tone and content go, it is extremely difficult to not see this as a story about hereditary illness, specifically mental illness, hereditary abuse, malignance within the family unit, and ultimately something very close to the tragic, predestined fate of a woman pressured into motherhood, a woman controlled who felt like her life was never her own, succumbing to the same flaws and illnesses that plagued her mother, snapping due to tragedy and murdering what remains of her family. While in the context of the movie the demons are very real, on a subtextual level, you must remember that these demons work as a stand-in for the real-life demons of mental illness and trauma. In many, all subtextual ways, the demonic forces absolutely can be seen to represent these things within the movie. I think people get very hung up on Ari Aster saying it's not a dream, and take that to mean that the great wealth of content relating to mental illness can only be part of the misdirect. That's ultimately not the case, and as with most great pieces of art, there is something beyond what it's showing you where meaning can be found. All that Ari Aster meant by that quote was that Annie is not imagining the events of the movie, which is extremely different to saying the film is simply not about mental illness. And there you see exactly what we're discussing here, a very personal, very painful look at a family being torn apart from within through mental illness, trauma, mistreatment. Really, it all blends into one, and likely whichever has the most resounding meaning to you will likely be what you pull from. But I think it's fair to say that despite the supernatural backbone of the film, the flesh that sits around it serves as a warning of what can happen to a family plagued by grief, destined to repeat its own trauma and succumb to the mistakes of its past. It's clear what the Graham family is missing, what Annie and Peter so desperately crave and their parents failed to give them. Emotional connection and real honest love, communication and compassion. Hereditary is to many a very depressing film, I'm sure, but I think if we're to try and find a positive message amidst the chaos, it's the importance of holding your loved ones close and talking to one another about how you feel. This film is marked by silence, it's thick with it the whole way through, and that's there to highlight the lack of communication within the family. Now, as we know, it wouldn't be enough to save them during the film. They couldn't communicate their way out of this. But Ellen could have communicated, could have discussed with her children before binding them to this fate. And when we go back to the subtextual meaning, and I think that's what's important, these problems, these malignancies that can cycle for generations, they nigh on always exist due to a lack of communication of some kind. And that's exactly what we see playing out in the Graham family. Ultimately, I think that's a pretty positive message to find at the end of all that horror. And that is everything, guys. Thank you so much for listening. I'd like to say a special thank you to Mr. Steve Newburn for his wonderful help and information I could not have got anywhere else. And thank you also to my Reddit warlock, Mickle-Caunle, whose help was invaluable also. Thank you so much if you've subscribed, taken the time out to like the video. That really means a lot, and the better these videos do, really the more I can make. The script took months of work. It's at 70,000 words currently. I've poured my absolute heart and soul into this, and I hope that's shone through and been a positive and useful experience for you. I hope that in some small way I've been able to improve your viewing of the movie, because I truly do believe it's perfect. If you'd like to support me further, you can find me on Patreon. Thanks so much to everyone that's been subscribed to me there during the months I've been absent. And you can also just use the thanks function below the video to donate directly, which a couple of you have already on other videos. And again, thanks so much. It means the absolute world. I'm going to make a couple of hopefully funny, definitely quicker videos over the next few weeks just to have a bit of a break from this and get some easier content up. So stay tuned for more. If this was your first time seeing one of my complete guide videos, there's more you can check out. The Lighthouse, Alien, Green Knight, Promising Young Woman. I think my next one is going to be Midsummer, but I won't start working on that until everything with my novel is sorted. Thanks so much for everything, guys. Peace.